Hello, everyone. I'm putting this. Let me see. I'm about to put put something in the chat so y'all could join if y'all want to join. Okay. I wish I had. Hey, everyone. Hold on. I'm like, what? Okay, hold on. I'm just putting the link in the chat. Okay. Hey, everyone. Okay. So, I'm about to take these out. I don't know when I expected to take them out. Usually, like any day I take them out, I need to wash my hair, and I didn't want to wash my hair yet because I am trying to get a 90s hairstyle for a photo shoot. So I have a 90s photo shoot on June 8th. And I need the girl to attempt to do my hair first, because what if she does it and I don't like how she does it? And then I would have to rush to find somebody else to do it. So she's going to do a trial run on Tuesday. So she told me to just come with my hair washed and cleaned. And I'm just ready to take these braids out. I already took the beads out. So that's pretty much what I'm doing. I'm going to get my hair braided like this again in June because I love this style. As you can see, knotless braids large. These are like what my stylist considers large. They get reckless at the roots fast. So yeah, y'all should have booked me. I'm getting a 90s style, like one of those styles that are like, it's an updo and it has like the curls and like a bang. So that's what I'm going to do. But it's hard to find somebody because nobody does that kind of style like weekly or monthly. So you just got to look at somebody's page and see if they could do it. So yeah. Fingers crossed it works out. If not, and y'all in Maryland, please tell me somebody you think you could do it as a backup. But yeah, let me start cutting these braids. I'm probably going to take these out really fast. I don't think my hair is that long, but I just like to see how the braid style would look that short. Tiana, you need to get into this Mary Jane Byarm tea. It's more tea. It's more tea. Not my model art. Look, the photo shoot is for my birthday. So that's the only reason why I'm doing it. And I just wanted something different. My apartment is coming together. It's really coming together, actually. I'm starting to figure out what I want to put on my walls. So I don't know if y'all remember at my last apartment, I had an Avatar wall with all my Avatar comics. So I'm going to do that again, but make it look a little different. So that's coming together. Then I'm going to have a vinyl wall with not real vinyls. I'm going to print out covers of vinyls and have them all over my wall. And that's going to be the background to my bookcase, my bookshelf, whatever. But yeah, so it's coming together. Yes, these braids were, thanks. First of all, let me say thank you. Thanks. But these braids were so nice. I'm definitely going to get them again. I think I'm going to get them like once a month because it's just a good size for me. And I love when I get to put the beads at the bottom. So, okay. So my next YouTube video was going to be a video comparing, not necessarily comparing, but just talking about how Shein, Romwe, and Zawful, all of those sites are the same and they're all unethical and unsustainable. So I thought I was going to do that video. If I do this Mary Jane Byarm video, I'm not putting her name in the title. I'm going to be like, YouTubers who scam part 1 and then do a video on her. Or I might even just be like, I don't know, but I definitely want to like present the tea. But I don't want to become a drama channel. I don't want to become a drama channel. Is it Mary Jane? Ooh, child. Okay, homework done. Homework complete. We turn it into a drama live. Maybe I could do the video as a live and then leave it up or something. Hello, parasocial friends. That's funny. Okay. Ow, I just almost cut myself a little. Yeah, I'm like, I mean, I'm happy that people are watching the Zara video, but there'll be some comments that I just be deleting because the girls clearly did not watch at least the first 10 minutes before they comment something all weird. And I'm just like, this is why I don't like y'all watching my stuff past 10K. Okay? Because people start getting real. And I hate when people comment on my videos like, oh, does she know, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I can see the comment. Just say you or I. When you say she, it's like you're commenting for other people to comment on me. I don't know if I described that right, but it's annoying. We're going to Kelly Stamps you. Will you ever come back to Twitter? I just deleted my Twitter for like, it's only been like 3 days now. So I always bring my Twitter back after like at least like 2 weeks. I was actually thinking about reactivating my Twitter today because I was feeling a little like isolated. But I'm like, I don't know what they talk about on Twitter. It might get me all mad and riled up. So I'm like, I might as well not. She making 40K a month. I need to know where she donating. I need to know if she have applications for GoFundMe's on who she gonna support. I know she probably paying her mom rent, her dad rent, all her sibling rent. She paying everybody rent in her close proximity. And then people be like, oh, Zara is not even affordable. Then there's other people like, oh my gosh, Zara is affordable. What else can I wear? So I'm like, okay, what is it? Are we poor? Are we not? Like, do we not know how to use Google? Like, what's the case? It's really like, that's why I'm like, the comments is really not for me after a while. Oh, her dad passed away. That's sad. We really talking about just whatever. I just got on here to have some company while I take these braids out. I feel like this could be, it's too dark, but I'm like, this could kind of be a look with some beads because I just need beads. I'm sorry. I always need beads. Zara being somebody only option makes no sense. 40K a month is not even $1 million a year. It's not. I don't know. I just feel like, again, YouTube is hit or miss because I definitely feel like on YouTube, like if you get a lot of views and a lot of subscribers, then people start preying on your downfall. They just be waiting to make a video about how you not getting the same views or you fell off or whatever. And I'm like, I can't do that. If I had like millions of subscribers and people was just waiting for other people to stop watching me, and it's like people just, again, like people love to see you rise. And then once you get to a certain place, they're like, oh, you're overrated, you're mediocre or whatever. Then they wait for your downfall. And it's literally one of those things where you got to block it all out and just do you. But again, it's to the point where, you know, you don't want to be a YouTuber. Oh my gosh, hair is getting on me. You don't want to be a YouTuber where you made YouTube your only thing you can ever do. And even social media in general. And it just starts to get, it's not paying the bills anymore. And it's like, well, what do you go back to? Said Kelly kind of offended me with her New York opinions because she really just used it as a playground. I mean, that's how a lot of people use a lot of these cities as playgrounds, and they forget actual people live here, and we can't just move around like them. Oh, dang. Okay, sometimes these braids do be a little more tedious than I thought to take out. Random, but is it okay to go thrifting? I mean, you can thrift if you want to thrift. Um, what's it called? I personally, I don't thrift that much. I mean, again, I don't. I think one of the things that people are missing from the Zara video is that you just shop less. It doesn't really matter where you shop from. If you choose to boycott Zara, great. I'm with you. If you don't and you shop from Zara once a year, nobody cares. It's about shopping less. If you go to the thrift store every single week and you're buying something new, that's the problem. It's overconsumption. So I think like people keep asking me like what are good places to shop from? And it literally doesn't really matter where you shop from unless you're shopping there very little. Like even though I boycott Amazon, there are some times where it is better for me to buy something on Amazon, and I do. Do I buy from Amazon more than like 3 times a year? I don't. Um, so I think that's what people are missing. I think some people now are just like so worried, you know. Let's see. Oh, I need to remember to put the comments on the screen, the Summer Jam screen. Black people can gentrify. Black people can definitely gentrify because there's a lot of black people, and similar to this whole fast fashion argument, like there's a lot of black people who don't understand that they can cause harm too. Like, oh, because you're black and you're oppressed doesn't mean that you don't have any privilege. You might have able-bodied privilege. You might have American privilege if you are American citizen. So you can cause some type of harm with those privileges if you don't properly acknowledge them. And I think that's the case. Yeah, I think it's so annoying when gentrifiers, here we go, connecting the dots, gentrifiers get on YouTube and complain when they do nothing about, they don't join local movements to make sure that affordable housing in the Midtown area still exists for people who've been there. Instead, they get pushed out into the Bronx, pushed out into Yonkers, pushed out into wherever, and they don't care about that stuff. So a lot of people get on YouTube and tell on themselves on how ignorant and privileged they sound. And a lot of people in the comments may not have the range to call them out. And then if they do get called out, the person could just delete the comments. So at the end of the day, it's really no point in doing some of that stuff unless you can, you know, slide into somebody's DMs or something. Exactly. People forget it's reduce, reuse, and recycle. Big on the reduce. Oh my God, my nose keeps running. Clear out the plates. Exactly. As long as you're not going to thrift and resell it on Depop for like $20 more. Even though I wasn't those people, and this is like my unpopular opinion. I think in some cases it is okay for someone to thrift shop and then up the price a little bit because they found that item for you. If they live in like, I don't know, Idaho. They go to a thrift store, they find a really cool jersey, a really cool pair of shorts, and they put it on Depop and they raise the price $5 or $10. I don't have a problem with that because you went through the work to find it and you have to make a little bit of profit, from the shipping as well. So I never minded that. Yes, I do understand that people get on Depop and they're selling thrift store items for $50, $60. I get that. I think that's problematic. And they are cleaning out thrift stores for people who need those clothes. But yeah, so I think again, it's discernment. Yeah, so that was just what I was just commenting on. I don't really have a problem with it if someone is doing it with some common sense. But again, people get out of control with these things. Exactly. And like people are really going to thrift stores because they need to, not because they're trying to find something old school, not because they're trying to, look trendy on Instagram. They're just going there for their basic needs. So then when other people are going there, they buying stuff for $3, they go on Depop and they selling it for $20. It's like, okay, we're defeating the purpose here because you're trying to be a little curator, a little vintage curator when that's not what you need to do there. Ooh, we could talk about it. College students be gentrifying. Okay, let me see. Yeah, college students can definitely gentrify. And I think that's a big thing that college fails to teach their students coming into these areas is to how to not cause harm to local communities and even gentrify advocacy. A lot of them, they treat the little activism they do locally in college as just solely a resume builder and not something that they're really trying to understand, you know? Exactly. Their favorite answer is you're jealous. I hate when people think you're a hater when you're calling them out. Okay, what do you call a traveling gentrifier? I think you could call them a traveling gentrifier. Oh, I think they're called transient. Transient. That's the word. I believe you can Google it. Transient people are like people who are transient in cities and communities. I'm technically transient right now, but I'm aware of any harm that I do cause. And that's when something commented on one of my YouTube videos saying it's like inevitable that at some point we're all going to cause some type of harm. And I think that I'm going to start like having that as a disclaimer because I don't want nobody to think that I'm perfect. I don't want people to think I'm trying to create us into perfect human beings, but I'm trying to make sure that we don't lie and that we're honest and that we can be held accountable when we need to. It's like it's ridiculous how some people don't know how to own up to things and get so embarrassed and deflect. And it's like whoa, whoa, whoa. We all cause harm, but I feel like as Americans we're not used to doing what we need to do. That was funny. Okay, so yeah, and it's funny because my sweater is actually drying right now. But and I even in my Zara video, I would have been like, oh, the clothes I got on, maybe some of it is more ethical, maybe some aren't. Well, I would say more sustainable rather than ethical, but and others are not. So it's just like it wasn't like everything I was wearing in the damn video was sustainable. A lot of thrift stores stopped selling children clothes to keep up. Wow, that's not good. That's really not good. And it's like thrift stores should not be following no damn supply and demand. I wouldn't be surprised if thrift stores are trying to hire teenagers to curate how the clothes look in the damn thrift store. Yes, you have to call in. But I'm always gonna be a little skeptical about people who call in because somebody flashed us once, so I'm not trying to have a repeat. Oh my goodness, this is actually a big deal. Not a private police force. Oh, when I tell you college students could be so damn harmful, and it'd be the white ones majority, whatever, majority. Oof. And these, oh my gosh, oof, that could be a whole nother video about these colleges. Because colleges be having big endowments, meaning they be having a lot of money that they get all the time. And they don't use that money to make tuition any cheaper. They don't use that money to pay adjunct professors any better, keep black teachers on tenure. Colleges have a lot of money, and I don't know what they be doing with it. And no, they what they do is buy property, buy land, invest it in stocks, and not in the students. That's why college is so much of a damn scam. Like you really, it's college is not about the education no more. It's not about the education. You do it in order to just to signify you've been through something and then move on. Okay, let's see. Ever since like Harvard, I'm like, how do I pronounce this? Harvard has like, oh my God, I don't even know. I think it's probably like billions in endowments. But why is their tuition like 70K? Yes, Angela, you're not late. We only 22 minutes in. Okay, hold on. You saying you glad you didn't go to Howard and get on the senator track. Honestly, the senator track is a long one anyway. I mean, what Kamala did was very lucky. Hey, Chai. Is it? That's how we say it, Chai. Ooh, I need to
Ye-
plug it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, no, that's my how do I explain it? My name that I just use on the internet, to be honest. I never really give my actual name.
Mhm. Where are you from?
So I'm calling from London, but I'm not British. I've only just been living here like for 4 years. But
Okay.
I grew up in Ireland, in Dublin.
Okay. Good to know.
Mm.
Because I be calling things British and English wrong. Okay, so did you want to comment on our college topic and our thrifting topic?
um I'll actually try comment on two of them really quickly. Um the the college one, obviously, it's very kind of like interesting because obviously I understand that it's being kind of framed around like the US and how you have to pay for tuition and things like that, because again I went to university in the UK, and it is free in the sense that they cover your tuition fee loan,
Mhm.
but you have to obviously pay for it. From my understanding, if you don't clear it after a certain time, you have to, I think it's, if you don't clear after a certain time, it's cleared or whatnot. But I'll be really honest with you. I'm not really as like well versed when it comes to kind of like university, like in the US. I do hear some commentary around it, and the documentaries on Netflix and that. But yeah.
Okay, so that doesn't seem too bad.
Mm.
And okay, so this is, you might not know about this, and I've seen this like briefly on somebody else's YouTube video where they were talking about how like in the UK, is that the proper phrase? Are you in
Yeah,
the
you said UK. Yeah.
UK, something happened where like a bunch of girls were buying these skirts from like a really cheap store you all have, and then was reselling it on Depop for a lot more money. And it was only a UK thing. It didn't happen in here in the States. And I thought that was interesting.
I wonder what the store would be is it like a store that's only like in the UK, or was it like a brand?
It was a store only in the UK. It was a type of skirt that was like, it was a low key. When I was watching the video, it was like a low key skirt, and
Mm.
what's it called? And it just got popular, and it was sold in a way where I want to say Primark because I'm biased because that's the only place I know that's not in the US. But
No,
yeah,
but you guys have it. You guys have it, but I think you guys call it like JCP pennies or something like that. I think that's what you is that what's called? What is it? JC
that's
pennies or something?
equivalent because JC Penney has brands, and I feel like Primark has blank stuff. That's
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a good point. But I wouldn't really be surprised. I feel like that is kind of what people kind of do like nowadays with like reselling things. Because obviously right now it's kind of all about sort of like aesthetic and the way it's worn, if that makes sense. I was even gonna mention really quickly, I saw something, a tweet that was obviously on Twitter, that mentioned that, oh, it leans more sustainable, for example, for like a working class person to buy fast fashion and have that for years versus somebody kind of doing like multiple like hauls. Did you see something around like a tweet around that? I don't know if I can find it.
You said repeat the last part again instead of what?
Instead of, like, for example, someone who's like an influencer who would do like multiple like amount of like hauls like every, I don't know, like every week, for example, if they were like a content creator. I don't know how to explain. I don't know if I'm making sense, but
No, I get it.
yeah.
I think so. What I think it is that, again, I think in the past when people were making sustainable videos and like about sustainable fashion and blah blah, they were kind of telling people like, here are sustainable options to shop at, and it was like a few.
Mm,
It was like a few, like at the top of my head is like Everlane, Reformation, like things with the prices were high, the designs were not it. Like they didn't have a lot of like designs that like I would say like more black people would wear or streetwear. They just had like these kind of just everyday type of stuff,
mm,
So, and then they didn't even have plus size things. So they didn't have sizes for everyone. So a lot of these like sustainable options are out of reach affordability wise, size wise, list goes on. So I think a lot of people were kind of turned off, like, I'm not going to do anything sustainable because I can afford it. When in reality, again, we're telling people to shop less. And then again, if you don't have the budget for it, do not buy it. Like, if you don't have the budget for that $100 allegedly sustainable top, do not buy it.
mm, mm,
But
mm.
that's the thing. We're also not seeing too many hauls where the girls are using clothes that they've had in their closet for a while. They're just
Yeah,
showing us new stuff, which can be cool if we want to know how it fits. But that should be up to the website. The website
true.
should show a item on 3 different models.
Mm, mm, mm.
And they need to do that. Like, why do we need to buy the stuff and then do their work for them? We're not getting paid to be the models. They don't sponsor all of these girls, and pay for the photo shoots and stuff.
That's
Which
true, especially for Zara in particular, because I remember I saw like one tweet, for example, that was, again, obviously Zara is trash like in general, but I remember kind of seeing like a tweet where someone was saying like, oh, Zara needs to be paying these influencers out here or whatever. I'm like, at this like one, it's like you guys sort of do that for free already. So there's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's not as if there's any like incentive from Zara to be like, okay, we're gonna pay people, because people are already like flocking to kind of do it for free. I know someone kind of said like a comment like in the chat that they had a question for the caller, why does like all the UK YouTube girls do so many Zara hauls? I'm just as clueless as you. I feel like it's because there's a certain I feel like there's like a certain like aesthetic and certain kind of like style that is very like popular. Like, you know, like the minimalist, very like I don't know, like monotone, very there's a certain aesthetic. So I feel like that's sort of it. But when you look at most of the people's like hauls, it's kind of like a replication of each other. Like they're buying the same things. So it's kind of like, okay, like, oh, I'm buying this because my friend just wore this. So I'm like, okay.
Yeah, so it's
So
really like it's more like a vlog. It's not
right,
informative.
right.
Yeah, and
But
it's very few people on YouTube that still makes really informative review videos. Like I
mm,
think okay, anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, but Time the Infamous, she makes pretty good reviews that I feel like are informative.
mm, 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 mm.
So you watch her?
I don't in particular. Do you know what it is? I feel like there's a person that who do I watch on these messy YouTube streets anymore? I don't even be on YouTube that much anymore, except maybe when I watch it or whatever. But I think there's someone called Mackay McDermott. I watch her. She's a UK influencer. I do watch her, but I'm a bit of a nerd now. I have this thing obviously where I'm trying not to kind of watch hauls. Most times I'm just watching people just like splurge and just like shocking and jiving for like capitalism, but inside I'm not really going to purchase what they're buying. Do you know what I mean? I'm watching them splurge, but I'm not. There's like a disconnect. I don't know. It's
Mhm.
almost I don't know.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah,
think
but I watch different things. Yeah, so
Oh, hello. Am I here?
yeah, you're here.
Oh, hello. Yes,
hello.
I've been watching you since your identity politics video. Wow, I'm actually up here. um, yeah. So you said the topic was also universities, right?
Yeah, you could do universities, thrift stores. Now people are talking about award shows in the chat. So
I
whichever.
see. Yeah. Well, first off, I just want to say keep up the great work. I think we definitely. I'm 21. I'm from New York City.
Yes.
Pisces. Shout out to all the Pisces. And I just really at this point of my life, I just would love to see more young Black girls create YouTube channels with substance, and I think you're definitely one of those channels. I see too many, and I think we're free to do whatever we want on YouTube, but I think it's so important for us to be politically aware, be involved, educate one another, and and social media is not enough of that. So you're definitely part of the good one. So definitely keep it up. But to the topic of the awards, I haven't seen the awards. I don't watch TV. Um, and for universities, I will say for New York City. I mean, for tuition, we have the CUNY schools, and then we have SUNY, which is the 4 year. Um, I'm currently going to Baruch College, and it's affordable. You apply for financial aid, and the TAP, and you don't have to spend anything out of pocket. And most NYC students go to CUNY schools. These art schools in New York City, such as School of Visual Arts, Pratt, Parson,
Arson.
they're really expensive. And I tried to go to School of Visual Arts, but it's ridiculously expensive, and that's how they gatekeep Black students out, well, students of color out. And I just can't. I couldn't. I even had a scholarship to go there, and I still couldn't afford it. That's how expensive they are. You can get a full scholarship, and you can't afford it.
I really don't like how the arts is not expansive and and
Mm-hmm.
it's a way that, again, people can actually find a career in. And I definitely think a lot of arts programs should be funded by the government. I don't like how mainly a lot of these things are privately funded. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but what I was gonna say was I did watch a YouTube video about how rich people hoard their money into like investment paintings. So that was a really interesting YouTube video.
So, yeah, I mean, I feel that like I feel like China they fund their, we could talk about all the stuff we disagree with China, but I can at least give them credit for funding their art programs. And I wish New York City did the same. I feel like New York City is fake. It's so fake. They come off that, oh, this is the place for artists. And I study animation. I study on my own time. So for me, I had to change my major to get a decent job. And I think it affects everyone who studies art in New York City. We have to change our major. We have to get a job we really don't really care for and just pay the bills and move on. But New York City isn't the place where you can be this superstar artists and go to these art schools, and these art schools are scams. These teachers, they want to force a narrative on you to draw a certain way, and it's not about changing your perspective on something, making you more open-minded to different ideas. Like, they're a bunch of snobs. They're all old white people. None of them are really black or Asian or Hispanic. Like, they're not really culturally educated. But I think for the most part, college students are doing well in New York. They all go to CUNY, but these 4 year schools, because tuition goes up, every year. And I think, speaking to the future generation, I don't think, for me, I don't feel like the next generation is going to take advantage of college. I mean, I don't know. I don't really
Can I
see it
say
happening.
something really quickly?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, kind of looking at it, I guess maybe from a broader scale. When I feel like the issue in itself is sort of looking at education, right? Which obviously kind of runs off of meritocracy and all, but in particular, these kind of like old fashioned, like functionalist ideas that that kind of pushes people into specific careers. Do you get me? So when you actually think about it, we actually don't really have free reign on what we want to do. Hence the reason why there's certain like programs that aren't like, appropriately funded and whatnot, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
And I feel like there's definitely, I guess, maybe a privilege that exists in being able to do what you kind of want to do. And then there's cultural aspects of it, because people kind of tend to go into specific careers because there's quote unquote stability that's there.
Mhm.
um and I don't know, but it's so there's so many, I guess, perhaps nuances to it. But I feel like maybe I don't really think the arts is something that's really sort of like looked at all, to be honest. So
You said a good point. And I think somebody said in the comments, is there an echo behind me or no?
I mean, it's not bad for me. I didn't take any note to it.
Yeah, I feel like these
mm.
wired headphones my mom got me, they were working great, and now they just went crappy.
Like an empty bathroom. That's what it sounds like. You're in an empty room.
Oh, okay. Well, my bedroom is very boring and empty, so that is correct. But somebody in the comments brought up the New York mayoral race, and I think I would really like to hear anyone from New York, like, your thoughts on the New York mayor race, because I'm actually trying to do a street interview project to
Ooh.
know a street interview in New York, like the public, interviews. You ask people in
Yeah.
the street there. Yeah. I want to know what young people know about with this mayor race, because I feel like young people in New York, oh my goodness, thank you. Somebody finally said it. Andrew Yang does suck. I don't understand why he is running, and I just don't get it. But my point is, I want to understand, do young New Yorkers care about the mayor race? Because I do, and I feel like they do leave an impact on what's going on. And I feel like Andrew Yang and Eric Adams, they're the two leading candidates, and I don't see how either one of them are going to be right. And then you have Scott Stringer, whatever, and he got accused of sexually assaulting somebody. And I
Trigger
like
warning.
Maya
Sorry.
Wiley. Oh,
Say
oh,
that
I'm
again.
sorry. What'd you say?
No, I'm sorry to interject. I guess maybe I don't know. I just kind of maybe said the trigger warning just in case there's people who maybe have some sensitivities around that. So we're sort of safeguarding everyone in here. But yeah,
Oh,
but I'm sorry
oh,
to
oh.
interject. No, you're cool.
No,
You're
no,
cool.
you're
You're
good.
cool.
You're good. You're good. You're good. But the only two that I liked were the two black and Latina lady, and but I don't know. I don't really see a woman or a black woman leading. Um, but yeah, I'm curious to hear your guys' opinions about the whole mayor debate. I mean, mayor race for New York City. Because my thing is Eric Adams, he's enforcing stop and frisk, and that we don't need that back in New York City. That
That's
was terrible.
constitutionally, you can't do that. What?
Well, we had it. We had it with Rudy Giuliani and Bloomberg. He
Yeah,
supported it,
with
and
Bloomberg, it was like ruled unconstitutional.
well, no, what I'm saying that he's trying to bring that back, and I don't understand why, as a black man, that idea he thinks is okay. And even the candidates brought it up in a debate. They told him in the debate, Maya Wiley, she's a civil rights lawyer, and she told attorney, and she told him in the debate, like, like, why are you bringing this back? And he tried to correct himself and say, oh, I was never funded by Rudy Giuliani. I'm like, you can look that up, and I'm just confused why anytime there's a person of color in politics, it's like their mind is totally backwards. I don't understand it. And Andrew Yang, I don't understand, but can someone please tell me what this guy is trying to do? He never explains any of his policies. He ran for president for like 5 minutes and was talking about, oh, I'm going to give everyone $1,000 a month who has a salary of under 30,000 or something like that. Like, he doesn't have any sort of explanation of his policies. And I feel like if we have another person that doesn't want to tell us what's going on, why should I vote for you? But the problem is young people don't care about voting, and I understand that. I totally understand it, but I just want to understand people that aren't involved. How do we get them involved? I'm gonna shut up.
I feel like, again, because sometimes I'm always a bit, I guess, maybe cautious in speaking on issues, I guess, and politics in different countries, but all of those sort of things intersect and are related, right? You could be in the UK and still feel impacts of legislation in the US, I guess. But I don't, I, it's sometimes, even when I hear this sort of rhetoric, well, how do we get more engagement with young people to vote and things like that? I think, again, we kind of need to kind of talk about how young people and people in general are just exasperated with the system, right? That tells them engage, politically engage, so you can kind of see the changes in your surroundings, and it's not translating. And I feel like a lot of people are like, again, as people say in the UK, well, over here in terms of politics, they're like politically homeless. Like, they don't even know who to vote for, or they find themselves in a predicament where they're like, um, picking the lesser evil. So it's kind of sad and kind of annoying. Again, I have a bit more stronger views on it because I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah, I'd say I think it's a lot of things, and I think, for example, and it even relates to like the representation of this Eric guy I think you're talking about. That like a lot of people, especially like black young people, we start to get interested in politics, and sometimes we're not as confident in what we know, and a lot of people manipulate us and make us into a more conservative type of person. So it's like if you are like a young black person and you're getting into this political scene, people are going to start spoon feeding you messages, things to say, like that, and you don't even get to really figure out what you want to say and what you think is real, and people start just forcing you to do stuff. So then you become a Kamala Harris. You become somebody who's just a ethnicity and a gender, and you're not an actual person that is standing for what people who look like you would actually need. So I think that's one part. It's like people get manipulated once they get into these spaces. And then the people who don't get manipulated, and then the people who probably aren't interested, is because a lot of this stuff seems so unattainable. And I think, like, again, given my capacity, I try to do some of that and just like try to make all of this seem regular. But even if we go into even where I work, in spaces where I work, like a literal young person, I'm still a young person as time, permits. As I'm getting into these spaces, people like, they try to gaslight me. People try to like make me seem dumb and naive. People like, they don't take what I'm saying serious, or like they want you to do everything. Okay, since you had that idea, you need to be the only one to pull it off. So that's where I'm like, that's where it gets difficult. And I think a lot of people don't actually handhold us in a way where, like, okay, if there are young people, say like 16 to 20, trying to get into what this mayoral race is, are they going to have to just watch a YouTube video? Are they going to have a friend that actually sits down with them and have this conversation? That's likely not going to happen. And that's what we need. We need more one-on-one conversations. And then we could like tune into broader stuff, or we tune into broader stuff that inspire us. And then we have one-on-one conversations. That's kind of like what we need, rather. And it's hard to come by. People aren't getting paid to do that work, which should be happening. People should be paying young people to invest in this work, but instead we're burnt out college students trying to balance both, and that's what happens. And yeah, and I seen some people mention, like, Jackie Aina recently interviewed Joe Biden, and that was really random to me. I didn't click that video yet, but
lol, yeah, I saw
I agree.
I saw
I
that,
agree.
and I don't know, I saw that, and then I kind of saw the critique around that kind of on Twitter. But then it kind of became a situation where people were kind of saying, well, no one had this energy for Cardi when she had the interview with Joe Biden. But then I was like, no, everyone did have some energy. Do you know what I mean? So sometimes, when someone holds a certain like social capital and things like that, it is sort of hard to critique. I guess trolling and critique gets conflated into one. But I do like the point that you kind of mentioned around like engagement, I guess, in politics for younger people. That sometimes when there's not really maybe when there isn't really accessibility within certain like words or the system or whatever, like people maybe are able you're kind of able to sort of people are malleable, especially young people. And perhaps maybe that's where you can kind of indoctrinate kind of people or whatever, or even in their environment, right? If they see that perhaps, and they've been taught, well, you need to work hard, like this whole idea of the American dream. So then they almost become, I don't know, complicit in the crimes of capitalism. I don't know how to explain. And then they find themselves kind of, in a sense, pushing for politics or legislation that, I don't know, upholds this sort of idea that was never took them into consideration. I don't know if I'm making sense, because it's kind of abstract. But
no,
yeah.
I get what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I agree with what both of you guys were saying. I feel like young people, there's not enough young people that are like talking to one another. They just watch TV, or they just see like a funny YouTube video of like politicians going at it, and then they just go with like this biased opinion and be like, oh, well, both sides are good. Like, they don't have someone that's telling them, hey, when I was your age, we didn't have this and that, and we voted for this person and they did this for us. And that's the thing. Young people, because people always say, oh, well, young people were active when the Vietnam War happened, and now, and it's like, well, that was totally different times. We're not in some war zone event as we speak. I mean, we have the Israel-Palestinian thing here in New York City. Like, when you go outside, you're going to see some arguments because it's really rough down here due to the whole Israel-Palestinian thing. Yeah. But we're not in some crazy war zone right now of like, the Cold War, so young people don't visually see it. And we have technology, which is also a distraction, where we don't feel like, oh, well, the world is not in my phone. My phone, I can just be on social media and not really care about what's happening. My opportunities and my privileges are right here in my hand. So why should I care about who's going to be the next president or the mayor?
Yeah. So what I was going to say, I'm just getting my groceries. I had them delivered. So what I was going to say is also touching on like what people are saying about AOC, is that when you do talk about politics and stuff, like, you do have to, it's complicated. Like, I don't want to oversimplify it, but like with AOC, I think what's happening with her is that now a lot of people have to hold their fave accountable. Like, somebody that you started to like, and now you have to hold them accountable, and you have to have the range to do so in a way where you're doing it where you can talk about maybe some good things that she has done. Maybe this whole little sick, twisted politician turned influencer thing is making more young people feel like they can be seen and heard in these places, and they think it's more accessible. But at the same time, she's turning into another politician who wants to maybe evade accountability because they're so popular. And I think young people can talk about that better than older people because of like we are more well versed in talking about social media and attempting to hold people accountable. But then when it comes down to her actual policies and what she's standing for and what she's saying and the history, like when she denounces socialism in Latin America but praises socialism in European countries, that's deeply problematic. And some people don't know how to call that out because people don't know about socialism, and two, people don't know about the differences in countries and why certain things look different.
Right.
Because that's one of the main things that like I was recently offended by when she did. So it's kind of like again, and I always promote creativity because I feel like the way young people have to get into politics now could be totally how they want to make it look. Like if young people want to get into politics and they just want to have their own conversation away from the mainstream conversation, I promote that. But I think the thing is, our creativity is so stunted. Like I think it's worldwide. Our creativity and what we actually think we can do is so stunted that we forget how creative we could be, you know?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I totally agree with that. But I don't know if because someone kind of mentioned within the chat like how I don't know if it was the speakers or the people talking how they got into politics. I think for me, it wasn't really a sense of me. I think I just kind of got interested in certain ideologies or whatever, kind of like Marxist sort of things and things like that, and it kind of just expanded. Um, so I guess I don't know. I don't really lend myself to certain ideologies or whatever, but at the same time, just start old school. Whether it's you just watching people debate and have conversations, or whether it's you just maybe deciding to look into certain areas. Again, I love Angela Davis, again, some of her books, or bell hooks or whatever. You just start with that and then just have conversations in your own circle about it, or even just write it down. Um,
But you
you
have
know.
to also be like confident enough to do so. Cause I feel like a lot of us could be intimidated by our friend groups in a way where like you probably like your friend groups are, they're talking about this, but maybe you want to talk about something else. And then everybody's like, okay, girl, like I didn't really want to talk about this right now. So like you get intimidated by that. And it's not to say those aren't good friends, but it's to say that like sometimes you just like, for example, the friends that I talk about politics the most are my older friends that are like in their like early 30s. They're not my friends that are similar to my age. Unless we come upon that topic, then okay. But if it's something that we actually want to talk about the same way we talk about, I don't know, music or something, that's less likely to happen. And you gotta, again, sometimes it does seem like we're asking a lot from young people, but you really got to divert the conversation, Again, if I post a video on, I don't know, something with politics, that's not going to get as much views as if I talk about some Instagram drama, And I think that relates to our everyday lives on what we choose to talk about.
Yeah, no. So I totally understand where you're coming from. I guess maybe in a sense, when I kind of look at my own sort of friend circle, there's some people who I don't know, I could have conversations for hours kind of talking about like, I don't know, the proletariat, bourgeoisie, all those things, right? And then there's some friends that are just like, oh, please, I really don't want to talk about capitalism. I just want to buy my new shit and keep it pushing, right? But I guess maybe it's just about maybe creating your own idea of, I guess, maybe quote unquote community in terms of who you want to speak to about that. Or you can even create a community within yourself in terms of how you engage with things, whether it's you writing down certain ideas or whatever. Again, when I kind of got into most of these things, it was just by myself. Do you get me? I just read by myself and made some certain notes or whatever. So it doesn't even have to be about the politics, even current day politics or whatever. I could just start with maybe looking at, I don't know, prison industrial complex or something like that, and then just starting from there. Do you know what I mean? Like that's how I started. I wasn't really looking at, I don't know, like Tony Blair or Rock and I don't know. I wasn't starting there, but yeah. So yeah.
I can agree with Jules. I can definitely agree with Julie's. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Oh, okay, Jules. Yeah, I can definitely agree with that because that's what me and my mom. That's how I kind of just know about what's going on. Because me and my mom are talking about politics. She watches MSNBC and she tells me what she learned, and I'll be like reading an article and I'll tell her what I learned, and we watch the local like news station down here in Manhattan, downtown Manhattan is like usually New York One, and we watch it. What's happening, and but I think it starts in the house, just talking with your family or your friends or cousins. It starts there. But I think if you're on Instagram and you're getting your information from like these influencers, it's not gonna come out right.
Yeah, it's definitely about getting that confidence on your own. And I think we all know ourselves best on what route we're going to take. And I definitely think there is a point where a lot of people are just trying to survive. But I also think once I come across people who are just trying to survive that have a radical politic, and I come across people that are just trying to survive that have a conservative politic and it's bootstrappy, and it's like, whoa, you
Right.
but you talking about how poor people are wanting handouts and blah blah blah, and it's just like, well, wait, like,
I hate that term. I hate hearing that because it only appeals to black people. Because if it's white people, like they never talk about the poor white Southerns during slavery. They were given handouts by the government, and that's how when people try to be like, oh well, poor whites are treated the same as black people. I'm like, if you literally read history, poor white people were given handouts by the government because they knew that the poor whites needed to be at the same level as the wealthy whites, because that's when tobacco plantations were like, gaining more money. And that's how Southern people, they got a political voice, because they were like, oh well, if we count slaves as part of the population, then we can get more Senate seats. So they had a full foot in the door. But when it comes to handouts, then they always want to talk about black people. It's like, no, that's not how it works. It's always connected to race. It always bothers me. It's like, no, black people don't get handouts. Like, we work very hard across the world.
I guess, yeah, it's that maybe like anti-poor kind of rhetoric. I think there was even a point that I kind of saw, because I'm kind of on my laptop as I'm speaking to you guys, and Farada, I love your name. And where she said, I'm again, I'm assuming if that's what you identify as. I think the choice to be politically, active or involved is a privilege at the same time, because most black people are living the theory. We ask them to read about it, and they're getting hurt by the system. And I totally understand where you're coming from, and I guess maybe that is even a critique that's kind of given to people who kind of, I guess, sometimes sort of theorize things all the time. However, I think two things can be occurring at the same time, right? If there's someone who's who's black, and they're part of the working class, right? That's their socioeconomic background, right? And they're navigating within a system that's basically telling them that whatever the reason why you're in the predicament or the situation that you're in is because you did not work hard enough. You did not do this. Do you get me? That is kind of put
Exactly.
upon their shoulders, right? If you're now able to, for example, engage with that person and tell them that no, it has nothing to do with, do you get me? You not working hard enough. It has to do with social mobility. It has to do with all these kind of it has so much to, it doesn't have anything to do with you, and you're able to sort of give that person that information. Again, in no way am I guess, insinuating that that will be their kind of their solace or whatnot, but it can definitely be very um I don't know. It can be very helpful to some people in terms of how they maybe navigate within their own environment. I don't know if you get what I mean, but I don't know. I don't know what anyone thinks about that, but I do get where you're coming from, Farida. But yeah. So yeah.
yeah, yeah, because I see people in the chat talking about Vivian saying that they don't believe in white supremacy, and I think, like,
Yikes.
Yeah, I was reading it too. I was like, what's going on in the comments? Like a whole
What
war
was that a
zone in the comments.
question? Oh no, I thought it was.
I think, and that's the thing. And this is something that I feel like, again, a lot of us have to figure out what to engage. Because to me, if someone says like, oh, I don't believe in white supremacy, then me as a human, if that's not my friend, I'm not going to engage in that comment, because I don't feel like it's really worth. I feel like you just end up like talking to a wall.
Yeah.
If someone says, If someone says, I don't believe in white supremacy, period, then that's not workable. If someone says, oh, what is white supremacy like? What does that mean? I haven't heard of it. Then that's workable. So it's kind of, that's how sometimes I see certain things. I'm like, what can I work with and what do I have to just leave alone?
Yeah, I think that was just something to leave alone. I mean, shoot, I've heard worse. I think we've all heard people say they don't believe in this or that, and it's like you just
Patriarchy
gotta
doesn't exist.
let people
That's the new
live and
one.
move on. But somebody said in the comments, Jules, speaking of this, we need to talk about specialized schools in New York and how segregated the school system is. I can just quickly say, based on my experience, I was always in white schools due to the resources always being in the mainly white Jewish, districts. I first went to PS 11. Anyone from New York, they might heard of PS 11. And it was a hot mess. The white teachers were racist. They didn't have any sort of books in there. It was just disgusting. And my mom didn't like how the cafeteria staff, they would try to bully the black kids. My mom was like, "We got to get you out of here." And since then, since third grade, no, since first grade, I was in white schools. I was in white art programs. And I think the trade-off with being in those white schools, you're going to receive the racism and harsh sexism, so it's like you're going to deal with both. And it's like something you have to just learn to get that brainwashing mindset off, because I feel like people say, oh, well, black schools, oh, well, we don't deal with, and I'm like, well, black schools, you're probably going to deal with something too. I can't speak on black schools experiences. Maybe you guys can, but I feel like in black schools, you're still going to deal with colorism and prejudice from other young black and brown classmates, or teachers. But I think for me, I've already had the experience of white teachers telling me, oh, you need to read and write, or your hair, or like what you're wearing, or like they just comment on anything ridiculous. Yeah, these schools are segregated. And until black people build a school, I mean, I'm not expecting white people to be like, hey, let's bring the black and white people together. Like, I'm not expecting that to happen. White people, they're not, I don't see that happening. I feel like black people, we should build our own schools. Because we have a school here in Harlem. It's the 7% Nation. I forgot. It's an Islamic school, but it's like for younger kids. But it's not really like completed, so it's like that doesn't really count. But yeah, we need more black schools.
Yeah, I was going to touch on as well on people saying that a lot of these conversations and the jargon is unattainable. And I will say it definitely depends on what resources you read. Because sometimes in college, I feel, okay, it's always a buildup. So that's why I honestly don't really know how to answer this question, because in college, depending on the classes you have, it could be a buildup. Like if you start at like intro to race, if that's what they want to call it, then it could actually be a good intro class. I can't tell what the professor's like, what the syllabus is, but it's a buildup. So by the time you get to your senior year and you're in race, 301, then it's a buildup and you understand. And I think, I don't know at this point, I'm like, I guess I'm too far in to figure out what are the elementary like stepping stones for people, because I get it. Saying white supremacy, saying capitalism, saying systemic violence, certain things could be like, okay, people have no idea what's going on. Like, and this is an example. I don't know if I said this on live already, but I was watching, or if I said this to my friend, I was watching like a video Julesy posted. And I think the video Julesy posted was on high value men or something like that. And to be honest, the first 10 minutes of the video, over my head. Like the things she was saying was just so like, I'm not getting it. And again, Julesy's like 35 or something. She wants to get her PhD, smart. Okay. I had no idea what she was saying. It just like everything was like unattainable. So I was just like, this is an example of me seeing somebody talk really confidently and passionately, and I have no idea what they're saying. I think it sounds good. So yeah. And I think
was even going
that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and I totally understand where you're coming from, and I did agree with the previous kind of like points that it is, I guess, a privilege in itself to be able to kind of maybe engage with certain kind of like jargon and terminology, and then be able to sort of unpack that. But sometimes the biggest misconception is that people are being, I guess, introduced to kind of radical kind of texts or ideas inside these educational systems. Like when I think of most of the things that I learned about, right, I wasn't learning that in my classes. You get me? I was kind of searching for that knowledge outside of the classrooms. And sometimes we just assume, okay, that to learn about politics and all these things, like most of these people that we recognize as not being privileged in itself are already kind of within environments already where they're already kind of doing their own kind of communitarianism, right? But they don't even know that they're actually actively doing that. Do you know what I mean? Like, so they're not talking of those definitions, but living those definitions. I can't explain it, but I understand where people are coming from when they say, I think it's all about accessibility and kind of how it's explained, to be honest. And it's not a situation where you need to know about like all these kind of like academic phrases or whatever. It's not really about that, to be honest, in my opinion.
But that's
People
the
are,
thing. I feel like I think it's both, because I think, again, because words mean things, sometimes you do need a complex word. Not saying the word has to be complex, but sometimes you need a word that you don't automatically know what that means, because that can hold a meaning that helps you explain something bigger. And I think, again, there really is no infrastructure outside of college that is teaching people this. People can't go to a
right.
grade school and learn about white supremacy. People can't go to an after school program and learn about white supremacy. Of course, these options should be there, but people can't do that. And again, in some states and cities, there are like community colleges and other, 4-year institutions that are more attainable for people to go to. But like in other places, they don't have that option. So yeah.
Yeah. No, that is definitely a good point, that there aren't really kind of structures that are kind of out there that people are able to kind of access that information. But
Yeah.
I would go as far as even saying that the like, do these structures really want us to be knowledgeable about all these sort of things, right? So even again, yes, I guess when I'm even speaking, I guess in a sense is maybe recognizing one's privilege in the sense that at the same time, it's like, yes, obviously I went to university and things like that. But at the same time, like the texts that I was learning in university weren't those things. I was kind of, you know, I don't know how to explain it. I was kind of reading those texts outside of learning, outside of those education establishments, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
So I totally understand where people are coming from. You're yeah. So
Somebody brought up the grape. You typed in grapevine.
Yeah.
I used to watch them, and I guess for me, I couldn't do the whole talking over one another thing they kept doing. I'm like, okay, I can't understand what everyone's point
It
is.
gives
And there
me
was some
anxiety
videos
to
where
watch.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
I said it gives me anxiety to watch.
Yeah, like I'm just like, geez, like I can't, like, like a little talking over each other is okay, but if it's constant, it's like, bro, like calm down. Like, and some of the topics they have, I feel like they're not diverse enough. Like when they had the pro-life, pro-choice thing, and they had more I think it was more pro-life people up there. I think, and it just wasn't evened out. I feel like you should have equal amounts of speakers and not just like one narrative dominating the other side. But I think there needs to be more like platforms. Grapevine videos don't even be saying anything. Yeah, and that's my thing. I want. At this point, I feel like Black people. I feel like, well, for the younger Black youth, they will be educated on racism, sexism, colorism, stuff like that. But I feel like once you're in your early 20s or late 20s, I want to get to new topics. I want to get to climate change and local public. I want to get into real detailed, productive stuff. I feel like when certain channels talk about the same thing, I'm like, okay, well, what am I doing with this information and how is it going to change my day? you know? um, but I think, it's very surface level. And I feel like it's fine for people that are new to it. That's okay. If you're new to this
that's what I
stuff and
was
you're
gonna
learning it,
say.
If you're new to it,
Literally.
then that appeals to them. But I feel like there's too many channels that talk about the same thing, and it's like, okay, well, where are the different people? And that's why I like Tiana's channel, because I was like, okay, a black girl that's talking about something different and not the same thing. Grapevine videos be for the barbershop. Yeah, exactly. Like,
Lol, not the barber shop. Oh my goodness. Wait,
I'm
you
just
guys are
saying.
putting stuff here. Wait.
No, because one, I think for me, I'm a very impressionable person, and I think daily I try to combat that. Like, I'm the type of person, like, I'll see something and I like might immediately agree with it, immediately disagree with it, immediately soak up what somebody's saying just because it sounds kind of right, or it sounds like it's on my side of the political sphere. So I'm
True.
always trying to question things, because again, we're all
Same.
gonna do that. I think and that's why I delete Twitter every now and then, because I'll see people who seem like they have the same politics as me, and they might say something, but it might be wrong. They might say something about climate change that sounds good, but it could be wrong, like factually wrong, and I'm there retweeting it just because it sounds good.
That's why you just be favoriting stuff. Just favorite stuff and keep it pushing, or liking it. And just
But that reminds me of the Grapevine, because I can imagine how so many people watch that channel without like the proper disclaimer, because I think a lot of those people on the panel are older, so they don't need that disclaimer. But I think, again, when you have something that is so many people trying to talk over each other, you're never really going to get deeper, because someone's probably going to say something so left field. Like, and that's why, like, look, I am not of the person where I think both sides should be presented all the time. Sometimes. But if you're talking about something that's really inflammatory, I don't think both sides have to be there. Let's take the route of what's good for humanity rather than, because if we're talking about capitalism, I don't need somebody there that's pro-capitalism.
Because we already know what it's about, right?
And I agree.
That's what the Grapevine would do. They would have pro-capitalism people there. Then you have maybe some socialism people there, maybe democratic capitalists. And it's just like, look, no, let's have the facts here, and let's debate that with people who know what they're talking about and are going to approach it from the something that is better for society and humans rather than something selfish,
And then you'll get those like ethical capital M people saying it can be done the right way, and it's like, oh god. But I definitely do get what you're saying. But I think, because there's so many things I'm thinking about, because one, naturally, even in conversations, right, there's going to be so much like discourse, right, and like conversations aren't linear. Like, there's always going to be people shouting, things like that. But when you look at sort of like all these YouTube channels, like, it's the dissent, it's just the discourse, the back and forth, the sensationalism of the conversation rather than a topic. And I'd implore people that even when they're engaging with these maybe certain ideas, that the learning doesn't stop there. Do you get me? That's why when I hear something like, I'm writing, I'll scribble down something, or I'll type it on my phone. I said, I'm gonna try and look at that a bit earlier. Do you know what I mean? So of course there's gonna be people who are gonna, yes, I guess, hear what someone's gonna say and be maybe a bit impressionable and then regurgitate that thing. But always question everything, even if something sounds so amazing to the ear or it aligns with your politic. Just go even further with your learning to kind of see what you feel about it versus what you think that person feels about it.
Yeah, I agree. I think Q Gray, I 100% agree with you on the YouTuber you brought up. I used to watch him in high school, and I really couldn't continue watching him because I'm like, there's just some people in life that they should just stick to entertainment. If they talk about politics, it just doesn't break the fourth wall for their Choice TV.
Okay.
Yeah, like, I think his supporters are Black women, and I think if you say certain things about the people that's watching you, you need to be mindful of what's coming out of your mouth. You just need to be conscious of that. And I feel like I can't remember, because he's not really that relevant for me to drag on. But my point is, he has said some things where I'm like, I think you need to be educated on this a little bit more. And his friend, the other Black girl that's there, she's a little bit more, conscious of certain things, but I don't think she's helpful, because I've heard her say stuff and I'm like, okay, well, I guess that's why you guys are friends. Doesn't really the brain cells don't really bling out that much. But yeah, I think some YouTubers you just can't really watch. But Jules just came in. I'm gonna let you go.
Yo, what's up? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Hey.
Hello,
Hey, what's up?
Jules.
All right, so I just wanted to like, cause y'all were talking about the grapevine, so I just wanted to like add my little 2 cents to it. Um, I feel like in the past, like the reason that I stopped watching them was kind of after the Bill Cosby thing came out, and after they kicked Carl and Seren off the panel.
Oh yeah.
And I just feel like a lot of the times when I be watching their videos and shit like that, like I just feel like it's very anti-black American, anti-queer. Like it's just all of these different like isms. And I a lot of the time don't even feel comfortable watching it because even if I'm not like a part of some of the groups that they'll talk about, it just makes me feel uncomfortable. And especially, because the host of the show is I think she's Nigerian or she's, African. Um, a lot of the
Nigerian,
time,
Nigerian, Nigerian, Nigerian.
yeah, she's Nigerian.
Yeah, sorry,
Um,
because someone Naija here. So yeah, okay. Go.
yeah, and I just feel like she doesn't even really moderate the conversations to where she should if she's going to be having this type of platform and having these types of discussions, especially if they're going to be preaching this, I'm pro-black and da 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 da. But you're letting these people say all types of stuff about Black Americans. When y'all having the Bill Cosby discussion, y'all letting them say all types of stuff that could be triggering. You don't know who's watching this video.
Can I say something really quickly? To your point, Jules.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, because I'm gonna be very, very careful, I guess maybe as to how kind of I navigate this sort of like conversation, right? But just out of because the only reason why I'm kind of picking up on some of the things you're saying is because unfortunately, like I do frequent Clubhouse, and some of the points I always hear the specific point that was brought up. Okay, that the she's Nigerian, so I kind of want to know like what is the point in bringing up her being Nigerian in what you're saying in particular. Again, I'm just trying to kind of get a broader understanding because your talking point and what you're saying is kind of reminiscent of um some politic that I hear on Clubhouse quite a lot. So if you could just unpack that for me, if that's okay.
Yeah, I got you. The reason I brought up the fact that she was Nigerian, is not to be, xenophobic or anything. It's just to, for me to, kind of identify the fact that she is not Black American. So I wouldn't really expect her, to be, I guess, you know, uh, like very invested into that politic or, anything like that. So, and I just feel like, a lot of the times, like, they'll discuss like Black American topics or Black American music, and her being the host of the show, I would just expect her to be a little bit more knowledgeable, a little bit more ready to correct someone if they say something that's out of line, which she hasn't, to me.
Yeah,
And I
no,
would also add on to that because I think you also have to handle these things with care. And I think you cannot stand in solidarity with a group and let like things run rampant about them that are either misinformation, negative, or harmful. Because I think too on the show, I don't think there is time for fact checking. So I think some people just get away with saying their opinion that is harmful and wrong. And then I also think like going back to this African American conversation, like African immigrant conversation, wherever you are, and Black American conversation. Again, this has yet to be handled publicly well, but it is very true. Like African immigrants, especially in the United States, do not handle conversations with Black Americans well. And a lot of times, African immigrants and Caribbean immigrants, it's a lot of Black immigrant people come to the United States and like literally shit on Americans, like Black Americans, saying that we're ghetto, we don't know what to do. And these are like, and then again, then there are African immigrants who face bullying from Black Americans and just Americans in general who didn't understand their culture. So there's harm on both sides, but I definitely think because there's harm on both sides, sometimes neither side takes serious what the other side is saying to rectify that harm and accountability. So when when people like point out that somebody is not a Black American and they were not well versed or handling a conversation with care about Black Americans, it's like it's usually because of the heritage as well.
Yeah, and yeah,
I agree,
Yeah.
because I think, like, especially in New York City, we're the land of immigration, so everyone is here, and I think, like what you said, I think all immigrants, they literally crap on Black Americans, but don't realize, not trying to rub into anyone's faces, but Black Americans built this country, and it's not to diss Black Africans who were in their countries and had to build. And I think Africans, they deal with racism no different than us, but it's very hypocritical to come to America and then tell another group of Black people what we should be doing and judge us. And I think it's very ignorant for Black Americans when the Ebola effect was taking place, and they were making a bunch of jokes talking about Africans and they have Ebola, and I'm like, okay, if the tables were turned around, you would have been triggered. Like, so I think both sides, it's like you can't do that, and it's crazy, right? Right, Q, great. It's anti-Black on both. It's a white supremacist brainwashing. That's all it is. And we keep doing this whole, oh, this person, that person. It's like, just stop, because I've heard there. Do you know there's Black people that don't even want to identify as Black? They're like, oh, I'm Native American. Oh, I'm Hispanic. It's like, just stop. You all sound crazy. We're all from Africa. Leave it alone. You
yeah,
still
I
can't get a
am.
taxi if you try to identify as something else. You still can't get a taxi or Uber, um, because they see you as Black. And if society sees you as Black, then that's what it is. But go ahead, Chi.
Yeah, because again, obviously, as I stated in the beginning of the conversation, well, not in the beginning, but again, I'm not in the U.S. and again, I'm Nigerian. Though again, I can also have my critiques and criticisms for Nigerian. It's not like, of course, I stand in me being Nigerian, but if it's time for me to critique systems, Nigerians, and certain things, of course, I can do that. But I think many a times where the because again, I think one thing, the reason why I kind of pinpointed on what Jules you were kind of talking about in particular is because if anyone's sort of on Clubhouse in particular and kind of listens to the kind of the things that are sort of said and how certain talking points can actually be kind of used to kind of target people, that's when it becomes a bit of an issue, definitely on both sides. And I will say for me, I think when an individual is then
You're
related
breaking.
in for, oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. One thing that I see is that there's actions of an individual basically is then connected to the collective, right? Because me myself, like, I recognize that some of the speaking points that, for example, maybe for example, some Nigerians, again, I'm only mentioning Nigerians because I'm Nigerian, have, I would say, okay, it's wrong in nature. For example, this kind of idea that, again, some people say, again, some Nigerians can be kind of elitist in nature and things like that. Though I would argue that's something that is not really individualized to a one set of group of people. It's kind of everybody, even me myself. I even get it. But I feel like if someone is perpetrating certain violence or harm onto another Black person, that one individual should be held accountable. Versus, you know, then we're kind of then critiquing the whole collective, because I understand that though that person's identity is attached to the wider collective, they don't speak for that collective, if I'm making sense. But it
Yeah,
is a very like sensitive conversation that I think maybe I'll just, okay, you're Nigerian, that's why you felt some way about him. Listen, I really didn't feel any type of way. I really didn't. I only just brought it up because the talking point in which you were saying, I've heard it's been said before,
yeah. I
but I
mean,
just
I
wanted you
wasn't
to
like,
simply unpack. No, 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 you're cool. I just wanted you to kind of unpack it because, just to see where you were going. But that's all.
I
But I
mean, I
think I'll
will
stop talking
say,
about that.
like, with that being said, like, I I just want everything to be fair with everyone. Like, I want it to be fair across the board, and I think that specifically because, like, in 2021 we do see so many like, I guess, like, African people running so many major entertainment platforms, that that is where I'm gonna be focusing my attention on, because I feel like, Black Americans really just like, even the Shade Room, that is not run by a Black American. The woman who runs, the Love and Hip Hop franchise, that's not a Black American. Ashley is not a Black American. And I just really want this to be fair. Like, even, for example, when Beyonce's Black is King came out, I'm a Black American, and many of the people that I know who are Black Americans were very quick to tell her, like, if people are feeling some type of way about this, then you need to just let them feel some type of way about this. And because it's not really our place to be saying anything about that. And that's really the best example that I can give, as far as, like, I just want everything to be fair across the board. With the Bruno Mars discussion that they had, you had a lot of the non-Black Americans on that panel who were giving opinions about Black American music and things of that nature when they obviously weren't really that knowledgeable about it. And for me, if I'm seeing that a person like Beyonce is, making Black is King, and she's using different African motifs in, the film and everything like that, I'm not going to be speaking on that because I don't know about it. So I just want everything to be fair.
Agreed. Respect on both sides, basically.
Yeah, and I think, again, when we talk about systems, I think that's why we can't individualize things, really, unless it's interpersonal harm. That's the only time you could really individualize it. Because, again, there's something that I'm going to do, like, whether it's as a Black woman, whether it's as a Black woman who is, of Black American descent and of Caribbean descent, there's things that I'm going to do that are going to perpetuate something that comes from, like, my collective community. And that's because we're raised in similar ways. Like, the same way that if we post a meme and we be like, oh, all Black people could relate to this, and maybe 90% of Black people relate to it, is the exact same way when we're talking about harm that Black people do within various Black communities, is the same way you can't individualize it, because we've all fell into those tropes. And I also think, like, again, just as Black people, we're also just trying to be more aware that Africa is a continent and that there are different countries. So I definitely think, at least I would think it's more respectful to call out somebody's country rather than just saying that they're African nowadays. But I think that's what we're saying. I think so many people, whatever country you're from, you can relate to the stigmas. And I think we talked about this before on how, like, in every college, like, well, I think I spit. And, like, every college, freshman year, it's the Black Student Union and there's the African Student Union, and there's going to be a conversation about how in high school the girls were beefing because of X, Y, and Z. Like, it happens every year, and we have yet to, like, rectify any of that. Like, we still talking about it.
I think, I agree. I think Jenny Bean said a good point. She said, like, why is being called African offensive to Black Americans? LOL, similar to when you mistake a Dominican for a Puerto Rican or Mexican in New York City. I think once again, it's all around a white supremacist mindset, because I can speak on the Hispanic thing because I am, my ethnicity is Colombian. I think what's considered closest to white is Spanish. And what's considered the dirty, dark, the bad Hispanics is the Mexicans. Hopefully I'm saying Hispanic, Latinx, hopefully I'm saying all this correctly. But basically, Mexicans are considered the bottom of the totem pole. So when you get Dominicans confused with Mexicans, they take it as an insult because they're thinking you're associating them with something bad. And it's ignorant at the end of the day. It really is just ignorant. It's internalized anti-Blackness. That's what it is. When people find out I'm Colombian, it's like, ooh, so, because they think about, they think about something that's affiliated with whiteness, and if it's affiliated with whiteness, then it means something good, but I think I've never had anyone, like, if someone said, oh, you African, I don't know if I would take offense to that. I don't know if I would. I feel like for me, I see
offensive now because of what you know, but maybe as a, like, ignorant kid, the anti-Blackness will come out.
Like, okay, right. Like, if a white person was like, oh, this African, I would have been like, because if you're saying with if you're saying like this, this and an insert noun, I would be offensive because I'm like, I'm not a thing, I'm a person. So if you say this, whatever, I will be offended. But if another Black person is saying we as people from the African diaspora, I mean, I wouldn't feel a way, because for me, I'm associating African with Blackness. But I think if you are from the continent of Africa and you're from a country in that place, I think it will be proper to label that person with the country they're from and not just say, oh, they're African. But for Americans, I don't think I would really. For me, I wouldn't really feel a way. I would have been like, oh well, I'm from New York City, but I wouldn't take it deep.
Yeah, no, I definitely would. I guess I'd understand where people are coming from, because again, I guess as I said, I always kind of say as a disclaimer, because again, I'm based in the UK and I grew up in Ireland, so again, I don't live in the US, so I guess I'm not going to understand like the intricacies and the nuance like around those sort of things, because even me, when I kind of went to Clubhouse, and that's kind of maybe the first time I've kind of spoke to some African Americans, and in particular, like even the term like foreign blacks, I was like, oh wow, like I've never kind of heard that before. Obviously, I know that's something that's I've seen in the chat and people actively use, but again, there's some terms that people would align with, don't mind, and then there's some that are like, oh, that's a bit weird, But I guess maybe it's important, maybe it's in being in certain set countries or whatever, you'll be able to kind of understand. But I think there's some conversations, I guess maybe I don't really have a place in saying certain things, because again, I haven't been to the US before, so.
I need to find this presentation I watched, because I had to stop watching Seren just a little bit because I feel like her thoughts were becoming too much of my thoughts. So I was like, I need to be an independent thinker, because there was this presentation on like why not to say ADOS, which is like African American descendant of slaves or something. And you're supposed to say something that is like
ADOS.
ADOS, yeah. You're not supposed to say that.
Yeah.
You're supposed to say something else, like descendant of early chattel slavery.
Yeah, I think Seren's is like descendant of American chattel slavery.
Yeah. So I had to like stop watching her a little bit, because again, I don't know how to hold her accountable for like using those terms wrong and saying certain things. But I do like, a lot of the other things that she says. But I need to find that presentation and the proper wording, because I think saying Black Americans is correct, but then there's another term that I can't remember.
Yeah, ADOS, I think ADOS is still fine, but for me personally, I just don't take the whole thing deep, because for me, I'm like, I'm black. I'm black, I'm black, I'm black. Just don't call me the N-word, I'm black.
The ADOS movement, like the movement is deeply problematic.
Yeah, that's why like now I just say that I'm Black American, and then if someone asks for clarification, I'll give it, because with the ADOS movement, like there is so much xenophobia that's flying around. It just makes me uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. Like I understand kind of like what y'all are trying to do, but it's just like, this is not helping.
Kind of what y'all trying to do.
Yeah, I've always I know I keep on mentioning this a lot, but on Clubhouse, it's like, it's really bad. Like it's very, very bad over there. So I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, I never got into Clubhouse just because I feel like right now this is actually a mini Clubhouse. But at the same time, again, I think Clubhouse kind of attracted people who are a little more conservative, whether they call themselves that or not. And they do talk about things in ways that are, not handled with care and that are exclusionary. And then I think some people are kind of liking Twitter Spaces. I have yet to try it, but I think people are like a little.
I only just kind of use it to kind of talk to like my friends, kind of like my own friend circle, but just to kind of Canroy I think a lot of immigrant folks are rich and they are the elites of their countries. I think that can be right, but also at the same time, again, I've heard of also people who kind of sell everything they own, or they put to literally have that one ticket to send their child over to the States too. Again, it'd be interesting perhaps maybe to see maybe papers or statistics around that sort of thing, but yeah,
I think there are statistics, not on what you just said, but there are statistics on like Caribbean immigrants and African immigrants have like when you see the Black population in like really high level schools like Ivy League schools or really expensive private schools, the Black population is not Black American populations. They're usually like people who are first generation, second generation immigrant from other places, and then that's usually something big to talk about, because a lot of people don't realize that, you know, Black Americans don't really have the same opportunities. And I don't want to say build wealth, because at this point it's not about wealth, but same opportunities to just get a footing, you know, in America, because there isn't that attention to detail. It's kind of like this kind of free for all where we aren't paying attention to specific people who need reparations or whatever the word I'm looking for. Just attention.
Yeah. No, I definitely heard when I was speaking to some people about that, and they kind of talked about affirmative action and kind of within schools, and there were some kind of points that were kind of brought up and mentioned about that. But yeah, I think I'll stop there.
Yeah. Oh. H is over. I don't know why it took so long to add you.
No worries.
Hello.
Hey everyone. I really like the conversation you're having, especially about like well, I'll just talk about Nigerians because I'm Nigerian, but like some of the experiences Nigerians have in America in comparison to England. Because it's just like, it's not the same. It's definitely like not the same, like especially in terms of when you talked about who gets to go to like private schools and like all of that. I feel like because in England, like, or I could say the UK, majority of us come from like African or Caribbean households, like yeah, you can see the systematic racism basically play out there, where we are less likely to get into these like private or even public schools in comparison to maybe, yeah, white people, you know, and certain people, non-Black people of color. I guess in terms of diaspora wars, I've seen diaspora wars between Africans and Caribbeans in the UK, but not that much. I think I was quite shocked to see in America, because I was a bit like, wow, I didn't even know that was like really a thing. That's probably down to my naivety, because it's like, I don't obviously know a lot that's going on in America, you know, because obviously I live here. But like, yeah, and I think in terms of your point, Jules, I do agree that the grapevine definitely does need to be a lot better and handle stuff with care. And there's definitely some people that don't need to be on their discussions, because like they just don't add anything. They just basically reinforce, well, bigotry, you know?
Yeah.
And I definitely do understand the point about like when they talk about things specifically to do with Black Americans. I don't know. I definitely do agree. Like, I'm the type of person who believes in kind of like accurate casting in a way. So if you are going to do something that's related to a Black American culture, then just go and get a Black American to do it. You know what I mean? Rather maybe than just getting any Black person, because I would like the same when it comes to my ethnic groups. So it would be hypocritic, you know? And I guess it's kind of a shame as well that like places like the Shade Room, as well as like Love and Hip Hop, are not really created by Black Americans, because it's a bit like, yeah, they don't really give like fair or accurate representation, and that can definitely fuel diaspora wars.
And it's not only that, you know, if it was that it was, you know, owned just by Nigerians, continental Africans, that would be fine. But my problem is the way that they paint Black Americans is just very weird. Like, it's very weird. Like, for example, like I don't even remember what her name is, who runs Love and Hip Hop, but
Mona Scott.
Yeah, Mona Scott. She is constantly having like these Black people on her shows like play these roles, and
yeah,
it's just very like, that's very weird. And then on the Shade Room, you have like this constant like vitriol in the comments towards Black Americans, towards Black queer people, which is once again like, I'm not feeling very pro-Black from some of these Black entertainment you know, publications. Like World Star is also not owned by a Black American. I don't feel like that's pro-Black. I don't feel like that's pro-Black American.
yeah.
Yeah, but my question is, what is what is the benefit of being pro-Black American if we already have white supremacy? I think that's something you got to think about too, because we have Black Americans that are part of projects in our country that are not benefiting Black Americans' images. So then what's the point of that? You know what I'm saying? Because it's like you already have Black Americans that aren't making the best image for their own people. So what's the difference between a Black American doing it and a Black person from a different country doing it? You know what I'm saying? I understand what you're saying. I feel like
Yeah.
once again, it's a white supremacist mindset for us to hate each other and to, to push each other down. So I feel like there's nothing wrong with us having pride in our own countries, whether you're from Nigeria, Tanzania, you're from New York City, California, Ireland. I feel like having pride in these cultures do matter, because I love studying about Black people from different cultures. I feel like we only get the perspective of Black people in a country in Africa, or Black people in like some deep south of America. That's the only two, or someone from the Caribbean with like a stereotypical accent, but we're like from all over the world. So I think pride in our cultures is great, but I feel like, we push each other down regardless. So the whole pro-Black American thing, I don't think is really beneficial.
I
I
mean,
feel like, oh no, you can go ahead.
I'll just say one thing. My point, I don't want like to be pro Black American over other groups. I'm just saying that in the grand scheme of things, I'm seeing more like I'm seeing more of Black Americans being put down than I'm seeing of any other group. When I don't understand why we're not being pro Black American, pro Nigerian, pro Ethiopian, pro Trinidadian, Haitian, like all of these
Wouldn't
things.
that be just pro-Black? I'm I'm
Yeah.
I'm getting your point, but
Yeah.
that's what I'm trying. And I get the topic is ethnicities, but I think that's just what I'm trying to say, is that it's about being pro-Black across the board, which is what you're
Exactly.
saying. So
Exactly.
I get
Yes. I
what you
agree
mean.
with you.
I totally understand. I just think I never get like I was watching I watched this guy, he's called Just My Opinions, Black guy. He reviews like TV shows and movies. I love his channel. Shout out to him. And they had a discussion of something like this where they were talking about actors being hired to be in American films, but they're from, countries in Africa, and they're playing African Americans. Like the Aretha Franklin movie is played, the main character is being played by Cynthia Erivo. She's a great singer. I love her. She was in The Color Purple here in New York City on Broadway. And I think with that too, she's playing a Southern Black woman, in America, but she's not from America. But I feel like the purpose of this anger, I don't think it should be towards Black people from foreign countries. I feel like the direction of anger needs to be at us. We need to be building opportunities for each other. White people, if they're going to hire Nigerians, Tanzanians, any Black person from whatever country, if they want them to be in any sort of role to be someone else, I can't control that. I can just not support it. But what I will do is hire Black Americans to play African Americans, Nigerians to play Nigerians. I think it's us that have to do it. But I love Cynthia Erivo. I see you guys talking about Aretha Franklin in the comments, but she's a great singer. I just want to say that she's a great singer, and I think I would have loved to see her in The Color Purple. She's very talented, but I can understand the frustration. I can understand that.
What I'm gonna say is, I think we could be specific without. For example, I really like the term recently where people stopped saying, or people were promoting to stop saying Black community and say Black communities, and like
Yeah.
say a bunch of different Black communities instead of saying as the Black community, blah, 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 we need to do X. Because one of the things, and like Dolores, what you were saying was, it was like taking me for a ride, because I didn't know what I didn't disagree with and I didn't know what I agreed with. But I definitely agree, yes, we have a bunch of different ethnicities and cultures, yes. But I also feel like we can do both. Like we can say we have these different ethnicities and cultures, but also hold each other accountable when we are not paying respect in the right ways. I think we can do both, because I think as soon as we're saying, yes, the issue is white supremacy, but we also have historically riddled ourselves with things we need to rectify. And I think And I think too that, again, someone said like the black on black crime reference, like, again, I assume in white people right now, they're talking about the anti-Semitism that's happening with the Israel conversation. And again, you could chalk that up to white supremacy. You can chalk it up to colonization that we've all been through. But again, they need to handle that in their community and figure out the right ways to. And of course, you know, anti-Semitism, we can deal with that in other communities. But I think, I think it's a both and instead of, because I also think the whole conversation with British actors playing Black American historian figures, I think that is a really good conversation, but I also want that to happen with the interpersonal issues as well, because I think sometimes that overshadows the larger issue of why we even have diaspora wars. People are like, okay, instead of talking about anything else, we're going to talk about actors. And it's like, okay, that's a big deal too, but it's not the end all be all. So I think it's a both situation. And again, being well versed to talk about both rather than being like for example, like with like Black Girl Magic or whatever, like people were getting mad about that. Well, aren't all girls beautiful? Yeah, it's
I remember that. Oh my God.
All lives matter type of things, and it's like, well, no, we can talk about things specific, and you know, that's all I'm gonna say on that.
Yeah, sorry, no, I'm just gonna have to dip out in a second.
Oh, no problem.
Okay.
Yeah, but thank you so much for allowing me to engage in the conversation. I learned so much, and it was lovely speaking to all of you guys. Hopefully if I take my family stuff, I'll be able to come back. But thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
I think I just wanted to say as well that I think it is important to be Pacific as well. And I try to hammer that with every conversation that I have because, you know, yes, because it's like, like it is like, I just think we just have to, because at the end of the day, like, we're a big group of people, you know, and we go through various different experiences. Even when people talk about Nigerians, for example, we have to recognize we've got like over 300 ethnic groups. So like even then, like lumping us together, it's like, who's really doing most of the harm? Like, which ethnic group is it coming from? Is it coming from a range? You know what I mean? Or not? Or which die supporting group as well? Because it's kind of like, I don't want to say like it's not all Nigerians, but you know what I mean? Like the friction between like Africans in America with like Black Americans, like, well, I mean, we can all help to support, but you know what I mean? That is an issue that, well, Black British people are not really affected by unless they go to America. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to say like we shouldn't care. I just mean it's more so the case that like, that is kind of like an issue that needs to be dealt in America, you know, but obviously like
and then the girls love to throw Black Americans under the bus. They'd be like, oh, y'all cared about hashtag Black Lives Matter. What about this? And it's like, first of all,
I hate that.
They're like,
I don't like that one.
They're like, where were you for SARS?
I hate it.
Like,
they did it with SARS.
They're like, what the fuck were you for SARS? I'm like, what? What do you mean, son? What?
No, it's confusing because it's like, how do you have? My thing is, Black people deal with so much across the world. Do you really expect Black Americans to be the only race soldier, social justice warrior unicorns fighting everything? You know, like, I mean, come on, like, you know, and I feel like there's Black people out there that know about things that are happening in African countries. They know about things happening to the Black people in the Philippines, because yes, there are Black people in the Philippines. They care about Black people in Ireland. So I feel like Black people, we're fighting our own fights. And I feel like as long as you just encourage each other to be aware of what's happening, you encourage each other to be motivated in being aware, that's all that really matters. I feel like if you're telling someone, hey, look at this is happening too, why are you not? It's like, come on now, come on, let's not do that. Like,
no, I agree.
Like, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, it happened even with SARS as well, because we were finding out there was police brutality, like basically across Africa. And because Nigeria is one of the most hyper-visible countries, people are like, you care about end SARS? I was like, don't do that. We didn't even know stuff was happening to you guys too. As I would have shared if I knew. And I think it happens a lot as well, because I was like, you just see it with even different types of POCs. Like, I'm like, I didn't even know about like what was going on with you guys like until today. How are you saying that like, oh, well, you said this as like because we knew about that. We didn't know about that one. Like there's a lot going on in the world, you know, but now we know and we will share. Like it's too much.
My thing is, I don't even know how. I just want. I'm sorry, Jules is going to talk. I just want to say real quick. I just don't understand how other different groups of Black people are expecting other groups of Black people to fight for each other when we can't fight for ourselves. My thing is, if someone's asking me, "Hey, look at what's happening in this country," I'm like, "Well, I'm fighting for A, B, C, D, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, I'm gonna fight for this too." It's like, we're dealing with our own stuff, and it doesn't mean that we don't care. My thing is, look, when you come to the U.S., I'm just expecting you to be respectful and mind your business like we all do. That's all. That's all. No one cares about what you're fighting for. Let's just survive. Like, come on. Like, it's But go ahead, Jules.
Yeah, go. I'll comment what you said later.
Yeah. I just want to say one thing. With the SARS and everything, I just feel like with Black Lives Matter, like we have so many different groups of Black people living in the United States. So Black Lives Matter wasn't just a Black American issue, ethnicity wise. That was all across the board. If you're a Black person living in America, that you can face police brutality going to Walmart. Like it really doesn't matter.
Thank you.
With SARS, I want to like start by saying like if you're knowledgeable, you should speak up. But I also want to like denormalize or like normalize people who don't know what they're talking about not speaking up about issues, because I'm starting to learn that it's really just counterproductive when you're just like, why aren't y'all speaking up about this? Why aren't you speaking up about this? It's like, yo, like if you're not knowledgeable, it's really just counterproductive. And with SARS, I thought it was really good because like the people who were knowledgeable were speaking up about it. They were posting the links, they were posting the articles and information about it, and people were doing what they needed to do. But if we had all of these people who were just, oh, I supported Black Lives Matter and now I'm going to just support SARS with no, nothing to prove for it, it would just be empty. So I think that when people compare like Black Lives Matter and SARS and like anything else that's going on with Black communities across the diaspora, it is just not a fair comparison. But Tiana, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, what was I going to say? Okay, so this is what I was going to say. A lot of times people comment on my videos telling me to mind my business, meaning, oh, if it's not hurting you, like, mind your business. So when I hear other people be like, oh, like, just do what you, mind your business. It's like, no, it becomes my business once I feel like somebody else is getting harmed. It becomes my business whether or not I have 50 things on my plate. Of course, if I have 50 things on my plate and I'm trying to get to know 50 things, I'm not going to tweet about all 50 things. I'm going to take my time to get to know it. Like, I started reading about Israel and Palestine a couple years ago, and now I can actually speak on it because I've read about it in the past. If all this was happening 3 years ago and I had not read about it, I would probably not say anything. But I also think, like, again, I don't like when people just be like, oh, mind your business, or we should mind our business. No, everybody's problem could be any of our issue. If we want to make it, like if we learn about it and we could speak about it in a knowledgeable way, it could become our business. And then if somebody is sounding a little ignorant, hopefully they know that if people call them out, that doesn't discourage them from giving up on ever speaking out again. Because I think it's important for us to call each other out or call each other in helpful ways. But yeah, like when I just hear that logic, I'm just like, okay, well, I don't really like the excuse, because I think white people fall on that, whether or not we're using that for them. I think in our inner communities, we could say, oh, we have a lot going on, it's hard to focus on X, Y, and Z. But white people like to say that too. Oh, I'm poor, or I'm going through this, so I can't focus on this or that. And it's like, well, no, you could still have all those things going and still focus on racism, sexism, whatever the case. So I think a lot of times we kind of like give ourselves an escape in that way. And again, I'm lazy. I don't be reading as much as I should, or look at my day job 9 to 5. I be clocking out at like 3. So I get it. I be tired, but I don't use that as an excuse as like, oh, there's so much things going on. So girl, whatever going on in South Africa, I'm sorry. I'm gonna just not say that. Some people say that publicly, like, don't.
Yeah. Say it. Just don't tweet it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think when it comes to your privileges too, you kind of do need to make more of an effort in learning because you directly benefit from that. Like I think I know this might sound cliche, but definitely learning, watching Pose, even one thing, also kind of like listening to Kat Black's videos, which sometimes she can say some questionable things, but at the same time, it's like I had to do my extra research on it, not to mention I'm surrounded by quite a few non-binary people. So I was like, there's even less of an excuse for me to be ignorant. I think especially when you have a privilege, you can't really be like, oh, I've got other things going on, so I'm not going to learn about this specific thing that like I directly benefit from because it's like, nah, that's selfish. Like that's not a good excuse.
Especially like being able-bodied. Like I assume like a lot of us are able-bodied, and there's a lot of disability justice that a lot of us are not tapping into. And it's not to shame us, but it's to say it. Like we're just not tapping into it. We could be doing a better job, whether it's like the special education conversation we were getting into a little earlier, or just about other things with disability rights. Like a lot of us could be doing way more, and we don't. And that's something that is across all ethnicities, races, and stuff. So,
Yeah.
but once you learn about it, when you learn about it in an intersectional way, and you learn about maybe a Black trans woman who is also queer, who is also disabled, then if you're learning about that experience, it's more likely that you'll be well versed in the experiences that are less intersectional, I guess.
Yeah, I get that
Yeah.
because I've been also following this like account called the Unplug Collective, and they mostly center on like Black fat women, femmes, basically Black non-cis men who are fat. And like yeah, like just even looking at their specific experiences has taught me a lot about fat phobia and just the demonic thing that we call diet culture. Like. And I think I was more drawn to it as like, well, because they're Black, so I'm going to read more into it. And I think it did help me to learn more. I think maybe I was a bit biased, but either way, I learned about fat phobia at the end of the day, and the spectrum of bodies and stuff like that. And yeah, really.
I just want to say, like, in terms of like reading and like learning and stuff, I feel like, well, like as a collective, we have to stop relying on celebrities. Like going back to like the SARS thing, like all I kept seeing every day for like at least a week was like, when's Beyonce gonna say something? When's Beyonce gonna say something? When I first learned about SARS, I was on the Google. Like I was trying to look at the people in my life who are Nigerian and ask them about like how can I help? What can I post? What do I need to read about? And looking at activists to find that type of thing. I feel like, and especially with this Israel-Palestine situation, we've been seeing all of this, like, oh, you need to speak up from these celebrities.
People are like, why haven't DJ Khaled said anything?
It's like, does DJ Khaled look like he has the range to speak about that? No, come on now.
Yeah, I agree. I think I've just been listening to those who were Palestinian. I mean, I think the only celebrities I did check up on briefly was just the Hadid sisters, but that's just because they are Palestinian. But like I said, briefly. And yeah, I think I just really more listen to those who are actually, well, they are Palestinian, but you know what I mean. Those who are actually sharing the content. Like, I guess, yeah, I don't know. I think people still need to kind of learn that like celebrities are human beings who don't always have the range, and they very much can be ignorant, like your everyday Joe, like you just because they have a big platform, that doesn't mean they know what they're talking about. And we literally had a slew of celebrities last year in 2020 who just kept opening their mouth and nothing actually good came out of it. And some of them I was embarrassed about because I was like, what is wrong with you? Like, you're saying some very stupid shit. And it's like, are you not embarrassed by the words that come out of your mouth? Like, seriously, especially some of the I'm not going to name names, but like some people really did shock me. And I was like, I don't have the mental capacity for this because I'm already depressed by COVID. But it was just like, yeah, if that wasn't a sign, then I don't know what is.
Someone said Beyonce Unprovoked made an album that was a quote love letter to Africa with several references to Nigeria. I agree with that. I understand.
I think she picked the most hyper-visible countries again. And I think she picked the most hyper-visible ethnic groups, which was people who are Yoruba and Igbo, and didn't really explore every. I don't think you can put all of Africa into one like film. There's too many ethnic groups. It's not possible. But like she did pick artists from hyper-visible African countries. There was quite a lot of West African artists, especially from Ghana and Nigeria. Some South African artists too. I was like, that's not really a range, is it? Like,
And like with
you know.
Beyonce,
DJ Khaled be saying the N word, and I think that was funny.
Oh yeah, it's so funny you say that because I totally forgot he says the N word. Like when I was younger and I would listen to him and Drake, I'm just like, you know, like it's like something to think about, but it just flies over you because in America we have that one drop rule mentality. So I think when we were younger, we didn't really think about it too hard. But you know, things change, and that's a different subject. But I just want to say that, like, I think I remember. Well, not that I remember. It's still happening to this day. P. Diddy is somehow a political leader in the Black community, and I still don't understand why Black people, Black folks are listening to him. I don't understand what is so intellectual about this guy. He's right, he's rich, and Black people are ignorant to listen to a rich Black man that is ignorant. Like, I don't understand it. Like, when Biden was running for president, he waited to the last minute to be like, what did he say? He was like, something about the Black vote. Something about the Black vote, he said with Biden. And I was like, why would you wait this long? Why didn't you say this in the beginning when the candidates were running, and then tell Black people, well, these are the candidates, educate them on whose policies are what, and then let Black people decide. But yeah, Black rappers, Black rappers are literally like the leaders of politics. I'm like, dude, just stick to music. Just stick to music.
Yo,
who cares about your beliefs?
Like we dead got fucking The Breakfast Club educating the large majority of Black American people living in the United States. Like, what is going on?
Right, because we have to stop listening to them. Like, look at Hollywood Unlocked in the Shade Room. Like, other Black people I follow on Instagram, they most likely 9 times out of 10 they're following Hollywood Unlocked or the Shade Room. I'm like, you literally have to look up like the Shade Room and all their false misinformation that they post. I'm just like, most of their stuff is not true, but Black people read it. I'm like, I remember when COVID first started and the Shade Room was saying so many lies. I was like, this is not true. And I was showing it to my family and friends, and they posted a picture that was from China, and they said how something happened in New York. I'm like, this picture is from China. It's not from New York City. But Black people in the comments like, oh my God. And, they were going crazy. I'm like, we need to read. We need to read a book. It's just getting out of hand.
You know what? I just think that's why I prefer Justin Jay if it comes to celebrity news. I just liked his whole thing with the Real Housewives of Atlanta. That was definitely a culture shock too, to be honest. Because it's just like, we live different lives. But like, I think, to be honest, I would just say if you want celebrity news, go and watch Justin Jay. Like, at least he's somewhat accurate, with the shit that he's giving you. The Shade Room isn't. Plus, they be posting unknown celebrities. I'm like, who is this? Like, why are they on there? What are they famous for? Maybe it's also, again, being in a different country. I don't know half of these people, but I'd be like,
it's like, who's this person? Like, they're not, like, why do we need to know them? And Brittany Thomas, she commented a good point. Y'all remember when Black people couldn't get COVID? Oh my goodness. I'm telling you, in New York City, there were people.
Joke. I feel like it was.
But that's the thing. But that's the thing. Too many of us are taking misinformation and confusing it with the real thing. And I understand what you're saying, Tiana. I agree with you. I totally get it. But do y'all remember on Twitter? Do you guys remember on Twitter when she's actually a friend of my family member? This Black girl tweeted out that on the day of December something, Black people were going to have superpowers.
What? Oh yeah, I saw that. I was like,
she's a friend of my family member, and I had to talk to her and was like, why did you support that? Like what? And I went on her Twitter, and she just spews out Trump rhetoric. I'm like, okay, so this girl, and then black people in the comments like, oh my god, and there was some people that were laughing and joking and kiki, but for the most part, we were taking it seriously, and somebody was making a discount. Somebody was creating a discount on that day. It was like, oh, black people are getting superpowers, so I'm gonna put a discount on the day that this is gonna happen. I was like,
Oh no.
we got to do better. We got to do better.
Oh no. I mean, then again, I guess I don't know. Like I saw
It is
that
funny.
and I was
It is
like,
funny.
like I was like, okay, where's my superpowers then? I'm not really on Twitter, but for some reason I still keep hearing about it. Wow. I do appreciate the people who do give me updates, but like, yeah, I don't like that app. I think I'll just stick to Instagram at the moment, and yeah, I don't like TikTok too. But
I don't trust TikTok. I
Why
don't.
does someone comment? Do you think Charlemagne will be canceled, or do you guys believe in second chances? Charlemagne has a rape allegation. I just want to put that out there. Just so
Yeah,
we're
that
clear.
black people don't take seriously.
Y'all are
I think
focused
black
on the
people
wrong
don't take
thing.
anything seriously when it comes to black men. Black men get so many passes.
I
What'd you
think
say?
because it's the pick meism, it still affects
Yeah.
us too. The people keep thinking
Supermammies.
it's only like white women who do that to white men. I'm like, no, there's pick me's in every race.
Well, it's similar to like the verses coming up, like Soldier Boy and whatever. Both I think both are like harmful, and like I think Soldier Boy has like an allegation for
Of
like
assault? Yeah, I don't know.
It's not even only an allegation. It's like a full-on kidnapping rape charge.
Woo!
I don't know if you can say that on YouTube. My apologies, but
I just say
like,
allegedly for now, but like
I was forgetting allegedly because 90% of the time they did that. So
like like something's off, bro. And this is the same thing with the last verses where you had Shorty, Ti, and Tiny. Fucking Ti's illiterate ass wife, okay, up there, and she's trying to give this little blowout vocal performance. Let's talk about what she was doing in the bedroom.
Yeah, that one's a scary
but
one.
now it reminds me of the Red Table Talk, because I definitely feel like they was keeping secrets, because there was moments where their conversation was kind of heated and T.I. was sounding a mess, but there was a couple times where he was like gesturing to Tiny like, you should not be talking right now. And I feel like they was both thinking about they escapades, their like assault.
Wow.
Oh, yo.
This is why it's just not good to stand anyone, really. You don't even know who they are. Like, I was watching
them ever. People probably stand T.I., but nobody was standing Tiny.
No.
I just feel like it's kind of weird to me how that entire versus, like, it didn't even get canceled. Nobody was like, hey, yo, shorty, like, you need to stay at the crib. Like, you should not roll through to this event. And then people were in the comments like, yeah, go off Tiny. Like, she still got it.
And Candy defended her, though. Candy defended her like months before. Like, oh, that's my friend. I never seen her doing that. So you around her 24/7?
Word on the street is Candy got her own allegation, apparently.
Wait, what? Okay, this is too... Like, I thought the Portia Williams and her new bae was juicy, but wow.
Candy got a seafood and steak restaurant that is, like, getting closed down because...
She has no health allegations.
Oh, really? What is she?
They touching the meat with the steak, like, come on, no gloves on.
Oh, no. What do you think, though, of Portia's thingy with... Does anyone care about that?
She's another pick-me. She's another pick-me, and it's just sad. It's like, come on now. It's the same thing with every black woman, black man in media. It's like they go through the same thing. I'm like, is anyone going to have a different outcome? I mean, the only person that's an upgrade is Sierra. Sierra and Serena Williams are like the only two upgrades I can think of. I can't think of anyone else.
For men. Oh, yeah. I was going to say maybe Cynthia with her new partner, Mike, but I don't obviously know much about them. I just watched reality TV.
I know that his nose is kind of like, his nose is really weird. The husband. He kind of has a weird face. He does. He looks kind of weird.
Why someone said thoughts on Kevin Samuels? What y'all think about Kevin Samuels?
I don't really care. I'm just tired.
I have a video I watch later that I want to watch. Somebody goes through like Kevin Samuels' life a little bit, so I want to watch that. I'm curious about his life.
I just don't
feel
care
like,
really about him.
yeah,
I'm
me
tired of
either.
these stupid dating things about high value men nonsense, whatever. Like I'm
My
just
thing is,
like,
why should we
bye.
care about like your opinion and you're not high value? I don't. And my
You
thing is,
know,
his audience is just a bunch of older, dusty black people. It's not any young people he's talking to. It's just a group of
duh.
another group of ignorant black people that's being educated by another ignorant black person. So for me, it's like I can't give him any attention because it's like you're not trying to encourage young people to date or be educated on politics
Yeah.
or their self-confidence. Like you're just a loser. You're a loser and you want everyone else to be on the bandwagon of being a loser. Like go
I
back
think
to your Chuck E. Cheese basement and go back to your mom's nipple.
Wait,
I
have y'all seen the way that he be dressing?
no, because I
He's
don't
a
Bro,
pay
fraud.
attention to
He's
this
him.
literally a fraud.
nigga like dead be like posted up with a fucking Canal Street Louis Vuitton bag. Like I'm so serious right now. With some
Really?
like fake ass Celine glasses, bro. Like, and this is
So
He's
who
like
y'all are fucking calling
high.
out advice for?
He's like high pants up
What?
to his ankles.
oh
Exactly.
no. I mean,
But that's the thing. All he's basically saying to these men, wear a turtleneck, get some watch that look gold, stand far from the camera, get your Canal Street bag, and then again, fake it till you make it or whatever. Basically, because
My
yeah.
question is, black women need to stop calling on that show. I'm sorry, but it's
Yeah,
like
they do.
Yeah.
my thing is, it's like because I watched Cynthia G. Shout out to her. I love her channel. I've been watching her since I was 17. 16. And I actually did a high school project on the things that I've learned from her. And and she talked about Kevin Samuels, and she even spoke about it where this guy is just a dust bucket that proves that the black men that are supporting him, it shows that they are dust buckets too. And it's like, if these guys are dust buckets, why are you calling in on the show? Like, why?
No,
Like, why do
it's
you want this
true.
guy's attention?
I feel
You know
like
what? I had a conversation with one of my friends. They're dark skinned, well, they're South Asian, but not like they Mauritius, and we were talking about kind of like, especially for like dark skinned women, it goes two ways. Like when it comes to, if you like men, where it's kind of just like you either learn to kind of live without them and build up your self-esteem and basically learn to decenter them because they're not coming your way anyway because half of them are colorist, or you unfortunately like have such low self-esteem that unfortunately you make your way to places like Kevin Samuels or maybe stay in relationships because you don't think anyone will find you desirable because you're dark skinned.
I just want to know why Kevin Samuels hasn't been put up on the block for his association with other black men who are problematic. Like, if you like, you're doing a whole podcast with Joe Budden. Joe Budden has an allegation where he was beating his pregnant ex-girlfriend or whatever.
He's
Oh wow.
dusty too.
He
He's dusty too.
like it doesn't make any sense. Joe Budden, is a trash ass nigga, and you're doing an hour-long podcast with him. It's just very like, why is this who you want to get advice from? If you are a black man, that's really what you're looking up to, someone who associates themselves with somebody like that.
But then that's not that surprising because men that usually present themselves that way usually have a certain politic where they don't actually care about women and are like they thrive off misogyny. They're able to be the kind of man that they are because of misogyny. They wouldn't even be Kevin Samuels wouldn't even be given the advice he did if he wasn't a misogynist.
Yeah, it's true. That's true, actually.
He's anti-black because if you're anti-black woman, you're anti-black. You can't be against the womb that you come from. I'm sorry. Like you're like, I just don't understand that. Like, how do you live life hating where you came from? Like, I don't get that. Like, it's something you do when you're younger, but by the time like you're like out of your teenage years, you need to be unraveling that mentality. But if you're in your 40s and 30s and you're still talking about anti-black women and snow bunnies, then like you I don't get it. I don't
You're
care.
basically lost. You've already just gone
You're
to
lost.
hellfire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're lost. Yeah, you're lost. And my thing is, black women. I feel like honestly, black women really shouldn't be waiting on dusty men. And to be honest, you don't exist to be with a man. You can be happy and be alone. You were born alone. You're gonna die alone anyway. So don't be obsessed with, oh, I need to get married or I need to get a man. If you don't get a black man or a white man, and you're confident and you can go on vacations by yourself and not pay for somebody else, girl, celebrate that. Like, take care of yourself.
I don't want
Also-
us to give. Well, I don't want us to give our generation too much credit because again, yeah, some of the people in the shade room comments, they could be in their 30s and 40s, but it be people our age because again,
Yep.
they don't. Again, there's no incentive to do this work. Like I be thinking about it all the time. Like I posted something like that I had to tell people on Twitter that was not suicidal, but I was like, what is the incentive to live? Like honestly, again, if you're living and you're poor, people are basically telling you in all the other ways except explicitly to kill yourself. They're not going to give you adequate housing. They're not going to make sure you have food. And if they do, they want you to have whack housing, the little wick food saying you can't get this food, you can't get that food. If you have kids, they barely giving you what you need. So it's like, what is the incentive to live? It's not like you are guaranteed prosperity and happiness. When you do develop and you become more politically radical, what's the incentive? People say you are a communist in a bad way. People say you're naive. People say you're not thinking right. People tell you to mind your business when you care about other people in community. So there's really no incentive. The incentive is to go with the status quo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a very good point. You said it in a really good way.
Articulate.
Unless you
Yeah, that
try
was
to
very
find-
articulate and crispy.
Chrissy, thank you.
Yeah.
I was working on it. I did what I saw first.
And I guess the only other incentive is unless I guess you fight for liberation or you, I don't know, maybe try to change, like, or go against what people
But,
expect from you.
People were literally like, especially in the Israel-Palestine debate, before even now, people are getting fired for their jobs for supporting Palestinians now. Before, people were getting fired, are still blacklisted for speaking on like literally the side of that is being colonized. So it's in that case, and that's why I haven't made no videos in the past about this situation. I'm thinking about it. But the backlash, like I'm not gonna get fired from my job. Maybe I'll get some hate comments, who cares? But other people who have way more on the line, there's no incentive to talk about Israel and Palestine. Will get fired.
You know what I like noticed is that I with the Israel and Palestine thing, for example, I'll notice that like on Twitter or on like the internet, there'll be like these huge discussions and like it seems like everybody's on the same page and it's like free Palestine. And then I get in real life and I say that and I have like this politic and it's way different. Like the landscape is way different. Like for example, like I believe in like a universal basic income. I remember I was having a talk with like my mother one time and I was like telling her about this and then she's like, oh, you're a communist? Like you believe in that? And I was thinking that because we're all black, you know, we're going to be on the same page about something like a universal basic income because we're all, you know, black living in America. We know the type of position that we're in. Nope. So it really like sometimes I have to like really check myself to like become aware of the fact that like the internet is not a reflection of real life. Like all this free Palestine stuff that I agree with, I go in real life and people are looking at me like I'm crazy.
Yeah, that's true. Internet doesn't really reflect real life, to be honest. And there's so many different parts of the internet, not to mention you're probably interacting with people from so many different parts of the world, you know, and then in reality, you may live in a small town. So it's like, yeah, it doesn't really reflect real life at all. Like, I think maybe because, especially when you've been locked down for a year, you kind of forget sometimes that, like, oh, yeah, people don't think this way. Well, now that things are starting to open up again. It's kind of bittersweet, to be honest, because it's just like I kind of liked being away from you, but I didn't like not being outside, you know. But yeah, it is pretty sad. Has anyone watched the third season of Pose, or are they avoiding it?
Oh yeah, I missed the recent episode. The last episode I watched is when Pray, what's his name?
Yeah,
Paytel.
Yeah, Prey when he went to see his family. That's the last episode I saw, but I'm
I
actually going to
skipped that
see the new
episode.
one on demand tonight with my mom.
I skipped that episode. I don't like Prey Down. I think he's
Um,
What?
really rude. I don't
Why?
like
honestly,
I don't like him because I hated the way that he
Wait,
basically treated
spoiler
Candy.
alert. Is this a spoiler?
No,
Yeah, don't
this
say
is
no
just about
spoilers, even though I
no, no,
watched
no.
it.
Actually, okay. Well, I don't like him because he treated a certain person with such
yeah,
disrespect.
I
Not
agree
to
with that.
mention his previous relationship. Although I understand the context, oh god, it was inappropriate AF.
Wait, are you talking
Especially
about his relationship
Yeah,
with the guy?
this little boy, yeah. Because
Oh my
Brayto's
god.
45. I was like, when I found I was 45, I was like, your age gap is the same age gap that my mum had with my grandparents. So that's not okay.
I feel like with that, I feel like you can't, and I'm not telling you how you should see it. I'm just saying I think in those times, and I think just from my own knowledge and experience and growing up in a queer friendly family and living downtown New York, which is very much queer
Yeah.
community, um, gay people, the dating scene is not easy. And I think, especially if you're also black, that's another impression point put on that. I am understanding to someone dating someone, of course they have to be over 18 to consent, but I feel like the age gap is common because the dating game is no joke, and trans people in downtown Manhattan date other trans people, or they date bisexual men. But it's rare if you see them with a cis person because of the discrimination aspect. But trust and believe, there's going to be some sort of difference in the race and a big difference in the age. So I think showing that on Pose is realistic to what's really happening. But I think the moral aspect of it, we can all talk about that, of course, with our own beliefs. But I think it just shows the reality of what they're doing. You know.
Yeah, I
yeah,
definitely get that because you have to understand the context, especially from the 90s. Yeah, stuff was terrible, just demonic, basically,
Mhm.
with everything that was happening. But I guess it's also I was like the other characters didn't do that. So I also don't like him. So I guess I'm also being biased, but I was a bit like I was like, I'm sorry. I really can't condone this. I
I mean,
honestly,
it's
understand.
okay.
But
like,
like,
I just want
no.
to like after I saw Pray Tell's episode and some of the stuff that they discussed in there, like I know that was like supposed to clear stuff up, but honestly, it just made me look at him even worse because he's like repeating the same like generational curses that he went through in his childhood with a younger man.
Yeah, that's why I was like, sorry, because you're also taking advantage of someone who's ridiculously young. It's not even a 10 years difference. It's like a 20 or 25-year difference. I was
Yeah.
like, mm-mm. Like, I was like, listen, the age gap is, like I said, is the same age gap my my parents, my mom has with her grandparents.
Oh.
I was like, no, I was like that. There are people who are parents and have that age gap. I was like, sorry,
But
that's
I
not
wonder,
okay.
like, with this conversation, like, I really wonder if it will change anything because I've seen this conversation happen a lot in general with age gaps, and there's always two sides to it, which I feel like there are some people who are going to do what they want to do. Like, and again,
Yeah,
the minor in the situation or the younger person in the situation is going to be, of course, more likely to be manipulated, groomed, XYZ. But when it comes to talking to these groups, sometimes it could be talking to a wall because it's like people are going to date who they want to date, and regardless of these conversations. But I would hope that these conversations change things. You would need the older person to not prey on the younger person, but then you would also need that younger person to have a safe environment to not fall victim to the preying,
Yeah.
or sometimes
I
not
think it
fall.
helped me.
Mhm.
It definitely helped me because I got offended when I was like, "So you want to manipulate me?" I was like, "No." I'm not dating anyone who's not near my age. But I know that's not the same with everyone because predation is really normalized, especially when you kind of like reverse the genders too. Because I'm just like, oh, you can very much be a non-cis man or just non-man and basically take part in predation too, you know. I don't want to talk about the Janet Mock situation, but if you want to bring
I
it up,
just
but like,
really quick, I just want to. Someone said a lot of the experiences imposed mimic real life stories. I think Candy's storyline was meant to mirror Venus extravaganza. That's cool and
oh
everything,
yeah,
but y'all could have killed off Lulu, who is like way more annoying
less
than any
interesting.
other character.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly.
Y'all sent Damon off to live with his cousin, uncle, whatever, but y'all had no problem killing off Candy, and that is the issue. Y'all will have
Exactly.
these like Billy Porter, y'all have his character take a long sabbatical, but y'all will kill off Candy. Y'all could have
It,
sent her somewhere and just had her not return. It just doesn't make sense. It really just doesn't make sense. It's colorist. Like, I'm sorry.
yeah, it's true. It is very colorist too. That's one thing I noticed about it. It is. I'm not really surprised about that. I feel like those two things, the colorism and the predation romantic relationship, was just like really. Obviously, they didn't even give it really the chance as well to kind of like do well because they rushed it due to things like transphobia, racism. They do that to any, not even just Pose, but most shows that have a majority marginalized cast. Like most of the black shows, black American shows, I've not liked. And I was like, well, you never really gave them the chance to flourish, did they? Did you? You know, like you didn't. And no wonder why we don't like it that much. Even to all the
My
boys
thing is, mhm.
I was just gonna say, even to all the boys I loved before, I was like, you know, there was a chance for you to have more East Asians who are maybe not mixed race or maybe a different type of mixed race, and it was still mostly white. But yeah.
Oh my god, I want to talk about that. Like, why I'm so tired. Like this recent show I watched on Netflix, Never Have I Ever Slept with uh
Oh,
Peyton. You know, I love that
that
show,
rubbish one.
but I just can't understand why the love interest needs to be a white boy or a white Asian or a white Hispanic. Like, it's so exhausting. It's literally so exhausting. And I feel like, yes, it does reflect reality of where you see more interracial couples, but not every partner that is the guy is white. Like, it's really annoying because I'm like, well, dang, I want to see a black girl and an Asian guy, or a Hispanic girl
Yeah.
with, like, it's like, come on, like, I'm sorry, but in my experiences growing up around white boys, and my best friends were mainly white boys, none of them was something I would be like, oh, I'm gonna date them. Like, I had a crush on them or two, but as I got older, look, the first guy I dated in high school was a very, very dark skinned, beautiful, handsome man that was crazy, and we didn't work out. But the point is, my first interest was a black boy. And
That's a lot of
my interest wasn't in white boys that deeply. So to show TV of like, oh, these Indian, Asian, black, blue, green people, oh, we all just worship white men. It's like, no, like, there's other
no.
guys out there.
Not
And
to
this,
mention, oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just want to say one thing, and this is gonna upset like a certain community, but I just feel like representation really, like, all representation isn't good representation. With what, like she just said, like with a show like Bridgerton, I know that y'all really ride hard for it, and that's okay, right? But personally, I just feel like with the black characters that we do have on that show, where are the dark skinned people? Why are
Oh
all of
yeah,
them in relationships with
Yeah.
white people? What type of
yes.
representation is this supposed to be? I'm not represented by this. I'm not dating a white
Hmm.
person. I'm not.
That's a good point. I mean, to be honest, because I would be considered racially ambiguous when I'm so racially ambiguous to have people in New York City come up to me speaking in Spanish or South Asian language. Like, people, they'll be like, "Oh, what are you?" Type of ignorant questions. And so for me, obviously, I do have an advantage. And my mother's dark skin, and people be like, "Oh, you guys are friends? That you guys were like, like, I didn't think, something silly." And when I watched TV since I was a kid, I just saw characters. Because I study animation again. My inspiration was just seeing somebody with melanin. And when I saw a dark skinned character, I knew, oh, they're black. But as I got older and I saw lighter and mixed people, I was confused. Like, okay, well, are they black? who's presenting my narrative, you know. And as a light-skinned person, it was like, okay, I can see the light-skinned characters and relate to them, but they still were whitewashed, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm not whitewashed, so this is really confusing and just annoying, because at the end of the day, it's not representation at the end of the day. Because it's like you have the dark skinned character you kill off in 3 seconds, or the light skinned character who's going to have a white parent. So they're technically not black. They're always biracial. They're not even black. They're biracial. And it's like, okay, so what are we really watching here? You know, like, come on, you know, Bridgerton, whatever it's called. I didn't watch it because when I saw, okay, it's a white girl and the black biracial, I'm not sure, man of color, I was like, okay, well, I don't want to get into that and get triggered over something silly. I'll just hear what you guys have to say, you know.
I think for me, like, I think the other thing is, like, not to mention, is like, you do know, like, well, not you probably all know, but like, you also can get like dark-skinned non-black people of color who, and they go really deep. Like my friend I was just mentioning were almost the same skin tone, and you never see them as well. And I was like, you know, and her partner is black, so they're both a dark-skinned couple, interracial, and as like, you don't even see those type of relationships, but they exist. You know, I don't know, or even then, like non-heterosexual relationships, you know, that's a thing. But people forget that they exist too. I think this is why I just mostly watch Nollywood too, because you just get to see, although it has its own problems, like you just get to see just black people, and generally it will just be black people having normal everyday plots, because pretty much everyone in Nigeria is black, or majority of the population. So you're less likely to see like racist tropes because it's a black country. But even they could be better themselves.
Yeah, I think again I don't want to use this as a cop out, but I definitely think a lot of the things we're talking about wouldn't sell, and I think they use that a lot, and I think it is true. I think like if we saw what we actually wanted to see, the shows are going to be low rated, and then they're going to use that as an excuse to cancel it or whatever, instead of trying to tell really good authentic stories. And I think too, like, you know, with the representation, if we actually kind of got what we wanted in a way too, I think I don't know. I just feel like we're never really gonna get what we want because they're gonna say that it doesn't sell well. And yeah, I think that's what it kind of comes down to, which is unfortunate. But I don't know. And then the realistic cop out, because I think again, almost everything is realistic. Like even some of the shows that have like the most weirdest, outlandish plot lines, you can always think of something in real life that was like, this is scandalous. So it's like when people are like, well, this is realistic, I think that shouldn't, because we need to use the propaganda. If we have attention, you know, we need to do our propaganda. And they don't use the propaganda. Like if we have everyone attention is if it's on Pose, well, Pose could show healthy relationships and show how they could work. Why? Oh, because it's supposed to be realistic. We got to show the toxic stuff.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Use it as a teachable moment.
And could we talk about the black like representation that we do have with Insecure? Because I feel like there is some critiquing that needs to be done with that
I've
show.
seen a lot of critiques for that.
As a whole, there's a lot of things that are wrong here. I don't even know where to start. Like, well, number one, the writing is just, it's really not where it needs to be. And
but did you hear of Seren's critique on like majority white people watch it? I don't know if that's true, but
I wanted to bring that up. I wanted to bring because you know, I also do comic books, and I always question. I want my audience, because when you write stories, you think, who's my audience? And growing up, when I preach about Black history and Black people need to do this and fried chicken and whatever, Popeyes, whatever I preach about, who's listening to me? White liberals. No Black people are listening to me other than two Tyrones and a LaQuisha in the back of the room. Everyone else is white. And I'm like, dang, like, where are the Black people at? So it's like, for example, Black Panther. Black Panther sold out because white people watched it. They give this illusion that black people came out from all over the world to watch it. No, white people came out to watch it. They came out, whites, Asians, Hispanics, white Hispanics, to be clear, because it's not a race. White Hispanics, all of them, they came out. Black people came out as well, but the white audience is like the mental block is thinking, how do I reach out to white people? And it's messed up, but it's like that's how you think, because you know right away black people are not checking for your work if your characters or your plot is around black people. And that's the problem. Black people are not interested in other black creators. They want a white person to create a black story and a black narrative, even though they did zero research in history on actual black issues. Like it triggers me so bad, because we have talented black creators, but there are, I think who said this before? What's her name? It's a rapper. What's her name? She's a alternative like rapper girl. And she was complaining how the people that come to her concerts are white people. It's no black people that come.
No
and
Name.
really,
You're talking about No
No
Name.
Name. Yes. No Name. Right. Her. She was talking about the same thing. And it is bothersome, because it's like, well, look, your audience is going to be the 2% black people that know what it is and they're conscious, and that's great. But it's like, how long is that going to last? And am I going to get a profit out of that by a tiny bit of black people? Because it's like, it's exhausting. I don't want to ramble, but it's just exhausting having to have this mental block of, oh, well, how do I make sure my work gets to black people, but it also gets to white people? Because that's where the real benefit is at. And dang well, your people ain't going to have you ride that long. You
think so? I don't know. I feel like I kind of disagree. Maybe it depends on the different genders, but I feel like, I mean, obviously it does depend, but I do definitely think
the genders,
that,
no, that's true. Yeah, no, the genders depend,
yeah,
because black
men.
men.
Because I was going to say, black women really can like ride hard for stuff. And I think the other thing, for example, like, I mean, obviously there's no statistics to back up, but I always think about like Afrobeats, for example, now becoming like really big in the West, you know what I mean? And I was like, okay, well, who was doing most of the listening to Afrobeats? It was the diasporans in the West, and then everyone else was checking it out too. Not to mention as well, I mean, Afrobeats was popular in Africa, and Africa is a big continent, so it was popular. But I mean, popular in the West. So I feel like we do support one another. Maybe this depends on the gender, because I know when it comes to black women and non-binary black people, basically black non-cis men, we really do support one another.
Yeah,
I don't know, but I think it depends.
In our chat right now, I we can't see who people's race are, but it's majority black people. And especially like there are some people that I watch where it's just, I don't know if it's inherent that they just make the black viewers more comfortable. And then it's also something explicit. Like in some of my videos, when I said like I don't make content for white people, then people comment like, oh, like what is that supposed to, like white people will comment like, oh, what is that supposed to mean? Blah, blah. And it's just like, I really do not care how you feel about the topic at all. Like, and I don't care if I isolate that audience, and I don't care if it's unsustainable, because I don't care. So it's like, if people want to care about the white people opinion, go ahead, but don't be surprised when they're the only one in your audience.
And
my thing is, I'm talking about, I agree with you. I just to say, Jules can go ahead, but I just want to quickly say that I think it, not caring about white people's opinion, it's not about them valuing your work. I think that's something totally different. The problem is the resources are in white people's hands. So it's like black people, we have to go through this phase of doing a whole minstrel show. In whatever industry we're trying to go in, we have to do a whole shuck and jive and blackface to get the resources from the white man. But we can't get that in our own community, because if our work, because like I can't say your name, Chizoba, yes, like what you were saying, it does depend on the subject matter. That let's say for music, rap is successful because of black women consumers and white males. I remember reading this a couple of years. White men and black women are the biggest consumers of rap, and the people that make the rap are black men. And with the fashion industry, black women are the biggest consumers. With the food and black women. With my industry of
Natural hair.
animation and comic books is mainly white people. So when you're, so
Mm.
it does depend on where you're working in. If you're in sports, let's say basketball or football, that NFL, that's easy because it's dominated by black men. They don't own the sport, white men own them, but they are the players. But in comics and animation, where I'm at, for example, it's mainly white. It's mainly like capital riot, racist type of people in that community. So you kind of feel like, dang, like, how do I? It's like a gate. It's gatekept. You know, it's basically different industries are gatekept by some black people and some white people. But the resources at the end of the day come from those white people. So you have to think about them at some point. That's just my point. You know, basically.
Yeah, I agree with you. I just want to say, like, address one thing, because I'm looking at the chat and I see a lot of people talking about, like, No Name chooses to perform in predominantly white areas. Let's talk about the fact that places where we have concert venues, places where you can receive entertainment are not in black areas. Like, if I live in East Flatbush, No Name is not coming to do a concert there. I gotta go out to either like West Brooklyn or I gotta go to Manhattan to see her.
Mm.
If I live in Detroit, I gotta go to Metro Detroit. There's a bunch of white people that are gonna come there. If I live in Chicago, I'm living in Chicago. There's gonna be a bunch of white people there because that's where the venue is gonna be at. So there's obviously gonna be white people. No Name is not performing on the block. Like, I don't know why people are always trying to act like, No Name is just gonna come and pop up at the beauty supply store. Like, she's not
I'm
gonna do
done.
that.
Like, I think unless she actually travels to an African country, then yeah. But you know, I think
Yeah,
it's different as
like
well. Like in Western and like non-Western countries, I get what you mean because it's kind of just like some like although for example London, there's like a lot of black people there. Like obviously, like some of the places where people perform, like they're well, I mean they're in a range of places, but like I agree they're generally in more kind of like um what's the word, just higher socioeconomic areas, you know, like big stadiums. So I get what you mean, like because it's a similar thing in kind of like the UK. Like if you
Yeah.
want to go and see an artist, you're going to have to go to somewhere where it's like central or like on a main train line basically in London or just
Tiana,
in the
what the
big
fuck is
city.
up, bro?
Tiana is dying. Like, what is happening? She's reading at the comments, I'm guessing.
No, it's because the No Name at the beauty supply store sent me.
Oh,
Yo, my bad.
Oh
Like,
my god, that was so.
I'm laughing at the Logic comment. People arguing over Logic's race. Like,
Logic.
what is there to argue about?
Are unprovoked. Unprovoked.
Logic don't even know what he is. I don't see what's the point of talking about. He don't know what he is. He's just a jar of mayonnaise. Like,
I think he just keeps making too many jokes about being biracial, and it's a bit like, okay, we get it.
G-Eazy. They put a picture of him in G-Eazy, and they was like, "This is dad," and people really thought it was dad.
I like G-Eazy. G-Eazy is like white trash, and he's confident in being white trash. Like, I like
I'm
G-Eazy.
done.
But Logic is annoying because it feels like he's one of those biracials. Well, I think he's not even biracial. He's like a quadrone. Like, his dad is like half black, so he's not even biracial. But he's like, and the thing is, he's one of those quadrones that's like, oh well, I'm not accepted in the I said dark mayonnaise. Yeah, he's not right. He's not even biracial. He's a quad. Right, exactly. Beauty and fashion. Thank you. He's a quadrone, which is someone that has a half. My dad is biracial, so I would be considered a black quadrone. But obviously, it doesn't work that way.
Slur.
That's not a thing. Wait. Does anyone actually do that? Because as soon as it gets to the point where is one of your parents is black and the other one's like black biracial, you're just black. That's how I see it. We're not even gonna do that.
Well, the thing is with Logic. I'm talking about with Logic. My point is with Logic is that well, in America, I know in America, most Black Americans follow the one drop rule, which is if you look black, then you are black based on how you're discriminated against. But I'm saying with just Logic, my problem with him is, okay, so white people didn't accept you, so now you want to come in the black circle and force your mayonnaise on us and put us in your little macaroni salad or whatever, your little dry, unseasoned food. You want us to shove it
Oh.
down our throats.
Oh
Like, come on
my
now.
God.
Like, stop.
Someone
Just stop,
said
please.
Kalani and June. Yeah, I do think about Kalani. It's like, what is your, are you mixed race, like half black and something
No,
else?
no,
I don't
She
even
said
know.
Transformer.
no, shorty, she's not.
Transformer. Yeah,
Okay,
he
fair
is a
enough. Because
Transformer.
I was
He's
just like,
Optimus
what? Like,
Prime.
they confused me, because
Wait,
it's
wait.
kind of like
I just want to
like
say, fucking Princess Nokia. If you didn't know, that bitch is not fucking black, yo.
yeah, I
She's
Wait,
found
who is
that
not.
out.
that?
Yeah,
Wait, who
I
is
know that
Princess
one.
Nokia? Who is that?
Yeah, like you say
She's a
Nokia.
rapper.
I thought it's Nokia. Like
Wait,
as in
wait.
the
Let me look
phone.
her up. Let me look her up.
Yeah, apparently
Princess
there's a whole
Nokia.
scandal that she's doing a Rachel Dolezal's like
a
another one.
pathological liar. I don't know
So
what.
Yeah, I
she's
heard about that.
she's
That she's
biracial.
no, that
like
she's
Puerto
not
Rican,
black at all.
like literally straight Puerto Rican.
Someone
Like
said
No,
not.
well, Puerto Rican. Well, Puerto Rican isn't a race, so I'm saying, is she like a white
Oh
Puerto
yeah,
Rican?
yeah, no, yeah,
Oh,
she's white. She's
oh, she's
white. She is.
Oh, okay.
oh, okay. So she's not brown. She's white.
That's my thing with Ariana Grande. Like, I don't hate Ariana Grande. My problem with her is the bronzing thing. And people are like, oh, well, she's Italian. Look, I've studied art history for 4 years. Italians are pale. That's their beauty standard. So this whole African American Popeyes Ariana Grande, I don't know who that is. I don't
Okay,
know who that is.
can I just rant here because I really don't understand. Maybe this is from TikTok and that's what pissed me off too. But why were people, I think some of these people were North American, but they're like, oh, Italian's white. I was like, where is Italy? It's in Europe. Like,
my.
they're white. Like, I don't understand why people don't
Mhm.
understand that they're white. Maybe it's
Mhm.
because geographically you're not near them, but there's a lot of Italians in London and yeah, they're white, So I'm just like,
Italians are a big
Wait.
Trump
You
supporter.
know who else
They
is
are very
motherfucking
racist.
white? Rita Ora ass is motherfucking white too. A
yeah,
lot of y'all
she's
niggas
Yeah,
apparently
Albanian.
ain't know
yo,
that.
remember when black people actually found out she was white? I was
They're
like,
like,
I was surprised.
Rita
I was
Ora's
like, I
not
thought
black.
she was like mixed.
No, she's
No.
Albanian.
Oh
No,
my god.
if she doing, no black woman's doing a song with Iggy Azalea. Like, come on.
No,
And that's
it
my
isn't.
thing. Why isn't the black community gatekeeping? Well, I will say black men. Black men need to be accountable for gatekeeping, and black women need to be accountable for stop telling these women that their kids are black. If the baby isn't from a black woman, then the kid isn't black. So we have to stop, like, with this whole, oh, everyone's accepted. Just stop. Like, these people, they weren't accepted in their community. Now they're trying to come to the black space and be like, oh, accept me because white people are gatekeeping. So accept me in my culture. No, like,
You know
like
who?
Danny,
Okay, wait.
Danny,
You know
Lonnie,
who that
Danny
reminds me
Lay,
of?
whatever her name is,
Yeah, I know her.
Who?
Danny Lay.
Oh, that one. Who? Yeah, I don't know who that is, and I don't care.
She's
Like,
like,
Yeah, she's another leftover.
But
yeah,
you know who else reminds me of like that archetype where you got like the girl who really isn't accepted on their other side, so they like kind of take comfort in the black side.
Wait, I only accept those who are actually
Yeah,
like.
I was just, oh my god, it's
For
Sweetie,
me
bro.
personally, I only accept those who are actually got a biological black parent
It's
because
Sweetie,
especially those
it's
who are
Doja
dark
Cat.
skinned. Yeah,
Sweetie
don't.
is
Yeah, that's
kind of
it.
like a menstrual show. That's an exaggeration, but Sweetie is giving
It's
Someone
Coi
said she's
Leray.
getting fake ghetto.
caricature.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't like her
yeah.
food concoctions. They're a bit nasty. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, I'm not eating that. It's not it. If you like it, then that's okay. But I don't like it. I think it will put me off food altogether. So no. But like, if yeah, I think Justin Jay
Siri said in the comment, why do black people have to claim biracial people?
Well, I feel like for me, one they vary in skin tone because I've seen actual like dark skinned biracial black people who I actually met one girl and I asked her, did you have identity issues? Because she's dark skinned. And she's like, no, everyone just saw me as black. I was like, yeah, because you're dark skinned, innit? So I think it's like, I feel like a lot of the hatred or anger people have are to the light skinned ones because of colorism. But, I've met dark skinned biracial black people and I was like, you're not really going to be seen as biracial, even though you are. So I accept you.
I want to say that I need biracial people to have their own coalition and speak about this.
Thank you.
The conclusion, because I'm tired of having this conversation for them, giving them benefits of the doubt, giving them sympathy and payola. Look, y'all figure it out and let me know.
Jimmy and Georgia, oh my god. Oh no.
Also, I just want to say, bro, Miss Big Lotto, Tomato, whatever, Shorty, there is nothing I can do for you. Like,
that was
Big
another
Lotto. Why
one.
does that sound familiar?
I don't really like. She called herself mulatto. I was like, that's like me calling myself the N-word as a rapper. I was like, that's not a good name to have, to be honest. Like, if I called
her. She got
myself,
the fat ankles.
Oh no!
Oh my god!
Her ankle is so thick. I'm like, girl.
And I just feel like
Doja Cat feet.
With her, it's like, who is that target audience? Like, who is listening to her? I don't understand. Like, she's like Angela Yee from The Breakfast Club. Who's that marketed towards? Because I'm not listening to her. And
I've never listened to her.
My sisters aren't listening to her. Like, I don't know.
I think there's a lot of rappers I don't know, and they're not super famous. So it's kind of, I'm not really hearing your music like on the radios. Like, I'm hearing the City Girls, so I'm like, oh, I know who you are. You know what I mean? And obviously Megan Thee Stallion. Yeah, I like Megan Thee Stallion, but and just other rappers as well. But like, I don't know, pardon me, who she is, because I don't hear her on the radios, and her music isn't like, not offense, but like heavily marketed. So it's like, there's a lot of people who are famous, but I'm like, how famous are you? Because I don't know you, you know?
I kind of want to know, like, what are y'all's opinions on, like, the City Girls in 2021?
I don't care. If they want to make music, then make music.
Are you talking about, like, their image or, like, their
I'm talking about,
music?
because I feel like they've damaged their reputation so much. And, you know, Twerkulator just came out. That's supposed to be the song of the summer. So, like, how do y'all feel about that? And in the chat,
the Twerkulator song. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, the City Girls are an interesting conversation, because I will say that I think they do something for the culture in the sense of their culture. Maybe not mine, but I do think they do something for the culture, and I do think they're a rap duo. That's important. Their lyrics are not always necessarily there. Do they have to be holding them to the same standard as, like, male rappers? Like, I don't want to like be what's that word, double standard. But I don't want to do a double standard, but I definitely think that their music can be better now. Like, I think a lot of people didn't expect Twerkulator to not have like more like hype in the song. Like, it's really the chorus and that's it. So yeah,
like, you released Twerkulator, you went through all of this trouble to get the sample, and Itty Bitty Piggy, a 12-year-old song, is beating y'all ass on the charts. Like,
oh my god.
I don't know. I feel like maybe they just need, like, I don't know, like better producers and managers. Because I remember I was watching the Impressive Music docu-series and just seeing how a lot of artists got really fucked over in the process. It's just kind of like, I want to give them some grace, because we don't know who's actually like handling them, or, you know, are they around like really good people? Because like, I'm a big fan of Brandy, and I was just thinking, Brandy, you had some good people working with you, because every song that you picked as a single was such a good choice in most of the albums that you basically brought out. You had some good people around you because you made some fire music, you know, but like, some people don't get that opportunity, unfortunately, unless they go independent. Like, for example, I'm still waiting for some more music from Normani, and I really hope that like she isn't sabotaged in her career, because she has a lot of potential, you know?
Yeah, and with the City Girls, I just feel like they have so much potential and talent, and I always want to root for like Black women and stuff. But I just feel like you performing at the club in a pandemic where Black people are disproportionately being affected. You fucking what's her name? Young Miami is saying that if her son was gay, she would beat the fuck out of him for no reason at all. Just no reason at all. JT Colorist, I'm just wondering why people are still supporting them but won't support Tierra Whack, won't support Flo Milli. Like, I just don't understand. Like, I really don't understand.
I think it's also the men though, because when it comes to the City Girls, they have that big push from QC, that label, which I don't think those men are like good men. Like, so, and I think even QC, I think is his name. I think he had 2 girls pregnant at the same time. So like, these aren't, I think it depends again, kind of like what you were saying about Brandy having that push, but I also think a lot of it is luck too, because I think you have to get lucky with the songwriter, you have to get lucky with the beat, you have to get lucky that it's cleared and it's put out in a timely manner, and you are really hoping that like the industry gives all of that to you, because like when you hear stories about like Michael Jackson fighting over songs, or Tevin Campbell, he got the song but not Tony Braxton, like it's competitive to actually get these songs, keep these songs, make them that sound good. So I think even when it comes to rappers nowadays, that more rappers are having things written for them, I think it's still like who's getting lucky, and then the girls who are writing their stuff and are taking that time to really put their song together, that there's no incentive to do that right now.
No, I agree, because it's like that happened to A. Marie, where that song, One Thing, apparently they didn't even want that song out. I was like, you didn't want that song out? That is like one. Wow, you could have. I was like, enemy of progress is right there, because I was like, that song is fire, and you didn't even want to bring that out. Like, woof. Or even what happened to Ashanti and how she wrote all these songs and they went to Jennifer Lopez. I was like, that's an L. Like, that is an actual L. Come on. So I do get your point. It's like, it definitely is a lot of luck, and thank God Brandy was lucky, because her music still slaps to this day. Almost Doesn't Count, that could be related to situationships, and that was made like over 20 years ago. Like, a genius. But I do agree with your point that some people are definitely a lot more lucky than others, because like, so, like Beyonce, for example, as like, she's very talented, but she probably was also immensely lucky at some times, because it's like, bruh, like,
And
imagine if you could
like,
get this song.
Yeah, I see some people talking about like Victoria,
Monet.
and I have some serious issues with that whole situation, because I just feel like what do we have to do to get her on? Like, she's released mixtapes, albums. She has wrote #1 songs writing for this, white girl, and she's not getting invited to the Billboard Awards, but she can dance, she can sing, she can write. Most importantly, she can write. And people are always complaining like, oh, we have no dark-skinned Black women in the music industry who are making good music, positive representation, da da da. But when they see Victoria Monet, they'll be like, well, we got Normani, or they'll want to compare her to Normani, or compare her to Chloe and Halle. It's like, why can't we have all 3 of these people exist?
I agree. It happens to a lot of artists, actually. Like, there'll be like a lot of artists are more like underground now. Like, and I'm just like, you should be bigger. Like, this is really weird that you're not, and some of them, they've got a fan base, because they're getting like in the hundreds of thousands, but it's not even hitting a million sometimes. And it's like, wow. And someone said, what about Bree Runway? And it's like, it's the same thing, because it's like Bree Runway is amazing and it's not getting enough recognition too. It's kind of annoying that, like, if you want to hear good music, it's not as mainstream as it used to be, which is quite sad.
But that's the thing. I feel like I relate this a little bit to like capitalistic success. Like, for example, when people are like, oh, well, like, Black people could have more and X, Y, and Z. But is the goal really to be a millionaire? Is the goal really to, like, again, if Victoria Monet wants to be more famous, then we need to make her more famous. Somebody made that point to me on Twitter, and I really liked that perspective. Because at first I was like, well, what does it matter? If we appreciate her, then who cares? But if she wants bigger fame, then, she could want that, and she could thrive for that. But at some point, when does, like, even with Nicki Minaj's recent post saying, like, the song that she has released were not typical songs, and they charted well in her opinion. And it's like, so do we, like, why do we want the same kind of success for everyone can it just be a certain marker to pay respect to someone's success, if that's making sense? Because again, I don't want every Black person to be a millionaire. That's not Black excellence to me. And there probably shouldn't even be the term Black excellence. I just want us to have a certain marker of success that is outside of just, because when people make, everybody's mad at Meg's mainstream success. So it's like, you damned if you do, you damned if you don't. If Victoria Monet makes a song that we all hate, but it's catchy, it's a TikTok song and it's at number one, all of a sudden, oh, she sold out, she blah, blah, blah. So I think that could kind of how it could go in.
I feel like it depends on the message that you put out as a like a rapper or a singer. Like, I don't care if you're light skin or dark skin. If your message is positive, and it don't need to be nothing deep like the sun, the moon, the sky, we're all melanated. You don't need to go all deep like that. But just something like that's not the same twerking, shaking your butt thing. It's like we need something different. Anytime, let's be real here. The Nicki Minaj, the Meg, the Stallion, the City Girls, all of these, anytime when you compare it to the white women in the music industry, they don't have to be butt naked, but Black women have to be butt naked to get mainstream. And it's unfortunate, but it's true. And I feel like we put the pride to the side for the money and the fame, and we have to stop that. We got to stop making excuses like, oh, well, they need to get their rent paid and da da da. No, we need to change how people view the music industry, and it starts by just you being like, you know what, I want to actually write lyrics or whatever, sing something that's not the same. I get money, because someone commented, all you have to do is be pretty and say a few couple of hits. And it's a good point. You just have to be pretty and say some couple of lines and you'll be good. You're successful. But what is successful? Successful is just getting by, because then that defeats the whole purpose of the music industry. The next 10 years is just going to be a Doja and a Meg and a Katrina and a LaQuisha, whatever, that's singing about the same thing. And what's so honorary about that? You want your kids to listen to that? I listened to Nicki Minaj when I was younger. Yeah, we all did. But how long is this going to be the mainstream? Because I don't listen to rap. I listen to rock and roll. When I listen to the white sector of music, they have variety. And their variety is mainstream. Black people's mainstream is explicit. It's so explicit. I'm like, where is the diversity? If you look for diversity, no one's checking for them.
Dolores, I know you're not trying to be anti-Black, but it's sounding so anti-Black because I think that's not our fault. That's not our fault.
Yeah, that's white people's fault.
Yeah, it's not our fault. And I think, like, especially with the sexually explicit music, I feel like the issue there is that a lot of the women, they make the sexual explicit music and then they shame sex workers and they shame people who actually
the lyrics. Oh my god.
No. My point is just that I think that I'm saying that Black artists are saying the change starts with us. I'm saying how in order for us to get mainstream, I'm saying that mainstream. So the music industry, I'm saying, let's say for hip hop, hip hop's consumed by mainly, white men, Black women. And I'm saying that if the mainstream music is geared towards, women have to, because women in general, women have to give off this sex appeal to get more, attention. And it's unfortunate, but it's true. That's my whole point. And I'm just saying that with Black women, it's sad that Black women can't be the punk rock Black girl, the girl that does gospel, or the girl that does pop. Like, and they do exist, but I'm saying how I notice with Black women have to take off their clothes and give off a particular image to fit the mainstream. This is not about the morality of it being good or bad. I'm talking about in white society, they're making it a bad thing. That's what I'm saying.
I just want to say, like, I feel like now we, like, at this point in society and time, we should no longer be looking to the mainstream as to what is, being promoted to us as, this is good music, this is bad music, this is positive representation. Because even things like award shows, like, that's going out of style. All this, like, mainstream shit is just going out of style. We have Black women who are playing all the roles across the spectrum with people like No Name, Carrie Foe, Baby Mother, Tierra Whack, China Rogers, like, rest in peace to her. But like all these different roles, like, No Name makes music that would be more into like a J. Cole type of genre. Baby Mother makes music that would be like more into like a southern rap type of genre, and she, you know, doesn't perform sexuality the way that Megan Thee Stallion or Cardi B does. But that doesn't mean that Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion are doing anything wrong. Like, I feel like we need to create space for all Black people across the spectrum to be able to exist and be successful and be celebrated without having to be like, oh, you know, like Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion are bad representation. We need to make our own because we already have positive representation for whatever you are looking for, you know?
I agree with that. I think also it's just like you just have to look. That's really it. Most of the time, if you want to see different forms of representation, because the other day I started getting into Black country stars, who obviously are the originators of the country, and I'm thoroughly impressed with the stuff that they're doing. Like Breland, this other artist called Tierra, and then I forgot her name. Her name is Mickey, but I don't remember her last name. But like they're doing a really good job. I think we also as well have to be careful with not being misogynistic because bro, every time I go and listen to like 90s music, you always get stupid comments like, oh, there's Brandy not shaking her ass. I'm like, fuck off. Like,
But see,
you know.
right? No, I understand what you guys are saying. Why WT is saying what I'm saying. Black women have to do those things. Black women can't be Taylor Swift and Lana Del Rey's and get mainstream success. That is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about what should be or what needs to be. I'm talking about what is now. All my point is just saying how I noticed that when it comes to Black women in the mainstream, they have to put on a certain image to get successful in the white gaze. That's just my only point with that. We know that there is Black alternative singers and rock stars and pop. We know they exist and there's people that support it. I do. I'm just talking about literally, oh, well, you're not agreeing with, you said, oh, wait, I'm not agreeing with you. Well, I don't really know what your point
I
was,
think
but...
I think I understand, and that's the thing. I understand parts of what you're saying because I know you're saying that like what certain women are doing sells well right now. And
right.
And some of them do feel the pressure to do it. That's true. But I think it's just being careful with the wording of saying that they shouldn't do it or we're tired of them doing it. It's more of like, that's not our fault mainly. And
I'm not saying it's anyone's fault. I'm just saying that we have a particular image that's being pushed that Black women have to fit this image. That's all I'm saying with the music industry. I noticed. That's all I'm saying.
Say like it doesn't like negatively impact kids because again, parents need to be controlling that. So like again, like Cardi B don't have her daughter listening to WAP. So it's like the same way where like again, if Meg Thee Stallion is going to be naked, turn the TV off if you know your 5-year-old is there. I think type of thing because again, don't force Meg Thee Stallion to make a lullaby. If you know, have her listen to a Black woman singing the lullaby. You know, Google. So I think that's what we're saying. And then again, the mainstream success thing for some artists is so temporary. The only reason why Drake or The Weeknd are boycotting certain things is solely for their own self-interest and not for other creators. And that's what I don't like. All of a sudden, everybody's divesting from mainstream because the mainstream people aren't getting the praise that they want.
Yeah, and like Tiana said before, like I had to just like quickly like rethink my own like politic, I guess, because like you said, like you really have to like decenter capitalism and like your view of success because that is not the determining factor, like how much money you're making. Like you can like I feel like if you're celebrated in your own community and you're able to do what you love, like that is success.
Yeah, I agree. Because I think that's a very good point because it stops you from feeling shit because you couldn't reach a certain state. And I've also noticed as well that like even when people talk about success and mainstream, I feel like it can be very centered on being mainstream in the West. You know, I was talking to one of my friends about like K-dramas and people were saying they've only become international. And I was like, well, actually, if there are people in China, Japan, India, Indonesia, Cambodia watching these dramas, then technically they are international. They're just not international in the West. So that doesn't mean they're actually not successful. Even the same with kind of like with Afrobeats, like when people did say, for example, oh, it's become really popular in the West, as like it already was popular, you know, in Africa, which is a bigger continent than Europe, you know, so that doesn't mean it wasn't successful. You just didn't know about it. And in fact, it was popular in the West because that, you know, the diasporans are in the West. The rest of you just didn't know what it was about. So I think it can be comforting as well sometimes to just kind of like make your own success, because trying to reach something that physically you can't reach because of your class or just different marginalized identities you have is just, it's just better sometimes. Like no one has time. I don't
Uh,
understand why the comments are so different. Why are they talking
why
about
are
Afro
they talking
Latinx
about
people?
Cardi B being black? I feel like
Oh,
y'all know Cardi B isn't black, and that's why you
Right.
have to
Like,
have
why are
this
we having this
conversation so many
discussion?
times.
I
Like,
just
Right. Like,
can
come
who
on.
you
cares?
This is why
Talking
we
about
spoke
she's
about
Afro
gatekeeping, because if it
Latino.
was
What is the
gatekeeping, then
Afro?
Cardi B wouldn't even be in the picture. If we gatekeep, Cardi B wouldn't be existing in
Literally,
our space.
My
what
thing
the
is,
fuck
she
is the
showed a
Afro?
picture of her aunt. It was like, if you have to show a picture of your aunt, just leave the
not your
Hmm.
I'm just
Right.
yeah, I don't yeah. I don't know about Cardi B, but there's other black people you can use as examples. So
Wait, I had a
yeah.
question. Like, do people actually sing with the British accent, or is like,
Yeah, some people do. Yeah. It depends. Like some people don't, like, and some people do. I mean, obviously rapping is not singing, but like when it comes to it depends. It really does depend on the singer, because I know some singers who will sing in an English accent and you can tell. But I think because, and it depends on your accent because not everyone is the same. But I think if you have like my accent, yeah, you can't sing songs in your
I think
English accent.
Sometimes Adele sounds like she's not from America, like the States. But
Yeah, in some of the way she pronounces
Ella
things.
May sounds like she's from the States. I mean, she lived in the States at a certain period of time. But I
Oh,
like
she
to
did?
hear more music that sounds like it has an accent, singing, not rapping, singing.
You know what I've
Uh,
noticed?
I I don't know any, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. I think maybe Neo. I'm not sure though. Maybe I would say her, or I think Ray Black, especially when she talks about she has a song, I think, I forgot the name, but I think it's called My Hood, and you can kind of hear her English. Her singing voice is not far from her talking voice, but I think it depends on the singer and which genre they're in. Like if you get like listen to some black British singers who are like Caribbean, obviously I don't know exactly where in the Caribbean they're from, you can kind of hear, well, to be fair, they're kind of like, well, if they're Jamaican, then they're like singing in like patois sometimes. But I think it depends. But like, yeah, some people do lose that accent because you have to like drag the words out, and we don't really drag words. Well, it depends on your accent, but I know if anyone has an accent like mine, we don't drag words out. We pronounce pretty much every letter. Like even when I sing to songs, I can't sing it. I could sing it in an English accent, but it's not gonna sound nice. It will sound very weird.
Like, I like the other day I was watching an interview of like, well, not an interview, but she was doing like a try-on video, like Georgia Smith. Her accent in real life is thick as fuck. Like,
Yeah, it's really thick. You wouldn't think
yeah.
so. Like, I think all of you are shocked because you'll be like, especially when it comes to the actors, I was like, no, they've got very thick accents. Like Daniel, for example, I think he's from London, but I don't know where. But his accent is really thick. Actually, all of their accents are really thick. So sometimes it even shocks me sometimes when they can pull off like certain accents, especially like Southern American accents, because they're not easy to do. I'm
Yeah.
yet to see Black Americans who can pull off a good English accent. I'm ready. I think some of you can, but I
Yeah,
want to see more.
I feel like there are people who do it good, but since y'all know they American, you don't give them the credit.
You know what?
Sometimes,
I will give some credit. It depends. It just depends what accent you do. You know, like I think most of them pick the most stereotypical one. I was like, I'm gonna believe you more if you do a Northern English accent. If you can pull that off, then I'll believe you. Because I think people go for like the most stereotypical ones, and it's like, even the way I'm talking now, it's not. That's just one way I talk.
I feel like
It's
New
just
Yorkers have like either a Valley Girl accent, even though they've never been to California, or they have like a ruggy type of thrasher rock star accent. Like, they have like some sort of weird smoker accent. And then like you have like the Bronx where they talk like they have no tongue or something. And then like Brooklyn, they speak like they own the place. And I would say for Staten Island, Staten Island, they're a whole different country. I can't
I
really
don't
talk
even know
about
what the
them.
fuck going on
And
out
Long
there.
Island. Yeah, Long Island's a whole nother story too. I can't really speak for them. But yeah, Thrasher rock star, exactly. But I think culturally, I think, because Black, Hispanic, Asian, I think everyone has their own unique accent because it's mainly an immigrant population here. So you have people that have the Spanglish, people that speak Cantonese, and they also know English. Oh, Thrasher. Oh, you guys are laughing at
I
that.
feel like you can tell who's from New York like by the lingo. The lingo is
yeah.
what matters the most.
I
If
feel
you
like
Mm.
that, even
like,
though I go ahead.
nah, I don't even know. But like it's just certain things, like certain views on life, like you'll know instantly. Like if they like, bro, you fucking dragging the OD, then you know that they from New York. Like you don't have to ask.
Are you from New York, Jules?
Yes.
I could tell.
Oh, you're from New York too.
Yeah.
I could tell. I could tell by the way you were talking. But like, yeah, I don't know. There's some accents I can't tell, I think it's like I can tell when someone is like Afro Latina. There's the way they say certain things. I was like, yeah, you're Afro
Yeah, New
Latina.
Yorkers, we have a certain like accent. Like New Yorkers be
Yeah.
saying words that I don't even remember. I'm like, what? Like I remember like 2 years ago, I just learned what was it called? Um, not a bacon, egg, and cheese. I know what that is.
Oh
I
my
forgot what it's
goodness.
called.
Yo.
A chopped cheese. Yeah, I just learned what a chopped cheese was like 2 years ago. And I was like, what the heck is that? And they're like, oh, chopped cheese is basically like a grilled cheese. I think that's what they said. And I was like, oh, you can just say grilled cheese. And they're like, girl, you are so downtown Manhattan. I was like, well, I guess so. But I think there's just certain parts of New York City.
When is the chop? Is the chopped cheese a
way
grilled cheese?
you're
I thought it was
offering
like
up this
a
information is very brave.
I thought it was like a
For me?
cheesesteak type of joint, but it's just with like fucking, like isn't that what a chopped cheese is? Like I'm pretty sure. When has it been a grilled cheese?
Wait, so what is a grilled cheese? Chopped cheese?
Like-
Billy Buddha Fly said chopped cheese
This is the
is
kind of
cheeseburgers.
conversation we have in private. You all cannot come on 4K candid camera and be
Oh,
like,
Lord.
chopped cheese, what?
Well,
I
that's
don't
why,
even know
look,
what you're talking
see the
about.
comments, I was mad confused. I was like, a chopped cheese is a grilled cheese? Like, really? Because that's not what we be doing. Like,
Yeah.
Do we even say grilled cheese?
Okay,
We just say cheese.
so it's a hamburger basically. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
well, I do know brick and and guap, and we say little things here and
Oh my
there,
God.
but like,
I don't even
But
know
we
what you're
do.
talking about.
Like,
yeah, we just we all have our own slang in our places where we're at, but my point is just how culturally. Oh, Dolores, give me your NYC card. Well, look, I grew up in Chelsea. Chelsea, we have our own boringness to us. So I mean, well, Chelsea, hey, we have the pier. This is where everyone vogues at. So
I'm
that's the one
done.
thing we
you
have.
just need to be
So
like,
I'll say
yo,
that.
if someone's saying that they like from New York, you just need to be like, yo, like you mad day room, son, and see if they understand. And if they understand,
For
then
me,
you know.
I talk like someone's white dad. So I'm not really that cool. I'm pretty basic.
I'm done.
So
Wait, Tiana, what'd you say?
I just feel like some people be boiling New York City stereotype down to the ground, like especially with like Tims and fitted hats, and it's like, okay,
mhm.
it's like, okay,
Tims are
I'm
ugly.
solely known for that, but I get it, I guess, because again, it'd be the most basic stuff. Because again, you go to college and the people be from Yonkers or Westchester, and they start to lie. And you can even, there was to this day, there was some girl that just really confused me. I don't know if I said it on here before, but she couldn't tell me what train she lived by. And I'm like,
An 8-ball jacket.
I'm like, how'd you get to school? Did you walk the bus? How'd you hang out on the weekend? So there's certain red flags where someone's clearly lying. But
Like when Andrew Yang was like, "I'm on the A going to the Bronx," I was like, "Huh? What you mean you on the A going to the Bronx?"
Way too many times he's messed up. He said the wrong train. Said he wanted Subaru pizza. Whatever. Couldn't name a Jay-Z song. He cannot. And again, I was just listening to the read, and they were saying how these questions Andrew Yang can't even get right are not even important. So imagine the questions that are important.
It's so funny.
Okay.
Belize Honey, she just commented, whatever I think of New York, I think of the F ISIS. I'm from New York. That lady is actually my neighbor's daughter, and it's so funny because I see her in the neighborhood, and I'm like, people watch her videos and think she's funny. Like, she's a nice lady, but it's so weird seeing people that are like popular on social media, and then you see them, and you're like, oh, they're like a regular person, and like people like are all over her page, and like she does these weird memes, and I'm like, that's so weird. But I don't know. I feel like sometimes like New York City, like you may not know 100% the accents and what's happening, what's going on. Like I don't really know how to explain it, but Timbs are ugly. Yes, you could be a New Yorker and say that Timberlands are ugly. The Timberland heels are the worst. I don't know who thought of Timberland heels, but they're disgusting.
That's a throwback. Like that's an
That's
old throwback.
nasty.
Like when people would put like the two fucking Tims on top of each other and then put it on top of the heel. Like,
wait, what?
Oh.
Sneaker heels are cute though. Sneaker heels are cute, but I think the Tims are a little bit over the top. I feel like Tims look like something you will wear in a one of those, like, you know, those white people dance movies where it's like a white guy and a white girl and they fall in love and they're like dancing hip hop. It looks like something they will wear. I'm like,
yo, you gotta take you fucking
black Tims are
bro.
nice.
You chatting like, yo, someone's gonna hear this in real life and be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Wait, so what do you consider New York? Wait, so what do you consider like appealing New York City like apparel? Like
apparel?
You can tell me.
Well, it depends on the season, honestly.
I
don't know if you can say the season because black people wear Tims anytime, anywhere that I've seen. So
don't count.
Black people with sense might push it, but it will look nice. I've seen some some girl, this was back in Tumblr. She had on a skirt and a busted pair of Tims. And she was not from New York, and it was the summertime. And that is the issue. I don't think any New Yorkers will really wear Tims in the summer unless they do construction work. But if someone has a clean pair of Tims in the fall, winter, and maybe a cold day in the spring, because, you know, the weather fluctuates, then it's fine. And I've always wanted a pair of Tims that somebody drew on with like nice graffiti and just to have as like art. I might wear it once in a while, but I wanted that. And again, I think it's become, again, no shade if you wear ones that are busted. No shade. But I feel like if you're from New York, you should not do that. And I know it's the trend. It's become a trend where people are wearing these white shoes, ratted and tatted. I don't know why.
No, that's a yuppie trend. I'm telling you, that's a yuppie thing.
It's a white trend. But I've been seeing people out here on the street. I'm in Silver Spring, Maryland again. They need to, you know, once they get beat up, please get a new pair.
Lydia Bean said Dolores sounds like a plant. Thank you so much. That was very nice.
Yo, why y'all bullying her for her accent? Like, she can't even control that shit.
It's true. That's really rude.
We weren't talking about the unpopular opinion.
What?
Someone said they thought Doc Martens were ugly. I was like, no, they're not.
Doc Martens are regular black boots. I don't see what's ugly about them. They're like regular military boots. I don't see what's the hoopla. I mean, look, I know more of slang in the gay community because downtown is more gay people. So I can tell you some slang I know from my parents and friends. I know that more than New York City slang overall. So I'll give you that.
Wait. You lived in New York your whole life and you didn't know what a chopped cheese was?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I don't eat from delis anyway. So
you never went to the Bronx? Like you never went and you never
No,
somewhere?
I went to the Bronx like 2 times.
Oh shit. Yo, that's crazy.
You know, I didn't even
the Bronx. I've had some intense experiences, and I don't really go.
I don't like
too much sometimes.
I feel like Jules, that was a setup because
no,
exactly.
No, actually, it really wasn't.
You could have said Harlem. That was a setup.
It really wasn't. I didn't even mean to, you know. I'm just interested because usually like everybody kind of knows about like the same shit.
You said Dolores is probably a billionaire. No, I am not a billionaire. I am in the projects.
Oh wow.
I will say though, I do say like the Bronx is the only place I like actively am like, all right, I'm gonna just relax. Like I'm not gonna go over there too much.
So you said
Really?
we don't eat top cheese in Brooklyn. That's a whole lie. Brooklyn be having some interesting food places. Brooklyn, I think it's so crazy that Brooklyn is being gentrified. It's so weird because I see like weird white people grocery stores. I'm like, what is this? Like what? Like I'd be so thrown off. I don't eat bodega sandwiches because I don't trust that they're washing their hands.
They're not.
What is a
They are
bodega?
not,
Is
bro.
it just a corner shop?
Doc is not washing his hands, bro. Like, come on. You know.
How do I know that? How do I know that?
He's not
How do I
washing his
know
hands.
that?
That's
That
weird.
nigga's not wearing a mask either. Like,
But that's
Mm-mm.
why I was side eyeing Candy not being able to pass a health inspection. Because if these delis could allegedly pass a health inspection, I'm
I love
like,
everyone
how
that
hard
comments right
is
now.
it? How easy is it to pass? It's not
Oh,
making sense.
some people are dirty. They're saying they adds extra flavor. I was like, no, it does not. No, it does not add extra
You're not
flavor.
from Brooklyn, Queens, or Harlem. You're
Stop
not from the
it.
NYC. No, because then you're forgetting Black people downtown Manhattan. There are Black people in downtown Manhattan that have culture and that have sense. You cannot discredit downtown. Downtown is where trans Black people have survived for years, and we had Stonewall. So I mean, come on, like you gotta give credit.
Wait,
Yeah.
where's Poset?
That. But I also think, like, for example, like some people, like, especially in my job, they'll be like, oh, like, what about like Black rich people? And not saying what you're saying about Black rich people, but I feel like if people want to be known in a community, they'll make themselves known. And sometimes I feel like some people don't make themselves known. Not that lower, east side, downtown people don't make themselves known, but that's just. Okay.
Jennifer said they're not washing their hands in Starbucks either, honey. The fact that you think I go to Starbucks is so white, lily white, and expensive for no. I don't go to no doggone Starbucks. I cook at home.
I would trust going to like the corner store and getting like a fucking beef patty on a cocoa bread before I would like trust going to the Starbucks.
Starbucks is too overrated. Like I went there and I was actually angry because I was like, I spent this money on stupid, like what was this? And people be like, Starbucks is so good. I'm like, no, it's not. It's a waste of money.
Staten Island is a part of New York.
Her what?
JD was asking, it was Staten Island. Staten Island is not a part of New York, ? And I was saying, yes, it is. It's just that New Yorkers don't claim Staten Islands because New York is I would say New York is a blue state. So you would hear a lot of New Yorkers joke around and be like, oh, Staten Island, like, because Staten Island is mainly Trump supporters. I've seen one. Well, we have some big white supremacists in New York that people don't know about. Gavin McInnes, the guy I think he's like the founder of the Proud Boys. He lives in Soho, and I think people think that New York is like some super rainbow, Black Lives Matter, ultra social justice warrior place. No, there's some crazy people up here. Other than the ones you see on the E train, there are some crazy people in New York City.
Yo. Nah, wait till you like look at that fucking map for like the South Bronx, like mad red, like mad.
South Bronx is white people.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm in South Queens. What the fuck am I talking about? I'm in South Queens.
I do not go.
I'm so sorry.
Too far.
Because I just knew you was probably throwing fake shade, so I'm glad.
Oh no, absolutely not. I'm so sorry, yo. I'm so sorry, yo.
Queens is huge though, and Brooklyn is huge. So I wouldn't be surprised if people started to like kind of isolate themselves or be more specific because those boroughs are huge and they're connected.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is anybody from a different city? JD asked.
I'm from a different country.
Dolores, I want to hear more of your New York perspective. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I feel like I have to like persuade. I mean, I'm not persuading for anyone. I don't really care. But I mean, I'm from Chelsea. I don't know what else to say.
It's actually quite.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say it's quite weird as well. I mean, well, it's not really weird. We know it's fun, but sometimes when you be like, "I'm from Chelsea," I'm like, "Bruh, there's a Chelsea in London," and they're not the same
really?
thing. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Like the Chelsea here, yeah, it's just rich, really affluent and rich. So I'm just kind of like, when you talk about Chelsea, I was like, haha, the
Right,
Chelseans,
right.
Oh,
like
so
just rich.
like real Chelsea, like I'm not real Chelsea, like Chelsea in New York, like rich people.
It's Chelsea in
Right.
New York with rich people too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's from New
So
York
both
State, not in New York City. Oh my God. Look, New
No,
York City culture. I'm sorry, you go.
no, there was this boy I followed on Twitter who kept talking about Ontario, and he kept saying CA. So I thought he was from Canada all this time, but allegedly there's an Ontario in California.
really.
It took me a while. I was about to like message him like, "Are you from California? Because you talk a lot about like American politics." But he was actually from California. That there's an Ontario there.
Yeah, they keep using the colonizers clearly use the same name because it's like sometimes when people be like London, I'm like, which London are you talking about? Because I didn't know there was one in Canada. I was like, since when was there one in Canada? I was like, since colonization. But like still, I'm just like, it is weird sometimes to hear when you say things like Birmingham, even the way you say it is interesting because it's like the Birmingham here is just it's not the same, basically. Or even the Chelsea, I'm just like, not the same.
I mean,
What's
Chelsea. The only thing interesting about Chelsea is just it's just a queer community, but it's not really diverse in race. I mean, it's diverse in cultures, but it's mainly white people with different cultures. But you don't see too many black people, other than black
No.
people in my neighborhood. But if you look outside of my neighborhood, it's white. It's white schools, mainly white restaurants, and it's also I'm close to a tourist. I'm in a tourist area because I live right next to the Google department and the Chelsea market. So literally
oh
tourists are always over here. So it's a pier. So of course tourists are going to be around here. So this is the culture I'm around. But I do know Brooklyn because my mom was from Brooklyn, and then she moved to here. Um, but I mean, I don't know. I don't really think beef was the whole New York City thing. I think for me, because I grew up around like white kids, and then by the time I was in college, and I was around the black kids. I mean black young adults, and we exchanged like common interests. But it was nothing about New York City. It was just about like music and our history, and But I mean, I don't know.
yeah. Like I said before, I feel like I'm cool with everywhere in New York except for like the South Bronx because I just feel like if you're not from the Bronx, then you should just like relax. Like you don't even need to be going up. Like just let them do their thing. Like that's like because my friend he moved there and now he's moving out. He's moving to Far Rockaway because his ass got mugged because he was
Oh,
staying there with his mom. And I was
Mm.
like, your ass shouldn't have been over there anyway.
Oh my God, that's the thing with New York City. You gotta be careful because it's just dangerous. Like some places you can't go, some places you can't be by yourself. Oh my God, this guy outside is on a motorcycle. Can
So
you
I
just go?
remember I was in the Bronx. I was in the South Bronx because I had brung my friend because I was like, oh, like I wanted to. I don't know if I ever posted it. I didn't post it on YouTube, but my friend helped me make like a montage video of like me in the Bronx. Like maybe if I find it, I'll put it up here. But it was really nice. Like we went to like every place I lived, and she was like recording things. So it was like B-roll, and it wasn't just like me of my face. It was more of just like a daily kind of thing. It was really cool. But yeah, so we was recording B-roll on the floor. We was like by Yankee Stadium or whatever. And some guy is looking out. So he comes out and he's like, oh, like, what are you all doing? Are you doing a photo shoot? So I'm like, no. And that's all I said. And then he was like, oh, like, why are you trying to get smart with me? Like, you're clearly doing a photo shoot. I'm like, no, we're not. And he's like, oh, like, stop playing with me. And then goes in and he's like, oh, I would never want my daughter to be disrespectful like you and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like,
Oh
you
God.
don't even, first of all, you don't even know me. I'm doing better than your daughter and you. So don't even.
Dang, why you had to put the daughter in there?
If he would have came out the door and said, hey, what are you all doing? I would have been like, we are recording video. To me, recording video is not a photo shoot. You didn't ask what I was doing. You said, are you doing a photo shoot? I said no. And at that point, you could have went inside your store because we weren't even filming the store at all. We were filming people walking by their feet. So it was just like he wanted an argument and wanted to argue with a little girl for what? So I just feel like, again, if you're not getting mugged, you're going to get in a random argument.
Where
Yeah,
was
like
this? Where was this at?
It was
guys.
right by the Yankee Stadium, so like on 161st Street by
Oh,
the D train or the 4
Yankee
train.
Stadium is in the Bronx, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
annoying. If you're in
Yeah, I
London, they're
think
just gonna. If you're in London, it's just fast paced, to be honest, and people are just rude and fast paced and
I feel like
rude.
New York
Versus
City,
like
like
in England or UK, it'd be like you all are surrounded with like big, like the buildings look royal. So like I just be
yeah,
looking at your pictures and I'm like, you're just casually around buildings that
It
look
depends where you are. It depends where it's not a true representation, no. Because some people are never gonna there's some rundown, boring, small places like in I'm gonna just talk about England. I don't know about the rest of them. Because everyone says that Scotland is beautiful. But like, yeah, it depends where you are. And because if you come to central London, I'm okay. Yeah. If you come to central London, it's just really urban, like metropolitan city. You're not going to be seeing any like royal buildings or like old castles or whatever. You have to go to the countryside or just certain places to see it. You're not going to see that. So it depends where you are, and it depends. And when people say the UK, sometimes they need to be specific because that like these places could be in Scotland. They may not be in England, although there are some castles and stuff like that in England, but it
you say
depends. Like,
castles.
yeah, there's some stuff like
is
that.
like is okay. I'll be listening to like a lot of like UK garage like rap, and they be like most of them are from West London. Is West London like really the hood? Like is that like OD the hood or is like
I think because it's small as well. Like London is small in comparison to like it's a big city, but that's
or
relative.
do they lie?
Like there are
Is West London the equivalent of like lying and saying you're from New York City?
no.
oh
Oh, I don't want to say anything because people be like, you're not representing us properly. But like, there are rich places and there are rundown places. West London's a weird place to me because when I grew up mostly around Southeast London, I don't find that place interesting. Like, there's certain places we make fun of. Like South London is just too far away from anyone to get to. Yeah, South London is just
damn,
far. The
I mean,
best
don't worry, you're
places in
doing
my
better than me.
double
like
homicide.
the best places to be in my opinion, is Southeast London because I was there. It was good. It's just weird. You get run down places and then you can take a bus, and 10 minutes later you will be in kind of like a nice place in London too. It's like there are run down places and like estates and stuff like that in West London, but then at the same time, simultaneously, there's rich places too. That's like particularly like in like the east central part of London, there'll be like estates and flats and some rundown places, but not far from it, there'll be gentrified places too. So it's just a bit like, yeah, it's really weird to be honest, but like it depends. And no, everyone has their own story. So yeah, there's obviously postcode wars, but I'm not involved in that. Like people be like, I'm from East, I'm from South. I'm like, they're not far from each other, in my opinion. For us to be
Oh
like
shit.
repping postcode basis is like it's not that deep, guys. Besides, most
Also,
people move across all around London anyway, so it's like you rep this place, and then what? In 2 years, you're gonna move to another part of London.
I just want to say for any of the I didn't mean to say that the Bronx was like bad. I'm just saying that if you're not from there, then you should just keep like use common sense. That's all that I'm saying. Like I'm not going to Hunts Point just to fucking fuck around. Like if my friends out there, then like it's fine. Like the Bronx is actually really cool. Like there's a lot of cool people there. But like seriously, if you're not
Is
from
it
there,
just
then just
weird to do that? Like to just be like, yeah, I'm from the Bronx when you're not.
Yeah, like I just want to say real quick, like a lot of my peers who are from the Bronx, they don't even hype up the Bronx like that. Like
Okay.
they know when it comes to going home from school on a regular basis, they have to just be careful. It's nothing wrong with that. I mean, we're in a city, and being
yeah.
in the city is just you got to be careful. I mean, going on the train, being in the train station, you got to make sure you stand in a certain place because if you hear someone singing to themselves and you're like, okay, it's coming to my right. Okay, let me go downstairs. Like you got to do a whole lot of thinking in this city. So I feel like whatever borough you're from, you just have to be careful. Like you just
Okay.
have to be
Like
careful, especially
shit.
as a woman. You have to be careful. You gotta have a taser or a knife, or make
Exactly.
sure
Yeah. Like that's not a joke. Like someone will rob you.
Oh, really? Oh,
In New
okay.
York in general.
Bad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, New York City in general. You
Everywhere.
just got to be careful
You
because
can go to
there's
you can go to
people
Washington
that
Heights
party and
in
Mm.
Mm.
Manhattan. Washington Heights is in Manhattan. You will get robbed. So like I don't know what to tell you.
Somebody
I
said
get
y'all
what you
so scared of the
mean.
Bronx. No one's scared of the Bronx. This is just about being safe. Like this is
Nobody's
not
scared
No,
of the
true.
Bronx. The
I
fuck are you
you can
talking about?
get got anywhere.
It's true. I was gonna say that. Like, you could honestly just be jumped anywhere if you like. I don't even know how I survived in some places in London. I'll be walking in the dark and I'm just like, I could have died tonight.
Aura said, "Is New York just one big city? Is there any rural places?" Central Park is like, if that counts.
Wait, that's the only example you got. Staten Island.
I'm joking.
Staten
I'm
Island
joking.
got rural areas. Inwood and Manhattan got rural areas. You can go to places in Queens. They got like suburb type areas.
Central Park and the
But
trees
none
the
of
dogs
that
can
is
pee at.
rural. Like
The
rural.
What do
trees,
you
What does
the
mean?
rural
fake
mean? Like,
grass is
what
the
is that?
rural that we have
I'm
here, okay?
done.
That's the rural
You
that we have. We have the fake grass and the fake trees where your dogs can pee at. That's the rural that we have.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, I don't expect New York to have any rural places. Like, when I think of rural, I'm thinking of down south.
Oh,
Me too. My thing with rural, I
That's
want to enjoy rural.
rural.
My thing is, it's too quiet. It's too quiet down there. It's scary. I feel like like Michael Myers about to come out of somewhere and like kill me. Like it's too quiet.
why people keep saying y'all scared of the Bronx? Nobody's fucking scared of the Bronx, yo. Like
No one's scared of
it's
y'all
called
missing the
common
point in the
sense.
comments.
Like
Right, y'all
really
missing the point.
They fucking up the whole plot right now. Like they really
Right.
think niggas is scared of the Bronx. Like no.
That's how it was led by accident at the beginning. That's how
Oh.
it was led.
They're like,
You know
oh, you
what?
afraid? But see how? But do you see how arrogant New Yorkers are? Like the people in the chat already like triggered. Like but they're all getting
Yo,
like
they really,
triggered. Like
they ready to start crying. Like, yo, the Bronx is cool. Like, shit. I'm just letting y'all know. If you trying to come visit,
No, you keep making it worse.
right, just stop. Just stop.
You're
Just
not
stop. 'Cause
really
they all
It's not
people in the
bad,
comments got their guns out.
but don't
They
go
got
there.
their guns
So
out.
it's like, just stop.
I mean, they're actually no. They're actually building the hip hop museum. They started building that.
Oh yeah,
That's
I
gonna be
heard of
cool.
that.
If you want to go visit the Bronx for that, that's cool.
Wait, it's in the Bronx?
Yeah, hip hop started
I'm
in the
not
Bronx.
I'm not going. I'm going for a virtual. I'm going for a virtual experience.
This conversation is a parody. This is not a real
Yeah,
conversation.
you just don't rate where you live. You really don't. Like, it's actually putting me off too. I was like, fine, I'll just stay here or I'll just go to Canada
No, you
instead
can come to
to
New York.
visit.
No, you
No,
can come to New York. Just be in the busy places. But I mean, it's not. I feel like I feel like native New Yorkers, we know how to survive. We're not like too like, oh my god, what's going on? Like we're not like all paranoid. I feel like New Yorkers, we do have some sense of entitlement and anxiety, and we
Is
can be
anybody
strict.
from
Yeah.
Compton here? Because like I always thought Compton was worse, and I know that's probably bad, but I always just thought Compton just had a reputation for just being worse. So if
Yeah,
anybody
I heard Compton was terrible.
like balance this out, like anybody, because this is crazy.
Maybe
Wait,
they're just exaggerating. Actually, I don't want to say that they're exaggerating because they may not be exaggerating. Like, I know there's some places in London where people be like, don't go here. And I'm like, it's not that deep, actually. In fact, it's not that deep when it became gentrified. So, yeah.
Crooklyn
Because
is
there's a place
amazing.
in London called Brixton, and people be like, Brixton's dangerous. And I'm like, it's gentrified now.
Yeah, someone
Yeah.
said Florida is the worst. Why is everyone going to Florida and we're still trying to survive with the vaccine just coming out? Like, why is everyone traveling to Florida now? I don't understand.
Because there's
Is it the
opportunities for
season?
influencers, apparently.
I feel like Florida.
Yeah.
Every time I think about Florida, I think about Trump supporters shooting people on their lawn. That's anytime people bring up Florida, I think about that because I'm just like I don't know. I don't like the heat. I don't like hot weather, so I wouldn't go there anyway. But Florida's and Georgia crazy too with their crazy Republican demon people.
In Florida, somebody got their face slashed, my neighbor. And when I lived in Florida, all these people would act like they were our friends, come into our house and steal our Game Boy.
yeah.
People were
Some of y'all in the comments are giving bad advice about Jersey because I've lived there and it's the hood. Like, I don't know. Like, North Jersey,
Yeah, Jersey is
Patterson
definitely hood.
is the hood. Like, y'all are fucking up the plot.
The comments make me laugh because some of this shit they'll say, I'm just like, Jesus. Like,
And then we don't
wow.
even
Like,
know where people are really from. So somebody could really be in the chat like, oh my gosh, like Florida is so safe or Florida is so crazy, and they've never been to Florida.
Like,
Right,
bro,
exactly.
Newark,
Well, they want to
Trenton,
stereotype New
Camden.
York.
Oh my God. I feel like every major city in Jersey is the hood. Like, I lived there for a minute. Like, come on.
Don't they hijack cars in Jersey a lot?
Wow.
They do everything in Jersey, bro.
Well,
Wait, is
any New
Jersey
Yorker that
next
got
to New
their
York?
any New Yorker that gets their car hijacked, I don't understand why you have a car in the first place. So
Exactly.
I don't
Oh.
understand.
Unless you live in the outer boroughs, like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah. Because
is it like,
after it's
do you not need is it like is your public transport that good that you don't really need a car?
yeah. My thing is the mayor. They trying to bring out the MTA, and you have people that still jumping over the card machine. So.
Everyone does that. People do that in London.
I am not taking New York public transportation anymore for the rest of my life if I can.
So how do you travel? Do you fly?
When I come to New York, I am getting a lift or someone is driving me because I'm not getting on a train.
Wait, so you're spending like a good $20 instead of $3?
Is it that bad?
I'm not getting on a train no more. The last times I've been on the train were reasons to tell me you don't need to be on the train no more. I'm not coming to
I
New York
wish I could do that.
I have a ride from A to B. I'm not, and again, it could be my parents driving me. None of my friends have cars. I will take that lift. I will convince you if you would like to split that lift. We are not getting on a train if we don't.
Wait, doesn't DC have a train service?
Yeah, I haven't taken the train in DC since like COVID, but DC trains are not bad. But they don't go much places, but they're not dangerous.
Okay. The underground's pretty decent. There's too many lines though. And there's too many people.
I mean, yeah, we have a lot of lines. I mean, but if you get the color codes right and if you know your alphabet, then you're good. If you know your alphabet and you know your colors, then you're fine.
Like someone just said, now the train acting like the 90s lately, hella slashings and shoving people on the tracks. Yes. It really is like that. Like,
wait, when?
Real bad.
Wait, when was this?
And then no. Because if you are not a New Yorker, the train will send you to the wrong place. If you're not listening, they won't tell you when it's the express time. So you just have to know. They're not going to tell you, oh, the lane switch. We're actually going here. You just have to know. So the trains is not even tourist friendly unless you're on like the E train, and that's it.
The narrators on the train be chewing a bag of Doritos in the front of the train and be like, yeah, this is I don't know where we going, but I'm just moving forward. It's like, who is this dad up here? Like, what the
like the trains, they'll be fucking running the A train on the F line and you won't even know it.
That's really bad. We don't care. That's really bad. There's some order with the underground. Actually, I take that back. And rush hour, how we call it, is demonic. So you want to avoid that. Do you have something like rush hour where everyone comes home all at once and the trains are just packed?
Of course.
Yeah. Oh my God.
It's disgusting, especially in the summer. And our summers are nasty in London. It's just humid. There's no breeze.
As soon as it's like 50 degrees outside, New Yorkers are wearing shorts and flip-flops. It's like common.
Yeah. And it's like when you like all the stations that are underground, like it just be so hot. Like especially like this time of year forward, it's so fucking hot. And then the train comes by and it's all fucking hot, nasty ass air.
And we all have to have our masks on.
The pollution's real.
It's so like I don't think you understand. Like it really feels like hell on earth. Like and there's really no breeze. And then sometimes people experiencing homelessness have to be down there. So like it just then even if there's nobody experiencing homelessness down there, it'd be like pee, feces, it'd be rats. It's 90 degrees outside. I just don't understand how we have yet to have an infrastructure. We just got phone signal on the trains. Like I think it was like senior
really?
year of high school or something, where I was like, oh, my phone actually works down here. So it's like, no.
Tell me why mine still don't be working. And Apple Maps does not work in
Do
New
you
York.
have like a flip phone or something?
Nah, I have an iPhone. Like I have an iPhone 11.
Oh wow, that's
Oh,
a
me too.
shame.
I'm not
That's
surprised.
terrible. In some trains in London, like you do get signal, but they're overground, so which makes sense.
Like if the train's moving, it won't work. But if it's stopped, then it will.
No, not here. Actually,
I feel
some
like
trains
people are
are
not.
underground.
I feel like people are not like going to be wearing their mask in the train at some point, and I feel
Yeah.
like with the heat, people have to be careful because New Yorkers are nasty, and we have homeless people as well, and you just got to be careful. You just got to be careful and continue to be safe.
Yeah.
You do, yeah. And some people are stupid and they just don't really care for others. They'll be like, I don't want to wear a mask, and I was like, then die then.
Oh my God! Jesus.
People in the fucking chat talking about, oh, the fucking subway system seems so bad. Like, wait till you find out that people be smoking crack, hotboxing the train car. Like, bro, this is like.
No, I will never forget. There was this one guy. He was asking for like money on the train, and like this one person didn't have money, so they gave him their groceries, right? So he takes the groceries, goes in between the train car, and flings the groceries. And like you can see him if you look over at him, and I'm just like, that is so rude. Like I understand that he was asking for money and not food, but like throw it like once you keep going, like not right here. That person could have had their groceries.
Oh my God. What the fuck?
He's so rude. That's a
I think
violation.
we all seen crazy stuff in New York City. Like I remember, well, we all know the rats and the roaches in New York City. Like literally, like I have seen them have full on brawls in New York City. The rats and the pigeons be fighting. It's like a whole show, and the people that are mentally ill. You know, the things that they do outside. I've seen naked people. We've seen people yelling on the phone. I think the worst part of New York, my pet peeve in New York, is people that walk outside of the store and they look up. Or they're like walking up the stairs and they stop. Like that bothers me so bad. Like New York City, the one thing about us, we're very strict on how you need to be walking in the city. You need to be walking and know where you're going. But if you look up and I'm behind you, I'm going to slap you in the back of the head. Like,
the one thing about New York is like when them motherfuckers who be on the bikes, bro, and the bike lane be aggressive as fuck for no reason, ready to run you over. Like I have the right of way right now. Like what are you doing, bro?
Right, and they keep going. Or cars that speed up, and it's like, why are you speeding up? There's a red light at the next corner. Like, where are you going? Like, it's just. But I feel like New York City. I think like anytime.
I was gonna say, rumor has it that like allegedly outside of New York City or the tri-state area, you're supposed to say hello to people on the street. I'm like, like I was when I was first started working in DC. This one guy was like, "Yeah, if someone's walking on the street, like you say good morning," and I'm like, "Why?" They were like, "Because it's just you two on the street," and I'm like, "Why would anybody expect me to say hello to a stranger?" But apparently, they
do that here.
I feel like the street harassment in New York is really weird. Like New York City street harassment is definitely different because like, especially in Harlem. Like, oh God, it's like you have to be in a complete blanket for men to not talk to you. And even if you have a blanket on, they still can talk to you. Like, it's just annoying. Like, I've had a guy, I rejected him, like, when he asked me something. I was like, no. And he told me to go back to my country. And he was a Black American. And he assumed that I was, because I said I look more racially ambiguous. He assumed that I was like not from America, and he was like, "Oh, go back to your country," in which I'm like, "Okay, well, my country is Chelsea, so stay on the corner and be dusty." But like, the cat calls are crazy. I argued with this guy one time where he was like, "Oh, but you assuming that all men are like this," and he was really triggered. He was a Black guy, and I was like, "Well, women are very conscious of what they wear and what they do outside, because and they feel like if they reject the guy, then he's going to attack them. And the guy I was telling this about, he was like, "Oh, but that means women are all going to be anxious and nervous." I'm like, "You're missing the point. Like,
Like, just
you're
don't
missing
talk
the
to
point."
us.
Yo, I saw like this girl I knew. She like made this video of her getting catcalled. Niggas in New York don't even be giving a fuck. You can be like, I'm definitely 17, Mister. Like, what are you doing? They be like,
You
okay.
talking about the white girl that made that video?
Oh yeah, that one where she was getting catcalled.
I mean, that one I wasn't really offended. I guess for me, I was kind of confused with like, I mean, I didn't really see like the big controversy. It was like, okay, she's being catcalled, and from my experience, I've been catcalled by mainly dark skinned black men. Like anytime I look more natural, then I have like two white guys look at me. But other than that, it's always some dusty black guy that like won't accept you saying no, and they get all triggered. It's like, move on, like go get a girlfriend or something. Like who cares?
The thing is,
Well,
like,
don't even
what I've
think they can
seen, like, what I've seen from like my female friends, like, when you respond back, they get even more aggressive, like, which
Yeah,
is crazy. Like, what the
it
fuck?
could kill you. It's not. It's really.
Mhm.
It's deep. Like, that's why I don't even go clubbing anymore, as I'm not gonna die just to listen to music.
Oh my god,
It's just like, I was like,
you
we'll
sound so
find other ways.
extreme.
No, because like, the experiences have been from people who are really close to me. Like, it's really scary. Like, one of my friends got
Mhm.
dragged. They literally picked them up and dragged them, and I was like, God
Wait,
forbid. I was like, I'm not
what's going on
interested
with the
in this.
chat? What's going on with the chat? Why someone said pause? We need to dissect what she said. What was said?
Okay, so let me say, because so first of all, I think the video that was mentioned about this girl getting catcalled, I think is a good analogy. So when the issue that I've seen the internet having with the girl being catcalled was that she purposely blurred out some people's face and not others. She didn't blur out the dark skinned men's face. She left other people who were lighter, their faces blurred, and then the dark skinned men, you got to see their face. So I think again, like, this is, are we going to assume in the chat and in this video that we are all like black people? So when we are saying like, oh, this is happening with darker skinned men, I think like, yeah, we could give benefit of the doubt. But I think saying like darker skinned men specifically can be like a little problematic. So that's what the chat is talking about. The chat was like, what is that?
I'm not even paying the chat any attention. Like I wasn't even looking at the chat for a quick second.
But yeah, I definitely think, like, for example, like when it comes to like men catcalling, me personally in New York City, it's been all types of men, not white men, because again, there don't be white men in my community to catcall me. But again, like when I was in college, the white men didn't catcall in a way that was like as explicit. They did it in, other weird ways. So I would say like the distinction that we made like wasn't really necessary. I think like men in general in New York catcall really badly, and
around the world even.
Yeah.
They don't take no.
Wait, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. My race isn't ambiguous. I was saying that I look ambiguous. I'm not. My race isn't. I don't even know if is that even a thing? Racially ambiguous? Like I don't even know if it's a thing, but.
It just means
I'm not.
You can tell what race you are, but I don't think it means that it's not your race. You can't be racially ambiguous. Like you can look racially ambiguous, but you can't be racially ambiguous in terms of your race. You're either
right.
black.
Yeah, I was about to say like
one thing about the comments.
What's a quote? One thing about the comments, they are on your side.
Like, bro, they tear your ass up.
Ooh.
So funny.
These cameras on class. I was like, I've been on here before. I'm dark skinned. I'm dark skinned. Not like if we want reference, I'm dark skinned, not in between, I'm dark skinned.
But I think sometimes when we're in communities that are so homogenous, sometimes we are explicit about how people look when it's really just the phenomenon. Like it's similar to like black on black crime. Like there's white on white crime, Asian crime, but because we're in these homogenous communities, we think it's happening more because of what we see. When in actuality, it's happening common in every area. So It's like a duh. Like if you're around a mostly dark skinned community, the dark skinned people are going to be helpful and just as harmful because people display all those qualities. So I think when you like just make it specific, it's sometimes unnecessary.
I think it's just also people are not specific. Like say anti-black things like, oh, in our community instead of communities, oh, we have a big issue with homophobia. It's like you do know it's everywhere. All groups have big
That
issues.
is a good example.
Yeah.
You know, like that's everywhere. But you get people say, but these, I was like, read about colonialism and then come back to me and then we'll have a conversation about homophobia. Because you realize actually, yeah, white people were responsible for why these even exist to begin with. So yeah. But like people be like, the black community are this, and I was like, it's everywhere. People won't tell you that, but I think we all know, like, yeah. Someone asked me, what does "in it" mean? It means "isn't it?"
No, but I just want to. Every time, like even in my background, when there's sirens, all of a sudden people are like the ghetto. First of all, that supervisor did.
Oh my god.
She heard the sirens in my background. She was like, "Oh, where do you live?" I was like, "By a fire station." Like, what do you mean? So I just think that's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, someone did make. Yeah, someone made a good point saying, I think you can discuss homophobia being a byproduct of colonialism without infantilizing cishet black people. I was like, of course, you can hold them accountable, but like, you do need to also be aware of the context of where it comes from, because people will be like, we're so intolerant. And I was like, who do you think that's because of? Context matters. Like, you can give criticism, but have context.
Someone said, wait, isn't New York so liberal? Why sexual harassment is so prevalent? I think that's like the problem with liberalism, is that there's so much like preconceived notion of like morality, when in reality liberalism is like literally like 2 steps away from all of the bad shit that people be trying to like project onto it. Be like, yo, this is gonna be the fix. Like New York may be liberal, but school to prison pipeline, stop and frisk,
segregation.
And what do they even mean by liberal? Do they just mean it's just diverse? Because that doesn't necessarily mean that the problems have gone away.
That's so true. Some schools, like they're literally white schools, that's like, oh, we're diverse, and they have like 1 black student, 1 Asian, and the teachers are still practicing racism. It's like, well, what are you talking about? Like, you know.
Yeah, I think people have these misconceived notions, and you're like, no, because like people would say, like, when people be shocked like that colorism is a thing in like an African country, I was like, just because everyone's black, that doesn't mean that we don't have issues with like colorism.
Yeah.
Like, it's so big.
And like with New York especially, like I feel like it's not talked about enough of like how heavily segregated the school system is. Like Brooklyn Tech, Bronx Science, fucking Stuyvesant, like 8 black people. Like seriously, look up the figures. Like 8 black people that they got in these schools, and they got like 200 Asian people, 300 white people, fucking 100 Latino people. And it's just like, and especially when you like grow up in New York, you grow up in like the metropolitan area, Jersey, whatever, there's so much emphasis of like, you need to get into a pre-college high school so you can be able to go to college and, you know, not go to your public school because you know it's shitty. And it's just very segregated.
It's true. I mean, like even with I lost my train of thought for a second. Like I feel like these schools are, no, not the school. What was I about to just bring up? I was about to bring up something that Jules, can you say the last point you were saying?
What was the last one I said? I don't really remember. It was like that the schools were segregated and like they have so many different other like minority groups who are getting into the school.
Right. I remember now. I something I was reading. They were talking about how East Asians, they're not labeling school districts. More and more school districts are not labeling East Asians as a minority. Well, the quote unquote minority. They're now putting them in the sector of white people based on their grades. For example, Washington State literally is doing this experiment where they're putting Asian students with white students based on their quote unquote intelligence, and how this negatively impacts the black and brown audience. Obviously, that is triggering because it's like you're literally putting Asians with whites based on, oh, look, they're quote unquote smart, which is completely just false. Like, because now you're saying that in order for a group of people of color to be close to white people, then they need to be intelligent. It goes back to that whole IQ thing. Like, you remember they did that experiment back in the 80s where they were like, oh, well, black people are inferior because they have smaller brains than white people. But come to find out, the scientist behind the experiment, he was measuring a brain of a young black boy and comparing it to an older white man.
Oh
It's like,
wow.
yeah.
Oh, yuck. That is
That's
not
just
it.
disgusting. It's just asinine as well. Just
Mhm.
asinine. So fucking grotesque and asinine. Either way, I have to go to bed now because it's like 2 a.m. in the UK.
Yeah.
We've been on here for 4 hours.
And the fact
Yeah.
that someone, the fact that someone questioned if I was black, go to hell.
Wait,
Wait,
You can check my
Jennifer
Instagram.
playing.
My Instagram is Jules Murakami, and I am fucking black. I am a dark skinned person. Fuck out of here. Yo, you dead wildin'. Oh
what
my
did
god.
they think? I was like, then what else could you be then?
I don't even fucking
Someone said Tiana's black passing.
Sweetie. Look, people cosplay real well.
I'm done.
Drop your Instagram. Oh, sure. I have an art Instagram page. Definitely follow me. I post my illustrations up there. Hold on. How do I type up here?
Wait, do you
I'm
really
on
do
the,
animation? Because I be needing animation.
Yeah, I
Oh,
did.
good.
I did a walk cycle. I did a walk cycle for school and like college projects. But now I'm doing my own projects. But if you definitely want me to do animation, I can give you my email as well. Let me go to the chat on YouTube to type in my Instagram. Hold on.
I'm gonna have to take a picture of that. God have mercy. Wait.
Okay. Hold on. Let me type it in on the chat on the other side.
Oh, there's a chat here. Good. I can screenshot it.
Okay, I'm typing it now.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say. Okay, so since it's late, how would we like to end this?
Oh, this was a good chat.
Okay, there we go.
I just want to end it by saying my Instagram is Jules Murakami. There are pictures of me. I am a black person. Please. Like, I don't want to be included in this narrative.
I don't
You're not
understand why
even
black
light
people
skinned
do the
as well.
whole
You're dark
not black.
skinned.
It's so dumb.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, my name is Chizoba, not Chizoba, Chizoba. You trigger, it's just triggering.
I
when
think it's
people
the
do that.
American O, the way we say the O.
Yeah,
Did
because
you guys
everyone
get the
really
Instagram?
pronounced it. Oh, my Instagram is just my name backward. Actually, to be honest, I have a YouTube channel. It's my name, Chizoba Veritable. My name's pretty. It's not unique, but still. And yeah, you find everything from there, really. Yeah.
Not
I
say
type
something.
it in.
I think
The
this
one and only Nehemiah.
I love the UK vibes. I'm gonna just say I don't know. I just get so intimidated because I'm like, should I say UK? This is why I need as much immersion as possible. Because I'm like, okay, is it UK? Is it Pacific? I don't know why I'm making it such a big deal, but I just
My Instagram is my
point.
Instagram is right there. The one and only Nehemiah. My username is Janie Will. That was me. I was spamming the username.
Wait, did you put on the private chat quickly? The real chat goes quickly. Like, fuck, I won't see anything. Oh, the UK. I just say be Pacific. If you're talking about England, say England. If you're talking about London, say London. Because the UK consists of Northern Ireland, Scotland, England, and Wales.
So what is in England though?
London's in England.
Okay. I'm gonna look up a map. I could do the work myself.
Yeah, it's not hard. It's just here's how you would know. Scottish people, they say the UK and Britain, but they really would say Scotland if they're referring to Scotland. And the same with Welsh people too. I'm not sure about Northern Irish people, but it's generally English people that would not say England. They always say Britain or the UK. It's really weird.
Oh wow.
My Instagram is Jules Murakami, Murakami.
Wait, can you spell that again?
Like you were supposed to know, people was not gonna sound that out.
Yeah.
When you spelled it, I was like, oh, that's.
Oh
not
my
real.
god.
Wait, can you put in the chat? Cause
Yeah. I mean, I already
Just
put it
put
in
it-
there, but okay.
Okay, because I
You did?
put mines in.
Wait, could you put on the like private one? Because there's just too many fucking people. So.
But wait, why'd you put me on timeout?
Oh, I didn't. Oh, so maybe another moderator did. I didn't. They probably didn't know.
Oh.
Got it. I'm screenshotting it, so I've got it. I suggest you all do the same. Actually, I'll just follow you and then yeah. I'm gonna put a link in the chat so you can find me. But yeah, I'm a dark skinned black girl, not cosplaying. Nah.
Said I can confirm he's black. I know that's right. That's some respect on my name.
I've got a full on YouTube. I'm not pretending.
Yeah.
Why would I? Actually, you
Yeah,
see my face, Tiana.
Yeah. You see me. Honestly, you be having your hair like this. You be having a braid out.
I do. I love braid outs. They're my favorite. My washing goes are not looking great because I haven't trimmed my hair. So
I can't put my Instagram up because I'm in timeout. So I'm waiting for the timeout to be released.
Wait, let me just put it. Because you already put it in here.
wait, Tiana, why did you say you're not black?
Oh my god.
The truth is, I'm coming out. I'm not black.
Oh, what are you then, brown?
No, I think.
Oh, there we go. Okay, she put it in there. Yay! Yeah, so that's my art page. I post like comic book art and my illustrations I do, but I'm definitely gonna post more animations up there because I'm currently busy with 2 freelance projects. I was chosen to be the designer for the Brooklyn Public Library, and so I've been doing that for a couple of weeks now. And I'm doing another project for the Skyview Mall. So I'm super busy. So I definitely would love to do art for you, Tiana. What's your Instagram? Do you have an Instagram?
So it's currently deactivated. So you
Oh
see a face reveal. That's because I just needed a break. I'm gonna be back though. I'm gonna take some pictures soon, and I'm gonna be back. Because the thing is, I was just like, what's the point of me being on Instagram if I can't post anything? Like, not can't, but I just don't be taking pictures. So I was like, I'm just gonna be a waste of space.
Well, when you
that's
do
not
this
true.
birthday
You
shoot,
like that?
like this birthday shoot, I want to see the pictures on the gram.
Hopefully they
And
come
Jennifer,
out.
I'm confused.
They're gonna
Jennifer, are you
fly.
joking or are you being serious? I'm so confused.
What did
Jennifer's
Jennifer
joking
say?
because Jennifer asked me if I was black, and I told her I'm
Oh. I was like, what?
I'm done.
Honestly, I be on and off of Finsta. I don't really have one. Like, if I really want to see something, I just type it on Google. Like, Instagram lets you see like somebody's page real quick on Google, so that's what I do.
Do you have will your chat be available when your live stream is over? Like, will you have a chat like underneath to type in stuff?
Yeah, it should be. Like, for example, sometimes it takes a second. So I know some people will go on the live like right after and not see the chat, but sometimes it has to like load for a second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
yeah, someone said you the one with the afro. No, that's one of the models that I shot. Mine is the one in
Jules,
front of the
where is
corner
your
store.
Instagram? Did you put it up here?
About photo shoots.
Oh, I see it.
You didn't think I was serious? What?
No,
Wait,
Wait, let me see your
What are you
Instagram.
talking about?
I considered it. I considered coming to New York to do the 90s photo shoot because I didn't think anybody in Maryland was going to be able to do it.
You like Bjork?
Oh yeah, Bjork's cool.
Oh my god, I'm a huge fan of her. Like, I have all her albums.
Yeah,
Bjork? Actually, no, I do know who they are.
It's so crazy because that's how I imagined you would look.
What? Dark skinned?
No, I'm talking about Jules. Like, his exact
Oh.
facial structure. Like, that's what I literally thought he looked like. That's so crazy.
I have no idea what you look like, Jules. I don't. I
That's
defecate
exactly
right
what I
on people.
imagined.
I didn't think you were dark skinned, to be honest. I know that sounds terrible. I just thought you were maybe medium tone.
Oh no, 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 no,
I
no.
followed you. This is I'm gonna text you. Oh wait, I
I'll
can't
tell you
text you.
that.
What the heck?
I'm going to follow you from another account, so don't be weird. Like, it's my bad to see, but I will actually follow you.
Oh my god.
Oh wait,
Okay.
I'm gonna follow you, Chizoba. Hold on.
And Tiana, like you need to get your like Instagram back up, and then come to New York, and then we can shoot, and it'll be great.
Okay.
Oh, you
Oh,
guys
that's
are already
you.
connecting. That's so good.
Yeah. And I'm gonna take a lift to wherever you at. We will take a lift to the next location. We not getting on the train.
See, Tiana model arc. I keep like, bro,
Look,
Oh god.
5'11", like. You either need to be
Wait,
on the court or you
Jules,
need to be on the runway.
slowly, little by little, nothing too much.
Jules, I think I found you. Do you have Jake and Doc Martens? Like one of
Oh
your
yeah,
Instagram
yeah.
pictures? So do I. Sorry.
This is like, is that? I'm like, yeah, it's kind of like it's like Clubhouse, kind of.
Yeah, but I heard Clubhouse is toxic. I've not heard good things about that place.
There's nothing
Versus,
on
like,
that app that's interesting.
This
yeah,
is
but, like,
this is like
like there was a post, a TikTok, no, not a TikTok, sorry, a Clubhouse about like interracial dating. My oldest sibling hated it.
Oh god. Oh my god,
because it
mad
was just
people
a
on
bit
my
weird.
story right
It was,
now. Is this y'all from the group
so
chat?
people
Y'all
start
on my
saying my
Instagram
name
now.
wrong.
is this y'all from the group chat?
Yeah, because it's like 21 people now, and I see like a bunch of like
I'm kind of
different
scared.
black women up here. I'm like, whoa.
Everybody should check out my website and my, it's in my bio. Check out my work. Yes.
We will. You sound like a New Yorker.
Thank you. I don't know if that's
All of you
Okay, I'm
sound like
gonna-
New Yorkers, to be honest.
Wait, what did you say?
I don't know with none of these New York topics if it's in good faith or bad faith.
Yeah, these New York topics are interesting. You're teaching me a lot about the world.
Next time we do Southern people, come on and drag your place.
Right. Okay, well, I'm gonna post a picture of myself on my Instagram so you guys can stop asking me.
Yo,
I'll put in my
they was thinking-
story.
They was thinking that you was a fucking white Latina, bro.
Yeah,
Who,
when
me?
you said you were ambiguous, I thought you were light skinned, but
They was
you know
in the
what?
comments
Ew,
like, I know that.
no.
I know Shorty white. I know it.
Ew,
Wait,
I'm not no mayonnaise.
Dolores.
I'm not no blue-eyed devil.
I'm done. Dolores, just to double check, is there a picture of like Miles Morales on your Instagram? And you have 59
Yes.
followers?
Yes.
Okay, I found you.
Yeah.
I'll
so
be
that's
following
my
the both
photo.
of you.
Thanks. Yeah.
Blue-eyed devil.
I'm trying to find a nice picture.
Reading
of
that
myself.
again because I feel like I heard Blue Eyed Devil in a song.
Oh, I just got that from like she's a biracial girl. Oh God, no.
Wait, do you
Definitely not
really think
biracial.
that's so true? She's like, oh God, who made that song? Someone wants to be let on. Who's HP?
I don't know. I had to kick him out because I was like, I don't know who that is. I'm like, if what's it called? If I don't recognize the name. There was this one person trying to get in, and he didn't want to put pronouns. He was like, "Oh, I don't do that. I'm a PhD."
What?
I was like,
Because
"What?"
Oh my
it's
God.
pronouns, but everyone has pronouns, so it doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, everybody has pronouns. Like you don't.
So
even
how can
know.
you say you don't do pronouns? What are we supposed to say? Well, we could just say your name, to be honest. Actually, some people don't actually use pronouns, and those people are gender non-conforming, so that makes sense.
And like he wasn't given that. He was just in the impact he gave. What he was saying to have me let him in was too sketchy. I was like, I don't.
You have to be careful
What the
online.
fuck?
I posted my picture on my story, so for everyone that has my Instagram, you can check.
Checking
Oh my
now.
God.
Oh, you're just light skinned.
Exactly.
Like you said, you're ambiguous. You're not ambiguous. If I looked at you, I'd be
I've
like,
had
"That's a black
people.
person."
There are ignorant people out there. They've literally been like,
Damn, not
"Oh, are
60
you from
followers.
da da da?" I'm just like, bro.
No, you're not. You look
That's
black
why
to
I don't
me.
go back and forth with people on like whether or not somebody looks black, because I think so many people have a different version. Like, okay, if someone's gonna say Janae Aiko or Kaylani look black, I'm just not arguing with you because you already have your own idea. So like,
I think it
Exactly.
depends. Like some people could take it too far. Like some people were saying Ethiopians are not black because they've got Arabic heritage. I was like, that what did do you even okay?
That's
I,
wow.
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
They want to be saying Ethiopians, Somalians, Eritreans that they're not black because they've all got loose curls and slim noses. And I was like, okay,
What?
but you yeah, I've had to argue with people like they are
but were
black, and
you
they're like, well,
arguing
they're
with
not black because they
Ethiopians?
don't look like West Africans. And
Who?
I was like, West Africans don't look the same, so they're
But who were
black.
you arguing with? Were you arguing with the Ethiopian telling you that they was not black?
No, it was actually it was West Africans. It was quite sad actually, because they'd be like,
Okay,
well, they're not
Jennifer
black because they
Peterson,
don't look
you're
like
doing too
me,
much because I'm
huh?
confused why you're saying self-hating light skins love to use the ambiguous word. Like I don't
Who said that?
understand
Oh boy.
Jennifer Peterson. Like, okay, I'm just gonna ignore her because she's doing too much. Thank you, Fedora. How do I say your name? Thank you
Fadul?
for the compliment.
Oh,
That was a crazy projection. She says self-hating light skins. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
she's mad desperate to get some attention.
Jeez.
I mean, but like you're just using the ambiguous word to just describe yourself accurately. It's the ones who try to say,
Cause
I'm not dark, I'm not light, I'm medium toned. I'm like, no, you're not. You're light.
right, like I'm definitely not
Like
trying to hide it. Like for me, the reason why I say ambiguous is because one of my parents isn't 100% black, so I don't like to be like, oh, I'm this, this, and that, and like my dad is biracial, so I don't want to be like, oh, I'm gonna cover up his racial identity.
Oh, really? I've got like, maybe it's different, but like, I think maybe it's because you're probably lighter, but like, one of like my older siblings' friends is the same as you. Like, their dad is fully black, and both their parents are Nigerian, but one is mixed race and the other one's fully. But like, yeah, they don't even say like, oh, I'm like, well, they can't even say they're ambiguous because they're not. Um, and it's just, yeah, it won't, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
oh,
They they can't get away with it, and it would be a stretch
Mhm.
anyway.
I guess
But I
they're
think,
confused because there's no picture of Dolores on like her page. So
I
they're
put it in
like,
my
you
story.
uh,
know,
Oh, you don't see it?
I mean, I don't see
Hold
it.
on, I'm gonna put it back up. Hold on, I'm gonna put it back up. Hold
I
on.
saw it. I don't think you look. I don't even. I wouldn't say you look ambiguous. When I think of like ambiguous, I'm thinking of like Zendaya.
Right, exactly. I love Zendaya, by the
I
way, but
don't
that
really look at
Euphoria
you
last
and
episode
think.
was boring.
I don't look at you and think you're ambiguous because there's
Thank you.
other light skinned
Exactly.
black women who look like you. That's just me though. Like, yeah.
Yo,
I think some
Chizoba, a
people.
whole influencer,
Me, I'm not an influencer.
like a whole influencer out
I
here.
don't know. I'm not. I don't even have many followers. Jules, you're stretching this. I just
I'm
take
chatting.
nice pictures
All
because
right.
why not?
Oh, thank you for some of the people from the chat. Follow me. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Have I
Dolores
even
is
checked my?
not like white passing, or I wouldn't even say ambiguous,
I'm not.
honestly.
No, I wouldn't say you're white passing too. You don't like. To me, ambiguous is like, yeah, Zendaya, yeah. Or what's Regina? No, the one who's
Who's
like,
Julie? Who's that?
no, that's
Julesy?
Julesy. No,
Who's
Julesie's
that?
not. No, Julesie's a YouTuber. A very smart one actually, but like she's not.
Julesy. Oh,
She's
is
a
it
light
that
skin.
girl, Julesy?
No, she's like do you know her, Tiana? The one who does like, yeah, she's not racially ambiguous at
Oh
all.
my
She's just
god, I do not look like her.
No, I wouldn't say so.
I don't.
I sound older than I look. Wow. Well, I've got that a lot. People will be like, "Oh, you sound like a 30-year-old white woman." I'm like, okay. I'm not sure that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Damn.
I don't
Bloody hell.
think so. I feel like 30-year-old white women sound like high pitched.
You would know.
Yeah. Honestly,
Bro, what?
I don't think we've ever had any white people like on the like live chat, like on the screen.
I don't
Only in the
know. Maybe in the
Yeah.
comments. That would make sense.
I don't remember having no white people on here. Like,
I'm gonna post another picture.
yo, they were really smoking you like a Newport for like 15 whole minutes. Like, that's nuts. And it was like one person's like, y'all.
Recapping.
They're like, y'all think she white? They're like, yeah. You know
I
what?
think it's because you said
People, I think it's like a few people. I only know like 2-3 people that I remember on the top of my head that I know is going to instigate in here. And then everybody else sometimes be feeling in the mood.
I'm done. How many? Oh my gosh!
It was that chopped cheese comment.
I posted it like 3,000 times. Jesus.
No,
you know what the chopped cheese is?
but I said, I was like, these are some brave comments to make because I wouldn't.
Because you was like, ain't a chopped cheese a grilled cheese? I was like, oh.
I think it's a grilled cheese, in my opinion.
What?
It's not. Double down. You double down.
I'm done.
It's a fucking. It's
well,
like a.
Well, can we agree? Can we agree that bacon, egg, and cheese is a bacon, egg, and cheese?
Well, whatever you say, I'm just gonna agree.
What does that mean? What does that mean? What you mean by that?
That a bacon, egg, and cheese is literally a bagel with cheese and eggs and bacon.
No, you trolling.
You said a mango with cheese.
What?
Oh
wait, so you really don't think I'm from New York?
No, I really don't think what you just said was real. I don't know what you said.
Oh.
I just don't think that there's no way that you don't know what a chopped cheese is and you lived in New York your whole life.
Bro, I'm about to post a picture of my view and you're gonna see the Empire State Building right there. Like, I'm right here.
Because what?
But no, there really is no delis. Like once you go, past Harlem, there is really no delis. And I try to look for them, but then they be giving me with like hard bread, like, and it be packed, like, it don't be really what we want. So yeah, there is no deli. You if you go to Central Park, where are you getting a deli? Like,
Yeah.
You know what? That is right. That is right.
Yeah. Mango with cheese.
Yes, I'm from the Bronx, but I'm not really getting a chopped cheese from the Bronx. Maybe there's one viable option, but I'm getting a chopped cheese in Harlem and pretty much Harlem only. I don't think I've tried a Brooklyn chopped cheese. I'm not too interested in it. I think I'm gonna stick to what I know.
What is a chopped cheese? Is that a burger?
It's
it's grilled cheese. It's a grilled cheese.
Y'all think it's more like a burger? I think it's more like a fucking Philly cheesesteak, but it's just like not like
a Philly cheesesteak. Isn't that like it's like long bread?
Yeah, but it's just like on shortbread. But it's pretty much
it's okay.
It's like the same shit, kind of.
Yeah. I just New York. I just miss the New York food. Like,
what does everyone want to do?
Yo,
beans and toast are abomination. No, they're not nice.
Like, what I saw like today is like they're like you're not even from like New York, even if you haven't had that like Chinese fucking takeout with the chicken wings and the fucking the yellow rice. Fuck y'all. Fuck y'all.
Yes, you are a freshman in high school.
Bro, fuck y'all. What the fuck?
But you're 14?
No, I'm not. I'm literally 18. Yo, these niggas is chatting.
Wait, you're 18?
Maybe, like, just turned 18, maybe. I don't even
know. Jules, are you actually 18?
Yes, I'm actually 18. Why would you think I'm not?
I thought you were like 24.
In college.
You sound like someone's older brother. Like you sound
No,
like
everything,
really
Yeah.
no,
older.
everything just be eavesdropping and then regurgitating stuff about adulthood.
Bro,
Wow.
come on.
I know, right? He
You
sounds like an
tripping.
Adele.
You tripping.
You do. You actually sound like an adult, and you're not. You're a teenager,
You
I like
just
the way you
an
say
older
it.
child.
Adultification. Like, for real.
You're
Oh
so you're
yeah,
basically. Ah, Jules, I thought you were older. I think maybe it's the pictures. Never mind.
wait,
I
how
look
old are
Actually,
younger
you,
than you.
Chizoba?
don't have a
I'm
clue for you.
22.
Oh, okay, I'm 21.
Wait, what? You guys look older than me
No, I'm
and sound
21.
older than me.
that's true.
Like I thought you were all older than me. Well, oh well, but you know what they say, black doesn't crack. So hey, I'll take.
You don't like yellow rice? Brown rice is better though. Yeah, brown
It's
rice is way
saying,
better than yellow rice.
it's past my bedtime.
Yeah, all of us.
Miss,
It's past my bedtime too.
Okay, so what are our final thoughts? Let me go first. My final thoughts is the diaspora wars are a lot, and I hope someday come to a conclusion. I don't know if somebody write a book and that book is circulated. Honestly, that's our homework to figure out if there's a book. We don't got to read it. We got to figure out first.
We don't have to read it.
Decide if we want to read it. Then again, the New York shade. I don't know how I attracted such a New York audience. It's not like my YouTube videos are like geotag New York. So unfortunately, people were in the chat. Some spreading lies, some spreading the truth. So that's my final thoughts on that. And yeah, we did talk about fast fashion. I do have a haul video on my Patreon of like clothes that I bought. I was gonna do a try on haul. I don't know. I might still do it. Just about like clothes that I bought or wear, because people kept asking those questions. But yeah, that's it. We not talking about that girl.
Talk about what?
We not talking about Summer Walker. I feel like
nah,
Summer Walker. Oh
that's
Lord.
dead.
I hope she just takes care of her mental health.
Yeah,
we let the topics about her build up. Like once we have like 5 solid things to discuss with her, then we can bring
them. Oh, okay. What do I want to say? Yeah, diaspora wars are occurs, and fun fact, there are diaspora wars everywhere, even between Africans. But jollof rice wars are not diaspora wars. It's not that deep. We don't take it seriously. Or plantain. It doesn't matter. We're taking the piss. Don't ever take that one seriously. But either way, it's just kind of like. I think what I just want to say is that overall, Black people are really diverse. And another thing is also learn to be pacific and mindful when you're talking on the internet, because there's no tone. And yeah. Apart from that, like, yeah, my name is Chizoba, not Chiz. Don't emphasize the O. If you respect your ancestors, you will get my name right. And yeah, I wish you all the best.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Nigerian jollof is the best. End of.
Yeah. I just want to say a couple things. Number one, if you have had the Chinese with the chicken wings and the yellow rice, then you're valid. Number two.
No.
What? What you mean no?
That goes with fries. That does not go with rice.
What?
But okay.
What? Yo, your card is revoked.
Wait. Do you have pizza? Do you have wait? I just want to have a question. Do you like have pizza with blue cheese?
What?
No, that's weird.
Okay. Maybe
Pizza
that's
with
a
blue
white thing.
cheese?
Yeah, never mind.
No,
I
just put
hot
down a
sauce
gourmet
on it.
burger and that's it.
Hot sauce. Oh no.
That's
No.
nasty. When there's
Oh my
barbecue.
God, Tiana, why are you roasting me?
I keep telling you, like, I just can't believe some of the stuff you confess.
You should try it.
No,
Blue cheese with
seriously,
pizza.
No, that's not.
the 18-year-old. Like, what's going on?
It's fine. It's fine. It's
And
Well, my final word. Oh, my bad. You go.
I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm glad that we all know what a chopped cheese is now. So
Oh,
for those of
God.
us in the chat who didn't know, now you know what the chopped cheese is. And
a burger.
yeah, I still feel like on both sides we have, work to do with being more inclusive across the diaspora, just with black issues and stuff. But I feel like
Hmm.
this year and like the next coming years, we, really need to be working on like trying to just come together.
Hmm.
So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's all I got to say about that.
My final words. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna come back. It's just that I've been so busy with like art and school, so like I'm definitely gonna come back and discuss if Tiana has another like call up thing. Um, yeah. So my final word is diaspora worlds like wars. I couldn't talk. Um, is definitely pointless. We're all black at the end of the day, and I feel like the whole "oh she's better" or "they're bad" or like it's just like it's wrong. Like we're all struggling. We just kind of what Paul Mooney said. Rest in peace, the legend. Paul Mooney said, "We're all black. We were just shipped off at different times." So I feel like oh, thank you, Ken Roy Palm. Thank you. I'm messing up everyone's name, even though I'm thanking you guys. But my final words is like at the end of the day, we're all black, and it's really a distraction for us to fight over small stuff. It really is. We got the blue-eyed devil trying to kill us every day, and we ain't got time for that at all. Like we really don't. And to continue to stay engaged in politics, engaged in having discussion, and just being aware. Um, You had the Google Paul Mooney, Kiana. Kiana. How old are you, Kiana? Oh my god. But
She
anyway,
talking to
yeah,
you.
but
She talking to you, Tiana. She busting shots. She's subbing right now.
oh my god. Y'all know DMX, but not Paul Mooney. Come on, guys.
My Kobe year is in a few days.
You're
Your
what?
COVID, what?
I said my Kobe year is in a few days.
Oh, oh.
What's that?
Oh,
That's
I
when
don't
you
know
turn
that.
23. That's when you turn 23.
Kobe?
Oh.
Wait, you said Kobe?
Oh, wait. No. She said Kobe. Hold up. That's Jordan. I'm sorry, y'all. Hold up.
Oh
Bro,
my
I don't
god.
even know
Pause.
this. I don't know this at all.
I got that all types of
Oh
messed up.
no.
You're turning 24.
Oh, happy
I'm
birthday.
not
Happy
gonna
early
lie.
birthday.
I didn't know Kobe year wasn't 23 until I learned more about Kobe Bryant, and then I was like, "Duh, Jordan year is 23 because the 23 is literally on the Jordans." But at the end of the day, again, we're getting our basketball notes from Nicki Minaj. We're not actually really watching it, so.
No,
What's
I
I
someone-
didn't
don't
even
watch
listen to her new
basketball.
album, so
Is it even available in the UK?
Someone said his age is showing. Thank you for the commentary, Lydia Bean.
All
I
I'm gonna say
appreciate it.
is we've all disappointed each other enough today.
Oh, cheers, anyone. Oh, yeah. Okay, the
I can't
jersey
believe you're
number.
actually 18. Like that's so crazy.
Why is
Yeah,
that
I thought
crazy?
you were older. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. I thought
Why
you were
did you?
somebody's
No.
uncle.
Why did you think I was older though?
Because of the way you talk, that's it.
Because I could have sworn you really lied up here about being in college. You probably did. You probably was like,
Yeah, you just
Nah.
gave the vibe that you were older.
No, I said I was going.
Oh, you're
I know
going.
I don't like Cardi B.
Y'all just
I don't
don't
like her
read.
at all. I'm a Nicki. I'm more of a Barb, but I mean I don't listen to her music anymore. I listen to really
Damn,
rock
I'm
and
just
roll
on
music.
26.
I only listen to rock and roll music. I don't listen to hip hop.
I listen to Megan Thee Stallion occasionally. I like her music, and I'm a big
The
Brandy
last
fan.
Yeah, the last like hip hop artist I listened to was Kanye West. That was the last artist I listened to, and I have all his albums. He's the only guy I really liked, and Drake, but that's really it. Like, I'm only heavy
Early
metal
Drake.
type of thing.
I like early Drake, not late Drake. Early Drake.
Dolores, how old are you?
I'm 21. Kay said, "Wow, she's so different."
Interesting.
okay. So everybody gave their final words. So this is the hardest part. Every time we say goodbye, people act like we ain't do it the right way.
Yeah, it's hard to go. It's so hard to go. And I ain't even dragging it. It's not even me this time.
Yeah.
We need to know
I'm
y'all
dragging
zodiac
it.
signs. I'm a Pisces.
No,
Yeah,
we're not starting it. Okay. We
Shout
will.
out everybody from the Boogie Down.
Okay.
You know,
Capricorn. But bye, everyone. It was nice talking to you.
Because
You're
what
most
happens
welcome.
is I just be ending it mid sentence.
Oh, yeah.
yeah. Bye.
Let's
to
just all
you.
say bye.
Bye. I have you guys on Instagram.